Hello, everybody. Welcome to another BTR stream. I am your host, Lev Polyakov, and with me is Jules Hamilton. And we are here to bring you another stream, this one talking about class, hierarchies, what's awaiting us next down the road when it comes to all this stuff. And we're going to be having a lot more people coming in here, but before we announce who we have, I want to say subscribe if you guys have not subscribed yet. And Jules, what awaits people if they go to our Patreon?
So we're offering two benefits to our $20 patrons. For a limited time, Gio, one of our frequent panelists, he's a wonderful artist and he makes beautiful prints. He'll be giving $20 prints to every new patron. And I'll also be offering consulting, one-on-one consulting for relationship advice or pickup artist tips. I am a great listener, so the way I would do it, once you become a $20 patron and Gio sends you his art, we would start a private conversation in Discord, and you would tell me your situation, and I would tailor my advice to you. And we're going to see how that goes. And I've had a lot of positive feedback in the past, and I've enjoyed a lot of great benefits from this myself, even helped my parents out before. So, why not give it a try here?
Absolutely. So let's announce our guests. We have back with us Peter Coffin, definitely legit, and we're going to have a lot more people coming in. But could you give a quick introduction to yourself, Peter, and definitely legit as well?
Sure. I'm a YouTuber. I make a series called Very Important Documentaries, which is kind of a leftist sort of just gradual dissemination of information and sort of attack on the overall prevailing ideologies of society. I'm also an author. I have a book called Custom Reality in You, which is out. I'm findable, as my username says, at Peter Coffin on Twitter or Peter Coffin on most services.
Excellent. Definitely legit.
I'm a dog, and I post absolutely vile content on the internet. That pretty much sums me up.
Sounds good.
Nice.
Gavin, introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about yourself, what you do.
Hey guys, Gavin Wax, president of the New York Young Republican Club, columnist for Town Hall, and a fellow at the London Center for Policy Research.
Excellent. So let's start talking about class. As far as this topic goes, it's a very big one, but let's just start talking about what you guys think is in your mind and in the mind of your community as far as where things are going, as far as how class is being considered today. So let's start with Peter.
Well, there's a couple of different ways to look at class as far as just the general the general way that we actually put it together. I mean, there's the more traditional, well, I shouldn't say traditional, but the more mainstream view that class is, income based. You see a lot of people talk about it that way. And then there's the more Marxist way of looking at it, which is that class is, about the ownership of the means of production, whether you do or don't. I tend to talk about it from the perspective of the latter. And for the most part, I think that what we've ended up seeing over, let's say, the last 20 years is a heightening of the contradictions between the owning class and the proletariat, so to speak. And where it's going from there, I think there's a lot of people who might have said that things have gotten much worse over the last 20 years, and that should be enough to get people to act more in their own interests. But I mean, we need to see, I think, a lot more people recognizing what downward mobility looks like and what exactly that means for them in order to see people acting much more in their own self-interest.
I would like to follow this up with actually introducing your co-host, Angie. So Angie is also in the, she is a leftist YouTuber, co-host of the Low Society podcast, and Angie is here with us right now. Let's see, 1 second. Angie, can you hear us? Can we hear you? Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Yes.
I can hear you. Okay, good. Yeah, hi. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for being here. So could you tell us a little bit about yourself and follow up on what Peter was talking about as far as what you are thinking today as far as what's going on with class, with the class systems, with class consciousness, however you want to say it.
So yeah, you explained it well. My name's Angie Speaks. I am a leftist YouTuber and co-host of Low Society podcast. I like to make videos about politics, but from sort of a more, I guess, crazy, weird art / spiritual perspective. And as far as class politics, I feel like, I guess now more than ever, it's sort of becoming more of a forefront in terms of political conversation. And people are starting to realize that a lot of the problems that they care about are deeply rooted in class. Obviously, class politics is something that has been, heavily repressed for decades in the Western world. And there's this sort of myth / ideology that's been constructed around, the class system being abstracted, or, there's no such thing as working class people. Even I even notice in America that a lot of Americans like to use the term middle class in a different way than British people use middle class. I guess in the UK, we tend to stick to more of a Marxist analysis of class. So when people say middle class, they mean petit bourgeois. Whereas in America, anybody who has like a house and a car is considered middle class instead of working class, which is really strange. But yeah, there's been a lot done to kind of suppress the idea of class consciousness. And right now, what we're seeing in the political domain is culture war has sort of taken the place of class consciousness, in my opinion. People think that politics is about culture war, when it really isn't. It's about class struggle. And I feel like culture war is kind of used to distract people from the idea of class struggle. And I don't really care about culture war stuff that much. I'm more interested in class struggle, because I feel like that's what unites us rather than divides us. So yeah, that's what I think.
Excellent. Well, let's go to Gavin for his thoughts, and then definitely legit, and then the amazing, the great Giovanni Penachati. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
No, of course, wouldn't miss out.
So Gavin.
Yeah, thank you, Lev. So yeah, I agreed with a bit of what Angie said in terms of, obviously I'm from the right of politics. I do think class matters. I think obviously there's been historical distinctions between the class conflict in the US versus Europe. Obviously in the US it was traditionally more racial, but I do think the left in the US did play off class divides, despite what appeared to be sort of a classless society maybe on the surface. And for the longest period of time, the Democratic Party and the left in general had a dominance over the working class in the United States. They had the big labor unions supporting the majority of their political efforts. And what we've started to see, particularly since, I guess you could say maybe since the 80s, or maybe even earlier, maybe with Nixon, you can see that the working class in this country, particularly white males, the white male working class in this country has shifted to the right. I think you've seen that in other places across the world, even more recently as well. And as a result of that, you're seeing in the U.S. that they're trying to, bring up racial divisionism and split the body politic up along racial lines, pitting working class blacks against working class whites against working class Hispanics, where, culturally speaking, they have a lot more in common with each other than they do with their racial compatriots of higher socioeconomic classes. So class does matter. It is a huge part of it. And as we've seen the working class begin to shift to the right, because the left was originally mostly an economic movement, a labor movement, now it's shifting largely to become a social movement encompassing social issues, promoting globalism, etc. It's begun to lose a large part of its working class base. And because of that, now they're trying to move into sort of other forms of divisionism, to pit people against each other, to distract people, in order to maintain some sort of voting majority, in order to maintain some sort of political control. So if the Republican Party in this country and the right wing in general in this country can seize on this moment and shift from sort of being a party simply of country club tax cuts and globalism to being a party of the working man and woman and populist in nature, which is what Trump began when he broke the blue wall in these Midwestern states, then they could dominate politically. If you unite the working class in this country with maybe the religious right, that's evangelicals and Catholics, you may have a pretty solid working majority politically for the next, foreseeable future. But they're not quite there yet. They need to rid themselves of neoliberalism. They need to rid themselves of globalism, and they need to move past this sort of, conic mentality when it comes to politics, that the only things people care about are, meaningless little tax cuts for corporations and a few token pieces of legislation on terms of regulatory reform. It needs to be much more all-encompassing than that, and you can definitely win in terms of the class struggle, the class war. But I also think culture matters, and culture matters in the fact that since the left began a radical shift culturally to the left, rejecting a lot of things that the working class did, what did appeal to the working class, whether it was religion, the traditional family, and nationalism, once they gave those tenets up and moved well beyond just an economic ideology, that's when they began to lose the working class of this country. They haven't really lost it maybe outside of the white community yet, but it may be coming. So that's my shtick.
Excellent. And let's and this is something that I would really love for the whole panel to address as well. Where do you guys see the left as well as the Democrats in terms of how they have treated the working class? And I would love to go now to... hold on one second. Please hold your thought for 1 second. I just wanted to get quickly to Definitely Legit. Definitely Legit and I share the fact that we are both from the former Soviet Union. I was born in Russia when it was still the Soviet Union. I'm not sure, Definitely Legit, how old you are, but in dog years, I guess. But I would love to hear your perspective on what's been talked about right now as well, and go from there. So Definitely Legit. Go for it.
Well, I think class and hierarchies as a social or cultural concept is not boring, but incomplete. Because the question isn't whether class and hierarchy are a true concept or are necessary or whatever. The question is how to do class and hierarchy properly, which is, I guess, the ultimate question. Right now, everything is very polarized and very pitted one against the other. And we should really much focus on how to do it properly. And I'm going to spoil it right now. It's all about breeding. There is a biological aspect. There is a biological aspect to it. Let's differentiate between biological and legal hierarchies. And this is not coming from like a racist place. This is purely like a biological concept, because the legal aspect of a hierarchy and a biological one, they influence each other. And they're quite distinct, however. And
oh dear. We have a Malthusian on the show.
I mean, call it what you will, but class and hierarchy have their ultimate root in very primal biological processes and imperatives. Let's not forget that men are animals, and more specifically, they're highly social predatory mammals. What was that?
And women aren't.
Well, when I say men, I mean men as the race of man, as in humans. But yeah, like, if you remember this, you can compare them to these other animals that fit the description, and there's a lot of them to choose from for that. Like if you look at our earliest pre-tribal hierarchies, even the base family unit is itself an echo of a pack or perhaps a troop, if you want to use it in primate terms. And so just as biology laid the foundation for biopsychologically driven imperatives of the sexes, and that's me calling gender roles, and I do mean deep gender roles, not to be confused with superficial or like the surface level gender roles, like the cultural gender roles. So too did biology lay the foundations for the way we organize, whether it's in the micro or the macro sense. And the challenge, it doesn't really lie in acknowledging this, because it's extremely self-evident and it's an undeniable facet of human existence that we organize, and we organize in a stratified way. And no matter how much we push for and try to enforce a horizontal spread, it tends to become more vertical over time, always more pyramidal, because people find their place in a hierarchy. It just happens that way. And whether we want it or not, because, despite what many people want to believe, men are not made equal. You may see their value as being equal, but they're not made the same. We have different gene expressions.
Of course not. However, as a Marxist, I believe that I believe in historical materialism, and I believe that these responses, these different sort of affects, behaviors, cultures, and traditions that humanity has developed are as a response to our material conditions.
Sure, but
So
the material
if we're
condition
gonna-
stems
if
from a
we're gonna-
biological condition.
Well, no, the material conditions that species develop in are not congruent upon biology. Biology responds to the material conditions that a species finds itself in.
Biology also drives you to conquer and capture different places with different resources.
That's quite a crude. That's sort of a crude analysis of.
Well, yes, it's extremely crude because we're not going to go into the deep, sense of it. But
if we're going to talk about something like patriarchy, for instance, patriarchy didn't come about because like all the men in the world, got together in a room and decided that they were going to, oppress women. It was a response to material conditions, the need to ensure that, people are able to pass down their genes, the division of of reproductive labor based upon biology. All of these different things sort of culminated in these systems that have perpetuated themselves in our society. However, we have the potential to create new material conditions, and those new material conditions can give rise to new forms of culture, ones that are better suited to our realities and our needs. So, I'm not like an ahistorical person, in terms of, trying to put this anachronistic view on the past, or either kind of doing crude evolutionary biology in order to sort of make it seem as if there's, this sort of innate. I don't believe that. I believe that we respond to our material conditions. And if your material conditions require certain structures, then those structures will emerge. And if you change those material conditions, those different structures can emerge. And in order to respond to the other gentleman who was talking, when you say the left, I don't think that the Democratic Party or, your typical sort of liberal in America represents the left. I believe that, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are deeply right-wing. They both uphold the ideology of neoliberalism. At the end of the day, that's what they're there to do. They both serve the interests of capital. So I don't necessarily think that, and that includes like the right wing of America as well. Like, I don't think that populist right-wing working class movement is something that's really going to arise. I do think that the right wing make nods to the working class, especially through stoking, racial tension and stoking, racial resentment and things like that, in the same way that you see the Democrats doing it as well, because they're both two sides of the same coin.
Look,
And
certainly parts of the establishment of the
I feel
Dems are neoliberal, but to claim that, the direction the Democratic Party is heading in now is still remaining neoliberal is kind of ridiculous. I mean, obviously it's not fully there yet.
What do you define neoliberalism as?
Yeah,
then?
please define neoliberalism.
Sure. I mean, the Joe Bidens of the world are certainly still within that mold of politics, of neoliberal sort of globalism, free trade, still appealing to corporate interests, still largely having a base of support among what you call the the petty bourgeoisie. What I just find funny, though, I mean, if I had swapped out leftist earlier and just said Marxist, I mean, my point would have still stood.
How
I mean,
so?
What Marxist?
Well, let me finish.
What Marxist is specifically talking about, like stoking hatred among racial lines? Like,
I don't know where
interested.
You didn't even let me finish my point. I don't know why you're talking about race right now. I was saying if I had replaced earlier.
Well, you didn't define neoliberalism, so I mean, there's a place to start. You could.
I just did. What else?
You said Joe
You
Biden.
didn't. You said Joe Biden.
I said Joe Biden, and I went
on.
into supports free trade, corporate interests. I mean, did you just mishear everything I said?
Okay, that's not a definition of neoliberalism, though. That's
okay. So tell me what your definition is, because I'm sure I agree with you.
Okay, neoliberalism is, in my opinion, a free market-oriented ideology which ultimately marries the state and the free market.
I agree with that. But this is beyond. This is like
that's pretty much what he said, though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Sure.
That's like such a pedantic point, and it has nothing to do with the point I'm making. The point I was making is if my original point, I swapped out leftist and Democrat and didn't use US focused terms. And let's just say I said Marxist. I mean, let's look at the Marxist movement. It's largely driven by the upper classes of society. And it does not have any real grassroots support among working class individuals that it claims to speak for. It's largely dominated by college educated upper middle class individuals, particularly white
specifically,
wings.
I agree. But specifically, what are you talking about? Things like the DSA and things like that? Because right now in the US, even in the UK, there is no left. There's no left.
It's just like a no true Scotsman argument.
Well, if I may interject,
let me finish. There is no left with any form of electoral or institutional power. We have neoliberal institutions that sort of pose as the left. We have neoliberal institutions that sort of have taken the place of the left. I don't even when someone asks me if I'm a leftist, I'm somebody who's like intellectually inclined towards the analysis of the broader left, but there is no real left. And, there hasn't been for decades, either in America or in the UK. So I don't understand where these Marxist boogeymen are coming from. There's no Marxist in the political scene that has any sort of power at the moment, or any institutional.
I didn't really say there was. I was just talking about the point that Marxist movement is largely driven by upper middle class.
It is. I agree. There's a lot of upper middle class, especially the media.
I never said Marxist. I made it very clear that neoliberalism.
I wanted to go to Gio. Gio, what did you want to say?
Well, maybe I'll divert from answering the basic question, but I think this is really a struggle that really leads to a majority of political issues where we have to define the terms. Because in America, this becomes very complicated. What Angie Speaks is talking about is I wouldn't necessarily say that there specifically even is a true right wing, even from my perspective. I think that neoliberalism has permeated political discourse to such an extent that the apparatus of identity politics and so forth, they have become imbued with a very radical liberal framework, and even so-called declared Marxists would even be under a category that is very antithetical to original Marxism. And I think this is the original issue that me and Lev were discussing about the panel.
I'm not trying to make a no true Scotsman argument.
No, but let me finish.
I'm just saying neoliberalism is a right-wing ideology. And it depends on how you even define.
You use a linear spectrum, but that's like the most basic form of looking at politics.
It depends on how you define whether something is right wing or left wing. And I usually do that not by social issues in the way that it's done in America, but by economics and what somebody believes about how the economy could function. And there are right wing ideologies about that, and there are left wing ideologies. And left wing ideologies on economic issues, on material issues, tend to be the more Marxist ideologies. And on the right, neoliberalism is a right wing. It's a right-wing ideology, and the American political spectrum, in terms of what's viable politically at the moment, is incredibly right-wing across the board.
But here's the thing: I wouldn't, from my perspective, I wouldn't classify it necessarily as right-wing, because if we're going to go from the traditional roots of the right, for example, in Joseph de Maistre, we're talking about a lineage of anti-capitalist, anti-globalization, right-wing politics. But I understand what you're saying. I would say that certainly conservative politics in America, certainly neoconservative politics, are fundamentally right in the sense of the liberal political spectrum that is in America. But in older European categories, this is complicated. So I wouldn't exactly agree with the term right-wing. But to your point, Angie, I think this is interesting, because me and Lev were discussing this, because you and Peter, you both were coming under attack by a certain someone. I don't know if we should name or give him any more attention, but you two were being labeled, along with Anna Kachayan and Dasha and Amy Therese, and among others, as being quote-unquote class reductionists. Now, being someone on the right, being someone I would consider a traditionalist, I would say that I have problems. I understand dialectical materialism, and it's certainly there's a validity to maybe the material conditions of society producing certain outcomes, producing certain subjectivity even. But I would say that I differ on the strictly materialistic analysis of it, and maybe we get into, because recently I watched one of your very good videos, Angie, about spirituality and capitalism. I thought it was really great, the Twin Peaks thing and everything. I thought it was really, we could talk about that, but I think maybe we should focus on what do you two, when people call you class reductionists, what is a class reductionist? And is it related to quote unquote vulgar Marxism? And what do the Bausch people, sorry, I was going to say his name, but the Bausch people, the greater bread tubers, what do they mean when they accuse you of class reductionism? Because it seems that you two are very much in line with traditional socialist and Marxist ideology that is seeing the material conditions of society extended through the class system as arising certain brutal realities. And it's very true that capitalism has a very good way, I would say, what I mean by capitalism, I mean like modern late capitalism. This is like Frederick Jameson, the logic, postmodernism is the logic of late capitalism. I would say that the identity politics that we're seeing is subsumed under the framework of late capitalism. So I would agree with it. But what do you guys think about that? Sorry, I'm fucking rambling right now. So yeah.
Well, number one, I think that the term class reductionist is sort of being weaponized by the liberal left. And by liberal left, I use that term to distinguish it from the broader left. But the liberal left is the image of the left in popular discourse, the ones who have the most access to institutional power, and they also tend to sort of be subsumed within neoliberal ideology.
The people Gavin is talking about more or less.
They like the signifiers of like radicalism and the aesthetics of radicalism.
Yeah, the aesthetics of radicalism, exactly. Yes,
yeah, they like the signifiers of radicalism, the aesthetics of radicalism, but their ideology is deeply, deeply neoliberal.
Radical liberal.
Even it's like radical liberal. Even the way that they operate on social media, social media is basically neoliberalism made manifest, like the logic of neoliberalism made manifest, where it's all about sort of the accumulation and marketization of every single aspect of life in exchange for capital, social capital.
Twitter do your thing. Yeah.
You know, it's kind of this is the liberal left. This is the image of the left. This is what we see. It's sort of a marketized version of social justice. And if you critique this, then, you know, there are people who get very sort of defensive and up their asses about it and assume that you're against social justice or that you have some kind of nefarious agenda, when you're really just sort of doing a material analysis. And, you know, like I said, the term class reductionist is sort of the new buzzword du jour of the liberal left that's sort of used to obfuscate the conversation and to basically shut down the conversation when it involves material analysis or any sort of class-based analysis. And yeah, a lot of these people who are pundits on the liberal left and who have a lot of sort of clout on the liberal left are not people who are working class or come from working class backgrounds.
No, well, this particular individual, he comes from like a very upper class family, from what I've heard, and he's had a lot of people come from prestigious universities and so forth. And it's
they're usually the children of like upper managerial PMC types. You know, they go to you know, really high, they have a bunch of degrees, they go to very amazing, you know, they're covered in accolades.
Well, yeah, even the Chapo people, I was like, aren't they sons of like media editors and things of that?
Yeah, but that doesn't necessarily make it being somebody who has links to that kind of class mobility doesn't necessarily automatically make you a dickhead. But
that's true.
There are certain aspects of who I think it's very telling that a lot of the loudest and most vocal people on so-called left are people who don't come from the class background of the people who they want to be speaking for. I mean, even last year there was this massive controversy about quote unquote bread tube so white. And yeah, a lot of people who are at the forefront of this conversation that's supposedly about minorities and working class people are not minorities or working class people. And like that can be that, I mean, it also boils down to societal forces in that regard. Like mainly the people who have the time and extra surplus income and you know, free time to sit around and chat shit on camera are people who have the privilege to, and those people tend to come from a certain demographic. So this isn't some sort of individualistic accusatory sort of thing, but at the same time there's a sort of disconnect between the people who are talking about these issues and the people who are actually experiencing these issues. And that's the reason why these sort of ridiculous arguments that are rooted in culture war, rather than, you know, the things that are going to materially better people's lives, you know, come up. And the same can be said for the right wing, because the right wing fucking love culture war. They fucking eat off of that shit, and it's so fucking boring. And like, the world is in peril. I don't care about any of this shit. I want us to like work together and like put aside our differences, because there's an owning class and there's us, the people who don't own. And right now we don't have any power. There's no due recourse for workers, and that's an emergency. So like, I don't care about culture war. I don't care about any of that bullshit. Like, it's not
corporations
important.
are more powerful than governments nowadays. Like, they
well,
have
yeah, exactly. And even if you're a libertarian, if you're a libertarian, for instance, something like surveillance capitalism should freak you the fuck out. You know,
that's a good term for it. Yeah,
sure.
Yeah,
a lot of different things freak me out. But as far as, let's say, the history that my ancestors had to endure under communism, going all the way back to, you know, people like Lenin, Marx, I mean, these were upper class gentlemen who took control of the lower class, and then eventually we had a lot of people who were, you know, very kind-hearted people who wanted everybody to be equal. They ended up being the first ones to be gotten rid of by the thugs who ended up taking power after them, because there was a gap of power that ended up being filled by them. So that's just something that's very concerning to me.
I'm going to pull the Zizekian approach to this, and I'm going to say, you know, I am not somebody who is a apologist for this the Soviet Union or anything like that, but at the same time, what we're looking at for the future is not going to be anything adjacent to the fucking 21st century the 20th century communism, and it's not what I'm advocating either. We need a solution to the future, and I want to talk about the solution to the problems and the excesses of the current moment. I want to talk about the solutions to the problems and excesses of capitalism in the current moment, and work together with other people to build a better world. That's where my interests lie, not in the atrocities of the 20th century. It doesn't have anything.
Dismiss history. You dismiss history as a tool to help build this better future you're talking about, to learn.
Of course it is. Of course it's something that we have to learn from. You know, the communism of the Soviet Union was a disaster, an absolute disaster, and it's something that we definitely need to learn from in terms of how we carry things on in the future. But then again, I don't want to get into the dialectics of everything, but that wasn't communism, it was state capitalism, and I'm not advocating state capitalism.
I don't think they were advocating state capitalism either. That's kind of my point.
That was what it ended up being.
That's the whole thing, though.
But it was because of a confluence. It was a confluence of different factors that led it away from its original aim. But that doesn't mean
how would they be avoided?
It doesn't mean we throw everything to the dust or to the wind. There are things that we can learn from moving forward. There are things that we can, and whatever we are trying to create in the 21st century is going to look vastly different, because we have new problems to face. We have entirely new economic issues that we're dealing with at the moment, and that we need to find our way of troubleshooting around.
Well, how would those problems be avoided? I would be very interested to get your take and Peter's take, and also hear from Gavin as well.
I mean, they were replicated in every Marxist country throughout history. It wasn't just the Soviet Union. I'm sure you could point out particular nuances that happened, you know, during the revolution, and, you know, who was appointed to certain positions that led to, you know, the development of the Soviet Union as it was. But I mean, at the end of the day, I mean, it really comes down to human psychology and biology, as someone else said earlier. I mean, isn't that the reason Marxism is flawed and you can't achieve it?
No,
for sure. It failed because the people in charge were the wrong people.
I think you're definitely coming to a thing that it's a boogeyman. It's not, you can't sit here and say that biologically communism did what it did because of like people's DNA or some shit. That's silly.
Biology is a bad word. Use psychology. I wouldn't have said biology. I was just referencing the earlier speaker.
Okay. I understand what you mean then.
Psychology has its roots in biology, though, so you can't deny.
Well, you're saying what's your assertion though, that like it's in like people are biologically self-interested. So any sort of aim towards altruism is misguided.
Yeah, I
Is
think
that
people
what your
are.
point
Yeah,
is?
I think the majority of. I mean, obviously,
There
there's
are a million.
universals and
There are a million.
there's
There are a million.
universals and generals. I'm not saying universally it's like that, but I'm saying generally people are self-interested, they're tribal, and they're looking out for themselves. And because of that mentality that's inherent in human beings and through their development, that it makes something like Marxism impossible.
Of course.
No, I think that material conditions, and there are a million cultural examples that I can use. I think material conditions, if you're living in material conditions where there's scarcity, where there's desperation, where there's not like a surplus, then of course you're going to see more self-interest, you're going to see more greed. But if the material conditions are otherwise, you see other forms of behavior manifest. I mean, there have been quite a number of studies in, I believe it was bonobos, where they sort of studied how their behaviors changed, how their cultural changed, how male dominance patterns changed as well when they were given a surplus of resources, and how that sort of changed the way that they structured their like little societies and how their social norms evolved in that regard. So I don't
in the
think
real world, how do you get to that surplus? Like, this is obviously in a controlled
capitalism, the thing is, capitalism has already created a surplus.
Rat utopia.
In that sense
I was just going to say that, Lev, the rat utopia experiment.
Well, yeah, the thing is, the rat utopia experiment is something that I don't want to go into it because we'll be here forever. But there's a bunch of issues with the way that experiment was constructed. But I don't have them with me right now, but I could also cite other studies about this idea of an innate greediness in human nature. We have the capacity for both great altruism and great selfishness. I'm not an idealist in the sense that I believe that we're some magical species of altruistic creatures, but I also don't take the pessimistic view that we're a species of we're some species of self-interested, creatures, tribalistic creatures. I believe that when our material conditions require us to behave that way, then we are. But if there are different modes that we can operate in and other options,
I would love to.
Then we're able to express.
No, but I would think the rat utopia experiment in some ways would be more towards
they
your
weren't
point.
Given part of the reason why the rats were, if we're going to go into it, part of the reason why the rats were just didn't like kind of devolved in that regard was because they weren't given any sort of proper stimulation. If you're given all the resources, and
but this is
everything, but you're not given a purpose. You're not given any sort of there's a number of sort of peer-reviewed things that go into sort of debunking the conclusions that people jump to when we talk about those sorts of experiments. There are a bunch of different variables.
Let's Geo. Yeah.
No, but I would say this is really, from my perspective, something that would be towards your point, Angie, is that you don't mind if I just call you Angie, right? Is that...
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. No, but what I mean is,
you must call me by my official title, which is actually Mrs. Speaks.
So, Mrs. Speaks. Yeah. There you go. Yeah, I was wondering. Mrs. Speaks. Do you think that I would think that it's more towards your point in terms of rat utopia, because the fact that the rats weren't given a sort of higher purpose or stimulation, I think would be towards more of a, I would say, anti-capitalistic point, because the logic of capitalism is precisely consumption. Get excited for products, consume more products, and I would say that even in I'm not going to be a tanky or whatever, obviously, but I would say that within every sort of millenarian ideology, whether it's deficient and profaned, whether it's fascism or Marxism or whatnot, I would say that there's still that pull towards a higher purpose in the wake of certain disenchantments that have happened in the 20th century. So I would say that in some ways the rat utopia is furthering your point in that the certain material logical apparatuses of our current, I would say, late capitalist environment would say that just having a rootless subject that is consuming and living in a pod, eating the bugs, that would be the creation of a rat utopia where their little souls were destroyed, right? And
that's not the society that people like me are advocating. I feel like
the fear from is that, and this will go towards Gavin's point, is that the fear is when you solve a lot of the very crude material conditions, like for example the whole DSA Chapo, like if we just give everybody UBI, it's like people like they won't be free to become great artists and thinkers. They would just like play video games and smoke marijuana, and it's like it's that argument that work sort of gives you a productivity in life, and the problem is a lot of people aren't ready to handle a post-scarcity world because they wouldn't have the incentives to motivate themselves towards what would you say, Greek phronesis, eudaimonia, flourishing, whatever you want to call it. I think that's the argument coming against purely materialist Marxist analysis that we just need to solve material conditions.
No, I don't think, and that's not my position either. I'm somebody who has a spiritual paradigm, and I don't think that us implementing quote unquote luxury gay space communism tomorrow
Shout out to BJ Murphy.
I don't think that that's going to solve a lot of the psychological hang-ups and hangover from the sort of neoliberal capitalist dystopia that we're all stuck in. The material conditions may be alleviated, but we're dealing with, nearly a century of ideology that sort of teaches us that our worth is basically constructed in how much we consume, the signifiers that we are able to put out to the world, all of those different things. I mean, even during quarantine, that's sort of a small example of this, people in their homes with resources but no real sort of outlets for spiritual or emotional fulfillment. And I feel like within any
did you read the Agamben blog posts on the pandemic, the lockdowns?
No, I haven't read it. I've not read it.
I highly suggest everyone, even, as much as I appreciate mention Smallbug, I always mention this, Agamben actually had a lot of better takes about the whole, the lockdown. Yeah. And he said it's a suspension of all human relations in a lot of ways.
Yeah. But in a sense, it's sort of the peak of neoliberalism, because neoliberalism wants us to be atomized consumers.
And the Amazon drone comes and delivers the package.
Yeah, that's precisely before the sort of the structure that capitalism promoted was like the nuclear family, which was atomized in and of itself. Human societies weren't just made up of like nuclear families; they were made up of extended kinship networks. And things like that, things that made child rearing a lot easier because the material conditions were harsher and it demanded the labor of more people, all of those different things. But then capitalism comes in, and the most sort of efficient model for the family is the nuclear atomized family. And now, as capitalism intensifies and we enter into late capitalism, the most sort of expedient subject is the atomized consumer. At home, ordering Just Eat or whatever, having the Amazon drone sort of. So there's a lot of sort of spiritual sickness and disillusionment and alienation that we feel, and I believe that any sort of Marxist movement has to have a spiritual component. Otherwise, it will just create new forms of alienation. I mean, I made a video on I made a video on Dadaism. And the Dadaists, they were a very popular, left art movement, but they had a big falling out with the Communist Party in Zurich at the time, because
that's right, with the Breton and others.
The Communist Party wanted them to make a utilitarian art, one that sort of laid claim on human nature, but they understood that the job of the artist was to interpret human nature, and that any mistake in interpreting human nature was a hindrance to its transformance, and therefore a hindrance to the transformation of the universe, which is what Andre Breton said, and I agree with his analysis. That's a big part of my critique of old guard communism is the fact that it definitely lacks.
And they got rid of suprematism. They got rid of the silver period and so forth towards Soviet realism.
People in the chat were saying, let the dog bark. Definitely legit. I'd be interested in your take on this, as well as I would love for you to talk a little bit more in detail about what you said about any socialist communist system not having the right person being the primary problem.
Yeah, I mean, Angie mentioned the spiritual aspect of any movement, and I agree, but it needs to go further than that. It needs to be a biospiritual one, because you can't. One of the biggest failures of the Soviet Union was that after they won and they kicked out the whites, and then the Reds took over, what they did was they started to install new people in charge, and they did this based on their own system and their own system of merits. And so you had people in charge who had no place to be in charge because they were not smart enough, or didn't have enough perception, or couldn't think abstractly enough. And at the end of the day, that rotted the base of the whole system.
I would say that capitalism has the same problem, though. I don't
for sure.
Think
Every system has a problem.
We don't live in a perfect meritocracy, and idiots rise to the top based upon being born into the right family.
That's what I'm saying. We need to breed against that.
And I don't think that I think that under a more egalitarian system, you would see a true form of meritocracy emerge. One of the biggest lies the right wing likes to tell is that Marxism is about equality of income, equality of outcome, or that we believe that everybody has equal abilities, which is absolute poppycock and nonsense. I don't believe everybody has equal abilities. I can talk up a storm, but I'll never ever be able to fucking paint the Sistine Chapel. I'll never fucking be able to engineer a rocket because I don't have the fucking capacity to do any of that shit.
Right. So you don't have the genetic predisposition for this, and this is normal, and there's nothing wrong with it.
Genetic predisposition.
Oh, it absolutely is.
If I was born in different circumstances, maybe I would.
No, you wouldn't. Your material wealth is not an indicator of your intelligence. It really isn't.
It definitely is.
Your upbringing, however, changes.
So in 2014,
there are even scientific.
Yes, there's scientific data that shows that the mother's intelligence affects the child's intelligence on a biological level.
There's scientific data about children who are raised in poverty and how the poverty that they live in affects their cognitive development. Poverty definitely affects a person's cognitive development. Somebody's access to opportunity.
Not either or. It's not this dichotomy. Nature and
it's not. Nature and nurture.
Nature and nurture. Absolutely.
It's a confluence of different factors.
It's a confluence.
Very well.
It's a confluence.
But nature affects nurture, and nurture affects nature in return. So you can't have it separate.
It's a confluence of. I was just going to say, it's a confluence of different factors. However, in our society, we are lacking material conditions that give majority of people a fair shot. So even if this argument about nature and nurture is it's fucking intellectual masturbation. Let's get the material. Let's get the material conditions that give everybody a fair shot first, and then we can come back.
But here's the interesting point to me, because you are assuming that in the system that you are proposing, we're going to result in these wonderful material conditions for everybody. I think that is kind of the thing that Gavin, for instance, you would have a bone to pick.
You cut off in the end. Can you just repeat that?
Sure. So what I was saying is that I think all of our goals is for everybody to have a better system that they live under, right? So the question is, what are the aspects that, let's say, Angie may be overlooking that would result in not such a great outcome as Angie or Peter may have in mind?
I think fundamentally I agree we all want the same outcomes, but I think the biggest disagreement here is that I don't believe there's a utopia. I think all of these are false gods, and there's always going to be.
I don't believe in a utopia either.
I don't. Neither do I. I don't believe in a utopia either.
All right. Well, based on my understanding of what I've heard the last, I don't know ever how long, was that, this Marxist ideal that you're trying to.
No. I said that material conditions could be improved. I don't see how that's utopian.
Okay, so I mean, if it's marginalism,
something as
marginalism improving
basic.
someone's, like, can I speak? If it's marginalism then that you're trying to seek in improving people's lives, then we can look to historical analysis, which has shown that every Marxist system, of course, you claim you're not going to play the no true Scotsman thing, but every Marxist system that has developed has never marginally improved anyone's life. So, I mean, if we're going to talk
That's not true at all.
That can advance classes, and the whole reason the class system never really took off in the United States as much as Europe is because there was a lot of social fluidity between the classes. And
that's not true either.
Yes, it is. Yes, so you could just say it's not true, but it's true.
No, the early settlers of America were high caste. They were the adventurers. They had all of the
and there was also the frontier yeomen, and there was developing
the frontier genes.
The Thumos genes, yes.
Yeah, the frontiersman genes. That's your
sorry,
your
Peter, what did you want to say?
I was just
Peter?
going to say that Marxism isn't actually a specific blueprint for socialism in any way. It's simply a method of analytic for the most part.
But then we also, didn't she just dismiss the whole analytics and played spirituality, which I also agreed with her.
No, I didn't. I didn't dismiss.
You said you don't look at it purely Marxist materialism analysis. Then you said I also factor in spirituality, which
that's not dismissing the entire Marxist framework.
Okay, so you take other things into account. Fine.
And most people who call themselves Marxists aren't like don't think that most people, like even someone like Zizek, for instance, believes that some of the theory is incomplete and that it's possible to add on to it. That's not dismissing.
Okay, you also led early on that you said that the cultural war, which is just one way to describe just cultural issues, didn't matter, but then she went into a whole thing about spirituality also mattering.
No. When I say cultural war,
transcendence, a higher purpose matters.
No. I think I need to define the term. Because when I say culture war, I'm talking specifically about the media spectacle of different groups being pitted against different groups. That has nothing to do with culture. Culture is important.
Sure,
when I'm talking about culture, when I'm talking about culture war, I'm talking about a political tactic that's weaponized by neoliberalism in order to obfuscate class. I'm not saying that culture isn't important. So I don't see any contradictions in terms of my analysis in that regard.
Could I ask you, Miss Speaks, can I ask you, what do you,
yes,
you and Peter, what would you define in terms of the different Marxist schools? Would you say you're more of like a post-Althusarian, like, the dialectical movement is sort of a moot point? Would you be like that sort of like post-70s Marxist, or?
I think tendency is a choice, and I think right now we don't have one.
So you still think that
I started out as like your typical sort of like Chomskyan anarchist in that regard, and then I sort of started to lean more towards a orthodox Marxist perspective, but one peppered with more of my own sort of spiritual paradigm in that regard.
Almost like you would see in certain forms of like Marxist third worldism, for example. Would that be apt?
I guess if you want me to tell you my tendency, is that your question?
In leftist circles, that's basically what's being asked here.
Is that what your question is, that you want me to tell? I guess if I'm gonna have to say put a label on it, I would say that I'm an orthodox. Well, not necessarily orthodox, but I'm just a fucking Marxist. Like I'd
put myself as a heterodox Marxist.
Zizek usually avoids this question, which I find really funny.
He does.
Whenever because it's not important. Because it's not fucking important.
Because
my point is that we don't have a choice. The only choice, with the way that the excesses of capitalism are not only destroying our external terrain but our internal terrain, we don't really have a choice at this point. Like the only choice is communism. So like I don't really care.
I don't know if it's the only choice, but I think
IMO, as they say on the internet, IMO, as the kids say on the internet, it is the only choice.
In my opinion, yeah. No, but because it seems a lot of having read a bit of Zizek in my day, it seems a lot comes from what you're saying, the argument that Zizek puts forward in first as a tragedy, then as a farce, where he talks about give people charity, but it's like you're just ameliorating that one person and you're totally ignoring the conditions. And then he talks about conscious capitalism. That was a really good video. I highly recommend everyone go and see the animated version, versus a tragedy, then as a farce. I think he wrote longer essay book form on it.
It's a full book, yeah.
By the way,
Yeah.
we have Tim Napier here with us. Tim, thank you so much for being here with the cig and the milk, looking
What
fine
time
as
is it?
always.
Oh, thank you, Stan. It's a pleasure to be here. It's been
So-
a while. I missed you guys.
I miss you too, man.
We missed
So-
you.
So Tim, is communism our only choice?
No, absolutely not.
Oh,
No.
Can you expand on that?
Sure. Communism is a failed ideology. It's kind of parasitic, and it requires a functioning society in order to build itself. So as soon as we decide to actually reject it and say, no, you've had enough of your playtime, go to bed, I think it'll be put down.
Okay.
Okay.
Parasitic in terms of like the movie Parasite or what? Like, what are you?
I haven't seen this. I don't watch a lot of Hollywood films. I don't support pedophilia.
Which was actually a quite great what's it called critique of capitalism, the movie Parasite. But I would argue that capitalism is parasitic. I think it's an atrocity that we have a system where the owning class basically has complete carte blanche over the people who produce, the workers. And you just mentioned Hollywood right there, and the pedophiles in Hollywood. I
culture industry.
agree with
Yes.
you. I agree with you 100%. And the reason why they're able to get away with the fucking terrible shit they do is because they have access to an incredible amount of surplus capital, and that equals power.
and
when you're in this
adrenochrome.
world,
And adrenochrome.
and
and
adrenochrome too.
adrenochrome.
Baby
They
blood.
fucking love the adrenochrome. They fucking get it fresh from fresh sources, and it's
From
fucking
Venezuela,
fresh
socialist
sources.
country.
fresh sources. And listen,
We can ask Corey Feldman about those fresh sources, by the way.
listen,
Yeah.
you know, listen, people try to, like, with the whole Epstein thing especially, which I've been pretty obsessed with since, I guess maybe because it's quarantine and I've got like fuck all else to do, like most people right now. But the whole Epstein thing, one of the biggest sort of bits that has been sort of missing from the discourse around it is the class element. And I think that it's purposefully obfuscated in that regard, and it's sort of turned into this pure question of morality, which unfortunately a lot of people who are on the right wing tend to do, who are like into conspiracy theory and stuff. It becomes about the morality of this group of individuals, and they're no, they are fucking capitalists. And they have access to
But
money
it's true,
and
but
power.
they are reptilians. I mean,
Wait,
like-
They
but-
have them.
It's true, but they are
They have
reptilians.
Describing like
Have-
Yes.
They have access to money and
describing
power.
Sure.
that shields
I
them.
want to say one quick point, which is during World War II, the generals also had access to lots of money and lots of caviar and vodka, while the little people didn't. So did all the commissars. Regardless of whatever system you have, I personally think that there's always going to be somewhat of a hierarchy. The goal is to make sure that the hierarchy is not going to be as much of a boot that's stamping on the face of the innocent bystander.
But there are
And a hierarchy
there
you
are
can
hierarchies.
rise.
There
You
are
can rise and
hierarchies.
fall through
I
your own
know,
Exactly.
merit,
but
not
you're
through
making
connections,
you're
not through
making
party
you're
ideology.
making my you're making my
Yeah.
argument into an argument against hierarchy. My argument is not. There are hierarchies that justify themselves. I'm not against hierarchy.
But how would you see
that
there
don't-
be? But how
Wait.
would you see there
You
being a
see the system
hierarchy
above.
under a socialist system where it would be a lot easier for people to rise from one place to another, for there to be a much smoother transition for people who actually want to work hard and study? How would you see that system working much better under socialism than a system that allows people to exchange goods with each other
like a
voluntarily?
cooperative
Yeah,
kind of.
regardless of all the corruption that we currently have in terms of picking the best of the worst.
I just want to share
It
a short
depends on-
soundbite.
it depends on what- It
I
depends
think
on.
there's a big difference between an insider class and hierarchy. And I think it's frequently confused on this channel because hierarchies are everywhere. They're frequently
Yeah.
dynamic and fluid. They're actually rarely rigid. I think a lot of people from Russia think about hierarchy in terms of insider class dynamics.
Right.
And the more centralized power is, the less dynamic and fluid hierarchies you have, and the more insider class dynamics you have.
Like there's a janissary class. There's a Janny class, in other words.
So how would we stop, let's say, in an Angie and Peter system from there being this centralized
It's not an
insider
Angie and
class?
Peter system. I'm a fucking. Well, sorry, Peter.
Well, I mean, you're the representative.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, here's the issue with this. When you're critical of capitalism and you say that you support the idea of a classless, stateless society without, exploitative mode of production, I mean, that's a very generalized thing I'm advocating for. That doesn't necessarily mean I'm an expert or a perfect representative of what a system might look like. I don't even necessarily when we
that's
say
the scary part, though.
kind of using an. Well, here's the thing, though. I'm a critic. I spend my time trying to find, highlight, criticize, and ultimately progress discourse on contradictions. I'm not necessarily trying to tell you here's the perfect answer for this. I'm more or less trying to say here's a problem. Now, I am more than willing to be wrong on any solution. And while communism is kind of a shorthand for a classless, stateless society with a non-exploitative mode of production, more or less, I'm not saying I want the Communist Party to take over. I want to find a way to that generalized
goal.
Yes.
But why put yourself in that system, though? Why put your hat in that particular ring if you're not sure? Why not just say I'm agnostic?
Because
it's opposing the free market. The problem is that the free market does not do what the free market says it does. It centralizes power among an elite. Just that's the exact thing that you don't want. You're talking about not wanting to have an insider class, not wanting to have those hierarchies. Those hierarchies are created specifically through the free market at this time. And you might make the argument that the free market isn't actually the free market. It's a heavily integrated market, or corporatized market. I would argue that all of the societies in the world that have tried capitalism have ended this way, man.
Exactly.
They're still going on.
But there are still parts China is one of the most powerful hegemonies on the planet, and you could argue that that's still going on, even though I would argue that it isn't it's not a model of communism. It's more like state-run capitalism.
Another thing, it's feudal at best.
It's not feudal, but anyway.
Absolutely.
What was I going to say?
Families run the state, and they get their friends in place.
What was I going to Well, same thing with capitalism.
Wait, no, Angie.
You could say the same thing.
Hold on. I really am curious about Definitely Legit's point here. Let the dog bark. What were you saying about China and their feudal system? And then we'll let Angie respond.
I mean, they're a feudal system in everything but name. They call themselves communists. They call themselves whatever. There's many different names that they use for this, but generally it's the Communist Party. But it really, whatever they call themselves, it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, there's your peasant class, there's your enforcer class, and there's your king, and that's it. And there's the royal family. Only people near
capitalism as well.
You could say that about capitalism.
Oh, for sure, you could say about any system, and that's the problem. That's the problem. What you need is class mobility, and everybody's focused on upward class mobility, but that's not the only one that matters. You need downward class mobility. So you need your high caste to be able to send its lesser offsprings to a lower caste so they can find the right place.
God. How does that solve anything? I want to know.
It really does. It creates a balance.
Oh my god! But wait, can I go back to?
Because everyone's talking about capitalism, socialism, Marxism, whatever. It's all these.
I just want to grow.
Systems.
No, but
systems are irrelevant. What matters at the end of the day is the flesh, the mind, and the spirit. And that's the three things that need to be cultivated. Because everything else should depend on that. The system should serve man, not man serve the system. And what we have now is a system which is self-perpetuating, with man being a cog in it, being subjected to system-made selection pressures.
But this is, I think, the fundamental point is that it's a very basic bitch cliched point, but I think what that me and DL would be more of the understanding that it is the stock of the people, whether it's spiritual, biological, whatnot, that produce the system, that come from an originary hierarchy, as opposed to what the more orthodox socialist or Marxist interpretation that the systems, that the material and systematic conditions itself produce the subject. But I think that that's sort of a dichotomy. I'm much more of the butchered Deleuzian thinking that it's really like between the virtual and actual, there's like a polyvocality between the two. I think that they're fluid and that they work amongst each other because the virtual and the actual rely on each other for its very being. And I think the system and the subjectivity that it produces, it's sort of like the Platonic, like city and state. The city and the state are a reciprocal polyvocal entity. I think this is where a lot of confusion comes from because it depends on one side that leans towards the other, right? So it's much more rhizomatic than that. To use a very cheap, cliche, throwaway theory cell term, it's much more rhizomatic.
Mobility. I think mobility is one of the most important terms here, which I don't just want to leave for later. I'd be very interested in asking you guys how you see a system, let's say Angie and Peter, how you see a system without capitalism, where, let's say, the government would be much more in charge of the system, how that would create better mobility.
Mean that the government is much more
No.
They want stateless communes.
Okay,
Like
so
Chad?
well, no, let's talk about that. That's important.
He said that we want stateless communes. Apparently,
No, I said like Chad.
You're not? I don't know. Everything gets reframed every other.
No,
what do you want?
definitely
That's
not
the
like
question.
Chaz.
So what do you want then? If you don't want a
Nobody
government
knows
to...
what they want. I don't even know what I want. My God.
Now's the time.
That's
Now's the time
we
to find
want
out.
certain outcomes. We want
I
certain
want you to let
outcomes.
Kimberly into the chat.
Kimberly is in
I'm
the
here.
chat right here, right next to you.
I'm
Hey, Kim.
here in the chat, babe.
Excellent.
So Kim, just tell us a little bit about yourself real quick, and guys, don't forget to subscribe. We have like 70 people watching this already. Incredible. Thank you guys so much for watching this.
Well, first I'll start by saying all 70 of you better be subscribed to 11 Jules Break the Rules. Secondly,
Subscribe.
I guess who I am is a recovering former leftist political journalist and content creator with the National File, and temporary part-time reporter on Band.video. Go check out my work. We're doing another live stream with the Magoa soon, and I love nationalism and I love America, and capitalism is the only way to have a sustainable meritocracy. So with that, I will let you all take your digs.
No digs. I like your cigars.
Yes.
Thank
I mean, I'd like to
you.
comment on capitalism promoting meritocracy. That's not true. The only thing that matters in capitalism is your capital. Same with because at this point you could just buy out anybody else. You could stop any upward mobility by just using your resources.
Well, I think capitalism is the only system that promotes a healthy form of competition, which in turn rewards meritocracy.
You
That's
could be
extremely
some.
unhealthy.
You could be. That's not true
Yeah.
at
Oh,
all.
I
You
could
could
just
be
feel the
some.
anger rise up in the chat.
You could be some.
Here's where the dog and I agree.
Capitalism
could
is
be
a genetic shredder. It absolutely is, because it
Yeah,
well,
creates
it's
a
it's an
situation where people who shouldn't be in charge are in charge based on their ability to be mercantile.
But what's
Who cares
I
about that?
disagree. I
What's the
disagree
better
that it's
system?
I disagree that it has to do with genetics either. I mean,
No, but I think
if we look, if
Absolutely
I
is a
agree-
genetic
I
shredder. It
agree-
reduces the average
I
person
agree-
into a drone
I
because they
agree-
need to
I
work
and
in
this
that
agree.
system.
and this comes
But that
from
doesn't-
the
Wait,
the
can I get a word in?
Spandrel-Landian concept of the IQ shredder, but I also think that capitalism is Fumo's shredder more than anything.
Yeah,
Even
yeah, it
above
touches with
IQ
the
shredder.
it touches the
It's
IQ
an.
shredder, but it's more like you said.
think
Yeah.
it's an opportunity shredder. I don't think it has. I think it's an
Yeah.
opportunity. I think capitalism
Only
is an
if you have
opportunity.
no motive or will.
No, not necessarily.
I think it gives
Well, back to
opportunity,
what
but
I
to the
was
wrong
saying,
people.
you
Yeah,
could
that's-
be
that's true.
let me finish. It gives opportunity, but to the wrong people. And unfortunately, you could be some fucking PMC fail son and fail upwards into a job that you're not.
Son.
You could we're run by fail sons.
We are.
Like, you
We're
could
run by
fail
midwits.
upwards.
We're
We
run by
could- we could-
midwits. Exactly.
You could be
Yes.
some.
Yeah.
You could be some PMC fail son and fail upwards into a job that you're not qualified for, and suffer alienation yourself while causing alienation to a bunch of other people. So the idea that capitalism is a meritocracy is not true. But the idea that it's the idea that it's the idea
What,
that it's
so
linked
Marxism
to. Let me
is
finish.
more of a meritocracy
What-
based?
what else is
Let me
closer?
Nonsense.
Let me finish, please. Thank you. The idea that it's linked to genetics is also something that I disagree with. I think that
But I never said
we.
genetics.
No, I'm not
No, you
responding
didn't.
to you.
No,
You
I
didn't.
didn't.
Okay.
I'm not responding to you. Yeah, the gentleman said that
The dog.
it's
dog.
The dog. You can call me
Dog.
the
the
dog. Sorry, the dog said that it's sort of something that inhibits genetic expression in that regard. But I think that it also gatekeeps a lot of people from the opportunities to flourish. For instance, if you're somebody who comes from an incredibly poor background, like I said, poverty has a devastating effect on a person's cognitive development. In terms of the foods that this is scientific, in terms of the foods that you're eating, in terms of the early learning development environments that you're put in terms of, family
your immune
structures
system
as well.
is compromised.
Your
as
immune
well,
system, it's in terms of family structures. Family structures too are more difficult to uphold under poverty. A lot of right-wing people like to talk about traditional values, this, that. Capitalism heavily undermines traditional values.
Yes,
it's very different.
Exactly.
It's very,
You're speaking my language.
It's very difficult.
There's also a lot of right-wing people that are
not
not like free markets, like free market.
Totally. Yeah, totally.
Okay, Angie, here's the only thing. I want to make sure that we get to everybody. We have a really, really big panel here. I really appreciate what you have to say.
Sorry.
Okay, so number one, I think we can have two different conversations here, both of which are very important. Conversation number one is, what is some alternative system that we can have which will enable us to have both prosperity and at the same time tradition, linking up to something that was before, not having us be these bugmen. That's number one. Number two, which is something that Gavin was getting at, and something that I would like to actually talk about first, is choosing the best out of the worst that we currently have, and making sure that whatever we end up choosing isn't going to be something that's going to actually decrease the amount of people that are going to get out of poverty. And just one quick example I wanted to offer back to the Soviet Union, not of the Stalinist 40s and 30s, but of the 70s. So during the 70s, and even before the oil crisis, let's say, the Soviet Union had tons of natural resources. It was an empire. It has so many things that it can utilize, while at the same time, the capital city, St. Petersburg and Moscow, both of them, which you'd expect out of this great big empire to have all the goods you could possibly want, regular people, regular middle-class people couldn't get toilet paper anywhere. We couldn't get basic goods because the actual economic system that was in place did not work. And that brings me again to that question of choosing the best of the worst. And I'd be very interested to hear what Tim has to say about that, as well as Gavin. And then let's go to Peter and Angie.
I just want to quickly interject. Coronavirus happened and I couldn't get toilet paper either. So, one little crisis and capitalism sort of crumbles.
For how long?
Yeah, but in the Soviet Union, it wasn't even a crisis. They were just unable to get it.
That is so glib. It's unreal. So glib.
Whoa.
Jules,
it was a joke. Yeah? It was a joke.
No, hold on,
you were
Angie,
being lighthearted.
Here's the thing. That's pulling like a Jon Stewart, Stephen Colbert bit. I'm sorry, but that is a tactic. That is literally a tactic where people go on and say something and say, it's a joke. It's a joke.
No, I was telling.
Okay, guys, let's calm down.
I thought you right.
I think this is how you think about everything you're saying.
That's what I think. Right? No, I thought you right.
I genuinely think everything out of your mouth. You're thinking about the way you just.
I thought the right wing was supposed to have
a sense of humor. Yeah, we know. But
I thought
you're
you were
just
supposed
bad
to
at
have
telling
a sense
jokes.
of humor. Well, you guys were supposed to be the ones who are chill and have more levity. I wasn't expecting such sensitivity. I wasn't expecting such sensitivity.
Not if you view Red Wing Twitter. My God, that's
triggered. We just don't think.
I was expecting a little more sense. I wasn't expecting so much sensitivity on a little toilet paper joke. For fuck's sake,
babe, you're just not funny.
It's a bad joke. It was just a bad joke. It's not a macro level.
Let's move on, please.
Yeah, let's go to Tim.
We have to avoid internet blood sports level stuff.
Yes,
so.
we're more civilized than that. Let's go to Tim.
So, I guess fundamentally, one of my biggest issues with the concept of shifting gears into a system that allots for making sure there's equal distribution to all involved rather than letting people earn their keep. I can understand the argument that then you get a small collective at the top. Let's say 2%. Let's say 2% ends up controlling the other 98%. And they perpetually develop systems in which if you exclude that group, you are somehow going to be an ist or an obe, and you'll be incapable of participating in the system that 2% perpetuates. We see this happen all over the place. My problem with this is it feeds heavily into what I see as cultural Marxism, in which you need to undermine the nationalist roots of whatever society you're trying to rebuild by demonizing the concepts. Earlier, it was mentioned that the family structure and how important it is. Well, cultural Marxism wants to do away with the nuclear family and do away with the concept of inheritance. And do away with the
No, it
idea that-
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't.
I'm
No,
not
it doesn't.
done
Civil,
talking,
don't
and you will
interrupt.
have your time. Silence. You will have your time. I do not want to be interrupted. It is unbearably rude. Unbearably rude.
Oh God!
Wow.
Oh God!
Guys, that's
Jesus
The
Christ.
idea
you
here
down.
is that if my parents
Someone's,
worked really
like,
hard and
freaking
moved
out.
out of a
Maybe if
crime-ridden
you
area
can't
and they develop a
pause, you
system
should
of
learn to
life they're
mute
capable of
yourself.
passing down to me, then I should not be the beneficiary because. And I can understand where the two worlds meet. One in which the Jenkinsons or the Vanderbilts continue to give their children the houses, the property, the physical capital without the ability to maintain the system that built those structures or earned that property. The problem is, you're right, you run into idiots running the show and they believe their last name is their permission to let them continue to hold the keys. That becomes a problem. But I don't think you can settle it by breaking down the doors to their home and giving their furniture out to the community. I think that
That's
opens the door to a
not-
concept
Please
of
don't
private
interrupt.
rules.
Please don't
Shut
interrupt.
up! Oh my God, you're insufferable.
I'm good.
It's not just, anyway, I'm not going to get into personal stuff. The idea here is that allowing violence and mob rule to work as a system of reorder, as a system of making sure everyone can get an equal hand instead of making sure everyone has to earn their hand, it not only kills incentive via, for instance, I work with Arbor. There's no reason for me to have to cut wood and give it to people who didn't get up off the couch. If there's something that prevents them from working, sure. And the idea that perhaps like the Vanderbilts shouldn't be given an entire city block because their great-great-great-grandfather happened to have enough capital at the time to invest in that entire city block. Well, the name or the act of building it does not guarantee you the right to continue to own it. But at the same time, it does kind of discourage others from wanting to work up to that level. If you say, well, anyone that has a lot of money, there's no way they've earned it. And anyone that has a lot on their own, there's no way they should be allowed to keep it. And if someone has none and you have 5, you should have 3 and they should have 2. Well, I don't understand how that can function on a logical meritocracy. Now, I do get the anarchist motive to a point. I myself was mohawked. I myself threw bottles at cars. I myself was not a good person for a while because I saw a system that excluded my participation because I was low-born. I saw a system that excluded my existence on an equal tier because I was not of the right family caliber. And I understand what it's like to be born into poverty. I understand what it's like to be in prison. I understand what it's like to be an uncomfortable person in a world that looks down on you. But I also get that how I chose to behave determined how I was going to be treated. And in my opinion, if you don't want to play in the system, if you don't want to participate in any way, you can't complain when the system rolls over you. Now, I'm not saying that the system is stacked in a fair way in an untapered diagram. I'm not saying that it's not unfair. But I am suggesting that perhaps instead of trying to institute entirely new systems, simply cordoning off the rogue elements, holding them to a mirror and making sure everyone understands what they're doing and why it's wrong would get us a little farther. Now, the idea of socialism itself, a national socialism isn't that bad if it wasn't soured by the memories of the last couple times it's been tried. But ultimately, you can't have socialism and communist ideas, Marxist ideas in the same time that you're saying borders don't exist and national identity doesn't exist and inheritance can't exist. Because not only, in my opinion, does it kill meritocracy, but it removes the urge for one to participate. Because if you don't exist beyond...
You're talking to a straw man.
I'm not talking to a straw man.
Actually,
I've never heard the chat, no
talking, and
borders,
it's
no
his
walls,
turn,
no
not yours.
USA at all. I'm referring to problems in my own
Those aren't
country
our
first,
positions.
admittedly.
Okay,
Here's how we're
gonna
to
do
the
this.
next person.
Okay, here's how we're gonna do this from
making
now
a
on.
straw man of
Angie,
human.
here's how we're gonna do this from now on. Somebody speaks, we're gonna let him speak, we're gonna let him finish, and we're gonna be civil. So I'm going to make sure that we do that. And also we have Arash Kaki joining us. Arash, thank you so much for joining us. And you are a left economist writing a book on human nature, potential fulfillment in society. So, and you describe yourself as a libertarian left. Before we go further with this conversation, other than what I just said, I would love to hear a little bit more about you, just a bit. So,
Sure. Well, I'm working on a book and doing some research on human nature and society. And the intersection of the two. So in a nutshell, I think you kind of got the gist of what I'm about.
Sounds
excited
good.
to be here.
Excited to have you here. Were you able to listen in on the conversation as it was going on?
No, I'm just
Okay.
joining in cold.
Well, this is going to be a very interesting one. So to bring up to bring up what I was talking about before, my two things are, number one, an alternate system that could be come up with, but first focusing on choosing the best of the worst of what we currently have. As I said before, I was originally born in St. Petersburg, Russia. My family came from a whole history of the USSR and all the things that were involved there, including locking people up in mental institutions if they disagree with the government. But that being said, I want to focus more on the economic aspects, and as far as, let's say, having a more economic mobility for the individual. That is something that's very important to me. So this is why I want to get people's takes on that, economic mobility, and let's pass it on to Gavin. Why do you think that under the current system that we have right now, it has the most economic mobility regardless of all the problems in it? And what do you see in any of the systems that have been attempted with a lot more emphasis on socialism, even on the emphasis of Peter? Because I know, Peter, you are not a big fan of the government taking taking the power from everybody, right? Like, you want a much more decentralized system. I would love for Gavin... And I would love, Gavin, for you to also comment on that, on whether it is possible to create this more commune, decentralized system, and if not, what are the problems that are standing in the way of it? And I would love for Peter and Arash to respond as well.
Sure, thank you. And just make it quick and easy. I'm not defending the current status quo. I think it's far from perfect, but conceptually, capitalism, of all these different economic systems, all these different modes of production, has been proven historically to be the best system to create wealth, to create prosperity, to allow people to rise up social levels of society based on their own merit. Obviously, you could come up with a million different, analogies of, some idiot son of somebody getting into a high position, not through his own merit because of connections, whatever. Sure, but that happens in every system. We're not looking for a utopia. We're not looking for a perfect economic system. We're looking for something that's going to produce the best results for as many people as possible, sort of a utilitarian view of it. And capitalism as a concept is the closest we've ever got to that, and is my belief that it is the best system to achieve the greatest amount of economic and economic prosperity and technological advancement for society as a whole. And again, everything I'm saying here is not a counter to anyone else's specific points. I know we've got drowned out, and that's not my point, or that's not this person's point. I'm just speaking for myself right now. So because of that, you obviously want to have obviously a free market mode of production, and you want to have a system that allows people to make independent decisions, to utilize their own labor, to create their own, have competing different interests, to have incentives, all that kind of stuff. But that doesn't mean capitalism is perfect in and of itself. That doesn't mean the system we have now is perfect in and of itself. There's obviously going to be situations where certain people are going to centralize a lot of power and wealth, where monopolies are going to be created, and we could have a legal system and a government set up that could combat that and counter that, as we've seen throughout history. It's not crazy. I don't think we have to have these absolutes in either direction, where we have to have this pure, utopian ideal of Marxism, or this pure libertarian idea of capitalism. You can have a system where the fundamentals are largely capitalistic, and it's largely based on a free market and incentives, while you still have some sort of structure and legal system to prevent abuse, to prevent overreach, prevent the centralization of power and wealth and resources, like through, say, the tech monopolies, et cetera. So that's my view, and I think that's the majority view of most people on the so-called right, and even in the center, or whatever you want to describe it in the U.S. I think, we've obviously have these neoliberals who are pushing a certain form of sort of corporatist oligarchy, and you have the same type of neoliberals in both parties, Republicans or Democrats. We all seem to agree we hate them based on the earlier discussion, so I'm not going to use them anymore going forward. I do agree with some of the things I've heard Angie and others talk about, sort of in a theoretical, philosophical sense. I didn't necessarily disagree, but the fact remains that wherever you have tried to implement some form of Marxism, please do not interrupt me, anywhere you have tried to implement some form of Marxism, it always devolves into some sort of tyranny. It devolves into sort of an economic destitution. It tramples on people's fundamental rights. And you could always come up with some kind of historical analysis and claim that this Commissar was the wrong person at that time in the revolution. They killed this guy off, and all these different millions of different things and historical anecdotes to say why we didn't achieve that utopia. But the fact remains that anytime it's been tried, it always ends up the same way. I know you brought up China earlier, and they're still, treading getting along. Okay, sure, I'll give you that. But I have not seen a system that was majority or largely capitalist in nature collapse and just completely devolve in any way close to what we've seen communist and Marxist-led nations devolve into. So I just don't see the historical comparisons there where you can point to that that's happened. Please don't bring up feudalism or some, pre-capitalist, mercantilist or whatever type of society as a comparison, because that's intellectually dishonest. So that's my basis. I think honestly we all want the same ends for the most part. I do think we all have a disdain for neoliberalism. Sorry, I don't know. I'm talking for 5 minutes. Excuse me. But anyway, that's the shtick.
I don't think she meant you.
Oh, okay, good. I was going to get...
I would love for Arash to comment on what Gavin was talking about.
Sure. Well, there's definitely a lot to unpack. First, I'd say, regardless of whether we think we can improve upon capitalism, I think it's important to start at least with a fair assessment of it. A fair assessment of its benefits and a fair assessment of its failures. So when looking at some of its failures, there's a lot we can look at. For one, it's undemocratic, right? I mean, this is not anything that should really come as a surprise. Most capitalist workplaces are not run democratically. They're run in a top-down fashion. Then we have a market system, right? And markets, by definition, are also undemocratic. The reason why they're undemocratic is because buyers and sellers can decide upon transactions regardless of the effects of that transaction on anybody else in society. And economists have pointed out through both positive and negative externalities that markets inherently, because they're undemocratic, inherently will lead to environmental destruction. Why? Because when you and I decide whether or not to purchase a good or a service, the costs of the environmental damage that good or service may have on society, either our own society or the earth as a whole, is not taken into account into that price. And so capitalism misprices everything because virtually every item either has a positive or a negative externality. So everything is mispriced. And not only is everything mispriced, but the inherent incentive is to actually further misprice everything. Why? Because as a seller, let's say you're selling some sort of good or service, right? The more you externalize the costs to society of that good or service, the higher your profits will be. So you're incentivized to externalize more costs. As a buyer, you're also incentivized to externalize costs. Why? Because why would you rather pay more for something when you can pay less? Okay, so those built-in costs are being externalized, and that causes what we've seen, over the past 100 years, extreme environmental degradation, and that's inherent to capitalism. Now, again, when I started, I said whether or not we can think of or conceptualize a better system, at least it's important to be honest with what capitalism is good about and what it's bad about, right? So it's undemocratic, it's environmentally destructive, and a third item that I'll point out is that it's inherently unjust. Why is it inherently unjust? Well, on multiple levels. For one, we could start by wages, looking at wages, right? Wages are the price of labor, which are bought and sold on a market system. Markets, prices in markets are reflective of the relative bargaining power of the buyers and sellers. This is an economic fact, right? Prices reflect the relative bargaining power of buyers and sellers. So when the seller of a good or service has more bargaining power, of course, they can increase the price. And when they have less, they can't increase the price. Same thing with buyers, right? So labor, for example, in the United States has not had much increases in bargaining power over the past 40, 50 years, which is why wages have been relatively stagnant. Wages are not reflective of effort. They're not reflective of sacrifice. They're not reflective of time and duration of work. They're not actually reflective of anything we inherently have actual control over. Although, you know, tenuously, we can say that we do have control over some things. But bottom line is that in capitalism, wages are a function of bargaining power. And that's inherently unjust, right? Because our conception of justice and fairness means that we should be rewarded, or we shouldn't be rewarded or punished for things we have no control over, right? Alternatively speaking, we should be rewarded for things we do have control over. Like I said, like effort, sacrifice, how hard we work, how long we work. Those are things that we can control.
What about how smart we work? I
mean, that's so anybody so capitalism is inherently very alienating, right? 80% of workers, right? Because when I started, I brought up the fact that capitalism is inherently undemocratic.
Doesn't mean it's a bad thing. You have tyranny of the majority. I don't know why being democratic is the ideal.
Okay, let me define democracy. Let me define what I mean by democracy, at least. What I mean by democracy is that people should have a say in the decisions that affect their lives in proportion to the degree that they're affected by those decisions. So if a decision only affects you, there should be nobody else who has any right to tell you what to do. That's the heart of libertarian and anarchist philosophy, right?
Can you give an example of something that only affects one individual? Because I can't think of anything offhand.
The color of underwear that I wear. I mean, the color I paint my bedroom.
Well, you led.
Nobody should have the right to tell me what to do if it only affects me, right? But as soon as I want to do something that is now going to affect somebody else, they then should have a say in that decision. Like, I mean, just to make a, obviously silly example, right? We believe in freedom and we believe that people should have control over the decisions that affect their own lives. I don't think anybody here would disagree with that. But should I be able to walk down the street and just punch somebody in the face? Of course not. Why? Because now what I'm deciding to do is affecting somebody else. So at the core or the heart of democracy is who is affected by what, right? Who is affected?
Who determines that, though?
Huh?
Who would determine that, though?
Okay, that's a question that needs to be developed and can be answered. But the ideal, right? The ideal, at least, is that we should have a say in the decisions that affect our own lives in proportion to the degree that we're affected by those decisions. So when we look at, for example, markets, which we talked about earlier, markets take into account buyers and sellers, but they don't take into account anybody else who's affected. So that's what I mean by being undemocratic.
You extrapolate that argument to the fullest. I mean, basically anything anyone does in the marketplace will eventually have some ramifications somewhere. I mean, you led your argument against the capitalist system citing externalities, which in and of themselves could be expanded to include anything. Anything could become an externality, even your underwear, analogy. But before I delve into that, I mean, I know you brought up stagnant wages over the last 40, 50 years. I mean, it's to make that kind of broad statement. I mean, you could look at it specifically, things like, monetary policy and massive inflation and printing of from the Federal Reserve. That has led to a lack of purchasing power. That has led to stagnant wages. And,
but there's no denying that this is basic economic theory. In capitalism, wages are bought and sold on a market system.
Yeah, there's
right?
a price market system for labor like any other good or good
exactly,
or service.
Just like any other good or service.
But what's wrong with that?
What's wrong with it is that prices in a market system, okay, are reflective of the relative bargaining power of the buyers and sellers. So in the case of wages, okay, the relative bargaining power, who's the seller, right? The vast majority of people are the sellers of labor. Who are the buyers, right? Who are the buyers? Employers, right? Okay,
Yes.
so the relative bargaining power between labor and employers is what determines wages.
Bargaining power is not the only factor. If you produce $10 worth of a good or service in an hour, and you're paid $10 an hour, your price for your labor matches your output. I mean, bargaining power.
There's no correlation. There's no
but
economic.
then the employer can find somebody who's poor and be like, "Hey, I'll pay you $5 to
Yeah,
do
that
$10
happens
job."
all the time.
Sure.
That's
That's why we can't have. That's why we can't have open borders and mass migration.
There's zero. There's zero, and you could do the research.
I don't think anyone here advocates for open borders either. There have been quite a few.
Great.
There have been quite a few.
Didn't say
There's
anyone
been
did.
quite a few. There's a Marxist critique of that, but
I'm
there have
glad.
been
I know
quite.
A lot of old Marxists used to be anti-open borders. We're all aware, but I want to.
There's quite a few. I just want to point out that there's been quite a few sort of straw men levied about the position.
I think it was the first time anyone's brought up open borders. But if you don't,
well, no, not.
Move on.
I'm not.
We're having a pedantic point about nothing.
I'm not making.
I mean, right now.
I'm gonna leave. I'm gonna go now because it's like 1 a.m. in the UK, and like I don't particularly enjoy having people be rude to me on something that I was invited on. So I'm gonna go. Thanks for the
Bye. No one has been rude.
Bye, comrade.
Spoke like 40 minutes out of this thing.
I mean, she has been talking over people too, but
she's good. That was performative.
That's called natural selection.
No, that was solid. That was good. That was actually.
No,
I thought a very
thought that
sweet.
we had a good conversation.
Yeah. So I wanted to bring up something that we were talking about earlier to Arash's point, which is choosing the best of the worst. So I know I keep repeating this phrase ad nauseum, but it's very important to me because we could talk all day until the cows come home about, poking holes in the system that we happen to be in. But as far as choosing an alternative system, like Peter, you said that you also like critiquing a lot of things. You put your hat more in socialism as being something that would be effective at alleviating a lot of these problems. What I'm interested in, Arash, is there any example you can show me of a system that, let's say, currently exists or has existed in the last 100 years that has been as closest to the kind of system that you would prefer to live in? And I would make one quick point, which is if you would include like the Nordic countries, they have had a very different kind of culture for an incredibly long amount of time. They have not had the same serfdom or peasantry as the other European nations did, and that already plays a very big you know what I mean? Like, it makes a big difference as far as we can't compare the Nordic countries to the giant United States of America. Plus, also, those countries, a lot of them wouldn't even say that they're socialist. So that's another point altogether.
Because they're not.
Sure. But, okay, good. Then we
that.
can get rid of those countries. Let's talk about where you see the closest possible example to the kind of world that you would prefer to live in today or like in the last 100 years.
Sure. So let me say along a spectrum, right? So I talked about democracy, I talked about environmental, degradation, and I talked about fairness and justice. I look at these things as a spectrum, and I see capitalism here. I see capitalism plus a lot of regulations and sort of social safety nets, a lot to alleviate the worst effects of capitalism here, right? So I certainly would advocate to alleviate the worst of capitalism because, like I said, inherently capitalism is undemocratic, it's unjust, it's environmentally destructive. I could go on and on. But to the extent that we can make it better, I would advocate for that. Now, if you're asking what is my ultimate, sort of vision, I kind of like the anarcho-syndicalist. I like participatory economics.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm very sorry to cut you off, but you're not answering my question, which is, can you give me an example of countries in the last 100 years that have been the closest as possible to your vision?
I'm not going to do that because at one point there wasn't capitalism, right? And someone could have said, well, point to me this crazy idea of capitalism and show me a country that is actually doing this in reality. I mean, to me, it's irrelevant.
Yeah, I mean,
there are
talking about innovation.
Yeah, he is right.
There are hold on.
It's not the best argument.
There are examples that we can look at that sort of embody a lot of these elements, right? But in my personal opinion, we can develop something better than ever that has ever existed. We can develop an economy, right? And let's again, coming into this conversation a little bit cold, I don't know what has been talked about, right? But economics is the study of the production, consumption, and allocation of goods and services in a society. So how can we, as a society, say, we want to do these things, we want to accomplish these functions in society, we want to produce and consume and allocate our goods and services in such a way that they maximize human fulfillment, that they are not oppressive, that they allow people to be treated fairly and equitably, that they allow for the environment to be taken into consideration, that they minimize.
The closest to that is capitalism. Without private property, you have the environment is destroyed. Look at the worst environmental disasters throughout human history. They've happened in places where there were no private property rights, from Chernobyl to all the.
They were done in places where there were people who shouldn't be in charge that were in charge. That's
like the ROC would be a good example of people that just didn't have any ecological awareness being in charge.
Well, I want to touch on what definitely Legit said right now with Arash, which is not having the right people in charge. Do you see that as being a perennial problem when it comes to having any kind of socialist system?
No, all of these are systematic problems. The systematic inherent problem to, for example, state-centered top-down communism, right? The inherent problem is that it's centralized and the incentives are all bad, right? Whereas what I'm talking about, okay, is if you want to look at a societal institution, you have to look at the built-in incentives, right? Capitalism also has bad incentives. Oh shit, sorry.
Careful.
Capitalism, I knocked down my mic. Capitalism, right, for example, rewards people for destroying the environment. It does. I mean, that's a fact, right? The less you give a shit about the environment, the less you give a shit about your employees, the less of that cost you inherit, the less of the cost of the environment you internalize into your company.
If there's a market, for a beautiful environment, you'll have a supplier.
Hold on. The more you will profit. That's a systematic incentive problem. Okay? There are systematic incentive problems with communism too, right? Different ones, okay? But what I want to advocate and what I would like to bring to the table is, can we have the production, consumption, and allocation of goods and services in such a way that we actually have the correct incentives, that we actually are fair and equitable, that we actually are democratic, and we do all.
Can you define correct incentive?
Yes, I will define them.
I just want to say, when you described capitalism, to me it sounded like you were describing a system where that kind of corrosive behavior is
I'll be right back.
kind of protected by the government. Because you look in China, I mean, they're communist and they're much worse than America is. And a lot of the social change you see, a lot of the policies that you see companies adopt, they're not adopting policies because the government told them to. It's because people get upset or communicate clearly. So you might have moments in capitalism where you have these stressors, but that's the process of evolution in general. Like, we could just look at evolution and say, look at all these areas of evolution that are disturbing and problematic. How do we stop it so that everything is so that we kind of create an artificial equilibrium that never changes or something? Like, I don't quite understand the comparison and contrast to communism and capitalism. To me, it sounds like you're as frustrated as I am with corporatism, where you have the government is not acting as a referee, it's acting as an active player, picking winners and losers, creating these winner-take-all situations, and enabling companies to be destructive in circumstances. And it's even worse in China. So when you talk about the pitfalls and evils of capitalism, well, look where it's worse and where it's slower to change.
Okay, so like I said, there are problems with state-centered communism. Right now, if I'm not mistaken, this is a conversation about capitalism. Okay, so the problem that you're talking about, the incentive problem of capitalism, is inherent to even the best case capitalism, right? Even the best case capitalism, whether you believe the best case capitalism is capitalism with no government intervention at all, because some people believe that, or if you believe capitalism is best when the government tries to regulate and minimize the worst effects of capitalism. So regardless of which stance you take, right, whatever is inherent to capitalism, whatever inherent incentives capitalism has, those still exist. And those incentives will always cause those actors within the institution of capitalism, okay, to want to benefit themselves, right? That's what an incentive is. That's logically what it is. So let me give you an example. As the CEO of a firm, okay, if I give a shit about the environment, okay, and unlike my competitors, I want to incur these costs. I want to do better. I want to be better, right? I used to be a business consultant, so I know how difficult it is within capitalism to make good decisions, because you're punished for making good decisions all the time. You want to incur those costs.
Wait,
you will be out. If you want to incur those costs, you will be out competed, and that's a systematic problem. That's a systematic problem.
Gavin.
Okay, so the incentives that you're talking about, every firm and every individual could have different wants and needs. We were referencing the environment.
No, profit.
Let me finish. Yeah, sure, profit. Okay, but also if I want to buy a property, if I want to own land, I want the environment around it to be nice, to be pretty. So there is an incentive there not to have environmental destruction, and then you could achieve that through the incentives formed within capitalism. Let me finish. No. Yes, that's true. And if we had extension of property rights into areas that are currently not covered, whether it's better rights in terms of air rights or subterranean rights or into the water, whatever it is, that could create a system where certain individuals and actors within the market who are polluting and destroying the environment of that area could be subject to liabilities. That currently doesn't exist in the fullest form. Let me just finish. I'm just using this as an example, obviously, because we talked about.
I'm agreeing with you.
Okay, great. So but to attack capitalism because the legal system hasn't caught up to the fact that we have a post-industrial world and there's different forms of pollution. That's not a flaw of capitalism. That's a flaw of the judicial system that hasn't caught up to expand property rights. That was just one point. I understand the profit is the greatest obvious incentive, but there are plenty of people. There's a massive market and a massive demographic for a good environment, for feel-good policies. I mean, corporations today, even in our flawed system, they flourish on good PR, on good marketing, on promoting themselves as being, helping the environment, helping all these different social causes. that's still going to exist, even if it doesn't directly lead them, even there's not a direct correlation with profit. That's another aspect, that's a nuance, the marketing, the PR, how these firms present themselves, that only exists within capitalism and does act as an incentive for them. So, I mean, that's just a few things. I think the incentives, not everyone's like making a coal plant, and that's not the only form of like 19th century capitalism. Like that's like the only, that's like a straw man. I mean, that's my point. So,
okay. So, yes, by giving those, okay, let's step back. Let's actually ask, what would be the most efficient norm for pricing goods to have the most efficient and optimal number of goods and services produced, right? To answer that, right, and this is, if you've taken an economics class, you may have you might remember Pareto optimal, okay? So the Pareto optimal amount of goods and services, right, is when all those who are affected by a particular transaction, right, are able to somehow register their preference in proportion to the degree that they're affected by that decision, right? So the ideal, the most perfect and efficient and environmentally, sustainable way of allocating goods and services is for those who are affected by all of these decisions to have a say in proportionate to the degree that they're affected. So you brought up property rights, right? So yes, is there examples where by me owning a property next to, a factory, I can then, put on some, pressure to reduce, the output because now it's affecting my property, and then I can take them to court, and then we could go into the political and the judicial system to alleviate the pollution that this factory is causing right next to my private property. Is there some truth to that? Yes, there's some truth to that, right? But the problem, right, the main problem, right, is that different people are going to be affected at different levels, trillions upon trillions and upon trillions of times, because every single time there's a transaction in the economy, it's going to be, somebody's going to be affected, right? So how can we do that? And it turns out, right, there's economic models, which I brought up at the beginning, which I said I advocate for participatory economics, which looks to actually do that, right? Looks to bring those costs to be realistic to the actual costs that they're having towards the effects of people, right? So that would be the ideal.
Okay, and that makes rational sense. If I may just contribute this concept here, if we're going to continue to speak about this economically, we have to remember we can't autistically disconnect economy from culture, especially in the culture of the areas in which the economy is functioning. For example, in a very rural area, they require a different level of, social welfare programs, and they require a different type. So to say that in places like New York City or Baltimore, Maryland, they require more welfare programs that has to then be directly translated into ultimately either lower wages or companies that are going to be aware they're going to be taxed more heavily if they operate in those areas. So if you get your agriculture from somewhere that's rural and you're bringing it into a city, there has to be some sort of a conversation at some point between state government, probably federal, looking over their shoulder to determine that the tax rates adjust so the guy who's growing the corn isn't getting screwed out of his money, and the guy importing the corn to give it to people who can't feed themselves aren't getting screwed. And at the same time, the problem that I see is we have a usury-based system in which those who are signing paperwork are demanding a percentage for their signature, when instead it should be their job simply to allocate for their own, the people that have elected them, for their own electorate. And I think that, and the only reason I use the term autistic is because there tends to be an emotional separation when we come to numbers that shouldn't exist, because the idea of having a whole country, a system in which I should care for someone who's born with an IQ of 55. It's not his fault. If he can just retread tires, it doesn't mean his labor should determine that, okay, because he can only do 2 tires a day, we don't execute him. That's not the way this country works. We have to find a way to make sure that everyone is, to some degree, I agree, equivalent to their output, cared for. Now, I'm not advocating for a system, obviously, that flips everything on its head. I think that to some degree what we have right now is workable. The problem is where greed clashes with what should be a culture of compassion, and not compassion like you need to Hare Krishna and you need to give away all your belongings and you need to go to the airport and you need to try to convert people to your belief system. I mean that compassion in the sense that it doesn't make any sense to overtax anybody for any reason, and it certainly doesn't make any sense to say that the tax rates should be equal across the board. I think that a way that a rural community works should logically be directly comparable to how its money need be spent. So if you have a situation in which people are merely doing paperwork, as happens mostly in Manhattan, for example, more of the money in Manhattan gets passed hand to hand through paper signatures, not through sweat. And that's an unfortunate reality. America was built to be a bounty of the land, providing for its occupants. Now it's turned into trading blocks of debt with each other, as we no longer even have a gold standard. Our money's, the fiat currency system is insane. So at the same time that I agree, maybe we can shift numbers on a page to make it a little more equal. You continue to talk about injustice before. I'm of the opinion that we're not equal. We're only equal under the law. Fundamentally, Yao Ming is going to be far superior to me at doing things that require height. And, The Rock is going to be far superior to me at doing things that require lifting heavy things. And someone who's spent their entire life counting toothpicks out of the corner of their eye to an accurate number is going to be much better at me than any form of economics. But at the same time, as an orator or as an arborist or as, whatever skill I might have, I may be more skilled than the next man. We're not equal fundamentally. The beauty of, in my opinion, this country's Magna Carta-based law, the way that our legal system runs, is we are supposed to provide equality under the law, being expected to perform at the same level as long as we're cognitively capable of doing so. And my big fundamental problem there is there are those who, in a corporatist structure, have allowed themselves to be born the CFO of the Vanderbilts, born the CFO of whomever, and now they no longer have to do the same as the next man. They're not expected to sweat. They're not expected to perform. They're merely expecting to get fed. And that problem comes down to personal responsibility, which in my opinion, you find that in every country across the planet has a level of cultural responsibility imparted upon their members. Even in Saudi Arabia, in China, in Japan, in North Korea, there's a level of personal responsibility expected to a lowly farmer who gets kicked instead of fed while he's expected to grow. Versus in Japan, there are people who are expected to do nothing but get 110% on every exam until they are given whatever other position they'll have to, again, autistically move numbers across a page. I mean, we have to remember that we're human beings more than anything else. And I can look at someone and say, I know you're not doing your share. And to then demand something more of me because of where I live or because of the industry I have or because I happen to have a more profitable quarter, to demand more of me while I know for a fact they're not pulling their weight, that makes me angry. And I don't like to be an angry person, but that makes me very, very angry. And I think that fundamentally we need to have a conversation, or need to be able to have a conversation that addresses that, to speak of the economy in capitalist versus communist versus Marxist versus anarchist. A lot of this is playing in the bathtub with rubber ducks. It does not directly translate. We're talking about chess when there's real people involved. And I think that to tell someone they can be expected to lean on the crutch of government, that feeds into a system in which you have inner cities where people are born 12 people to a house because they're getting more because there's more children in the house, and they're getting paid more but from the government to survive. And they've now built a culture around surviving that way, in that manner. And I think that the personal responsibility, it shifts its focus. You're no longer expected to go out and try as hard as you can. You know that every child you have is $600 a month. And if you have 8 of them, it goes up to $750. And if there's not a second parent in the house, it goes up to $850. And unfortunately, we can't pretend there aren't maggots in the wound of that horrendous problem, because there are people who their whole system is eating the rot that is created from this bloated system. And I'm not trying to call people anything but what they are. I mean, I grew up in a family that unfortunately was well below the poverty line. I had to earn it myself at 25. It was incredibly strenuous. And to look back and say, I know for a fact my friends are scamming and laughing about it, it's unfortunate, but they're not my friends anymore. Because after, you can only tell a person so many times, you got to get up off your ass and get it yourself. I'm not going to get it for you. Your legs aren't broken. You can only say that so many times before I completely understand why some people go for anarcho this, or they go for uber nationalist that, or they want to cut into direct into communism. Usually it's because they feel like they weren't given a fair shake, when in reality, they didn't want to have to do the work. And I'm not trying to discredit anybody's ideology. You seem like you do pay sincere attention to the concepts you're trying to impart. If I could give any criticism at all, I feel as if you're being a bit autistic about it. You've got to remember people are involved here, and to blame capitalism as a whole and say capitalism is unjust. No, people are unjust. An autistic system that doesn't know people exist cannot be imparting injustice unto other people. If everybody actually pulled their rope, I agree, capitalism requires starving people on the fringes to keep the middle striving for the top, to keep the poor terrifying the middle. I get that. I've been on the bottom.
Wait, though. What about capitalism? It's not just capitalism, because it's illegal to go feed people. Like, if someone was a wealthy, aspiring philanthropist and said, you know what, I want to go outside today, I'm just going to feed everyone that crosses my path. They need a permit to do that. In fact, it's illegal to do.
Yes.
So
Jules,
the fact that you could have, you require starving people on the fringes is actually a government requirement, not a capitalist requirement.
I mean, government has a monopoly on all of our lives through its ability to say, you can work, you can't work. I was not considered a necessary labor. Cops yelled at me for cutting things on my own property when I wasn't allowed to go to work. They didn't tell me to stop when I told them this isn't commercial, this is private, go away. I said, I'm not wearing a mask, social distance from me, go away. But the idea here is, and by the way, I don't know if you heard me. I did miss you, but it's good to hear your voice, Jules. But yeah, I agree. The monopoly here, the big problem that we have is the government has built itself in a position where it can decide to allocate when it wants to be socialist and when it wants to be capitalist and when it wants to be anarchist. It can tell you when you're allowed to work, when you're not. It can tell you what grass is okay to pollute and what isn't, when you can dump your oil in the drain and when you can't. They're just it's like gun laws. Some places you have to have your gun visible. Some places you can't know I have it. You legitimately, it's against the law. In Connecticut, for example, it's against the law for you to go into a grocery store and for them to see your pistol. But if you have your permit and it's invisible, totally legal. In other states like California, open carry is mandatory. I've seen it up in Alaska too. You got to have 3 down jackets on and an external holster. It's completely backwards. Why do they have it that way? Because we've allowed autistic disconnects between what's supposed to be legitimately intelligent and forthright and forward thinking versus what rewards us now, what placates the squeaky wheel, what gives the grease where it needs to go. We've become afraid of our ability to mandate. And when we have a mandate, we don't want to offend. And it's like the people in power, in my opinion, there shouldn't be millionaires leaving Congress when you get paid 100 and something grand a year. You live in the most expensive districts in the country. Look into that. Why are you passing favorable legislation and to whom? I think that the whole system itself is built on a 2-tier, 3-tier, 6-tier system. And those who are really benefiting, they will keep squabbles like this between us, the citizenry, instead of ever having to have their hand forced to actually legislate to the benefit of citizens. I should be able to feed whomever. I can understand why I can't, because people poison people and because people don't like what they consider to be societal cancer. But at the same time, that's not everyone. And the fear of the small percentage instead of analysis of the small percentage means they throw a wet blanket over the whole situation. They don't want to see a fire. They see smoke, they freak out. It's like in grade school. Dodgeball got taken away from schools because the one fat kid got pegged too many times. And I agree, no one should have been pegging him with balls. Teacher should have stepped in. Doesn't mean no one's allowed to play dodgeball anymore. We have this disconnect where we pretend we're not people. We pretend we can't talk to each other and say, hey, bro, what are you doing? What are you doing right now? We pretend that conversation can't happen. We attach it to race. We attach it to creed. We attach it to where you were born. No. If you can get into the idea that the Constitution pretty much tells you how to behave and what to believe, and you can agree to that, or you can try to argue against it, but you can't just say, I'm not going to participate, then you should starve. Quote Winston Churchill, let them starve.
All right, I want to pass this on right now to the rest of the panel, and we have a few more people here. We have Nyle Elkim. Am I saying that correctly?
Nyle Elkim.
Nyle Elkim, thank you so much for joining us. And we have my friend John Gonzalez back with us. John, how are you doing?
Hey, John.
So,
good to see you again.
You're muted, bud.
Yeah, we got to unmute John. Here we go.
Lower left.
John, can you hear us?
Oh, yeah. I'm sorry. Yeah, it's great to have you here.
It's great
to be here, guys.
It's great of you to be here. Now, John, you are an expat from Venezuela, and this is a subject that I would be very interested in talking about. But before that, I would also want to address something that Arash was talking about. Arash, you were talking about a system you want to have that has not really existed as far as any existing example of a country. What did you say the name of that system was? Can you tell it again?
Participatory economics.
Participatory economics. So I would be very interested to know more about how participatory economics works, but also if there are certain things we should be aware of before going into the system. As far as I personally think that there is always going to be some hierarchy, there's always going to be some elite. And my concern is when we have countries where we have these dictators, these communist dictators who say that we are for the people, we are a democracy, yada yada, and this has been going on for a very long time. How do we avoid those people from getting into power? Because I personally think there's always going to be this gap that's going to get filled by these people. So I would love to get your input, and then I would love to hear from John and Nyle.
Sure, but I'm not exactly clear what the question is.
Well, the question is, under your system, the one that you are proposing, how do we avoid these power gaps?
Okay, so just to take a step back, we talked about when we look at institutions, right, in a society, right? Institutions are collections of roles that people play in a society, right? My daughter right there. So you can look at the institution of slavery and say this institution is inherently unjust and inequitable and undemocratic and X, Y, and Z, and it's oppressive for all these different reasons. And you can say that's bad, and you'd be right. Okay. When I look at capitalism, I say it's also bad because it's undemocratic, it's inherently unjust, and various other reasons. Okay. Now, if we want to start by looking at what a good economy might look like, right? The first thing I would ask would be, well, what are the power dynamics? And I think that's very relevant to the topic of this conversation, right? To me, like I said earlier, my definition of democracy means that people should have a say in decisions in proportionate to the degree that they're affected by decisions. And participatory economics embodies that. What that looks like is in workplaces, right? A particular department, if a decision only affects that department, then that department can handle that decision. If a decision only affects me as an individual worker, then I can unilaterally make that decision. But if it's a decision that affects the whole workplace, then the whole workplace can make that decision together. So it's an inherently democratic workplace, right? In terms of allocation, it's very different than markets, and it's very different than state-centered communism, in the sense that it's actually decentralized, right? Where buyers and sellers, or consumers and producers, right, work through, right, councils to properly price and allocate goods and services. Now, it's a longer conversation, so I'm not going to go into too much detail, but what I will say is that to the best way possible, it tries to give people a say in the decisions in proportion to the degree that they're affected. So if a decision affects a neighborhood, right? If the decision is to build, a factory in a neighborhood, then they actually get a level of say, not all the say, right? But just to the degree that they're affected by that decision, they get that much of a say, okay? And then something that Tim mentioned, which I was really happy to hear, right? He mentioned hard work, right? To me, if you believe that hard work or effort or the duration of your work is something that should be remunerated, right, then you would be anti-capitalist, because capitalism by definition does not reward hard work. It does not reward duration of work, and it does not rewards effort or sacrifice.
Just
capitalism by definition.
Yes.
Let me just last sentence.
Okay.
By definition, capitalism rewards bargaining power. So participatory economics actually does what it sounded to me Tim was actually talking about, that if you work hard, right, you should be rewarded for your effort and your sacrifice.
Arash, what's the difference between corporatism and capitalism?
Between what?
Corporatism.
Corporatism?
And capitalism. However you want to pronounce it. I say corporatism.
I mean, they're both capitalism, right? I mean, corporatism, my understanding, is when corporations have a very large say.
More honest than the other. To say that, or like economic
Wait,
system.
by the way,
is
Helio, we're
more
not going to make the same
corporate.
mistake again.
Helio,
Your
before-
audio is
Yeah.
really loud. Your audio is really loud. We're not
Can
going to make that
Arash
same
answer
mistake
that
again.
first? Can Arash answer that first?
Yes.
Helios,
And
as
also,
well?
your audio is too loud. You got to step away from the mic.
It's a headset.
Can you grab that thing a little bit further away? Otherwise, I can manually adjust it, but it is really, really loud. Well, let's
better?
Yes, that is better. Let's go to Arash.
I mean, corporatism isn't really a word I use, right? But my understanding of it is when corporations have a huge amount of power and control over society, and it overflows into the political arena, right? So
what would be the difference between that and capitalism?
They're both capitalism.
To you. Oh, they're both capitalism to you.
I mean, capitalism is, market allocation.
No, it's very clear, because listening to you speak, that's made me curious what you thought the difference between corporatism and capitalism was. And you say there's no difference. So it makes you very easy to understand now.
Okay.
So I also want to bring now Helios Logos in this conversation as well. But before Helios, I wanted to get to John and then to Nyle. So, John, you've been hearing a bit of this conversation so far. I'd be interested in what you think of it and what you think in terms of power gaps, like the system that Arash was talking about. Is it possible to create it without having people step in there and take charge and move this democracy into a tyranny? As somebody said before, democracy was referred to as tyranny of the majority, which then leads to tyranny proper. So, John, I'd be very interested in your take.
Sure. Well, there are a few things that I happen to hear. I don't know what exactly I can talk about, but maybe there are a few points that I can talk about that I understood from what I heard. The first point with the power gap. I think I could be wrong, but I don't think there is actually any historic proof or something like that that shows that when someone is given that amount of power, that much power, it doesn't get corrupted. When you get to decide a lot of things from people, from corporations, from everything in a country or everything in a regime, they usually get corrupted. Power corrupts. That's just what happens. And whatever type of system you're gonna have, either capitalism, either socialism, either whatever system you wanna have, you're always gonna have to have someone or some people in charge of making decisions. If you have everyone at the same level doing the same, making the same decision, you are never gonna get a straight answer or a straight solution to any problem. You're just gonna get a bunch of ideas and everyone just going to whatever side they prefer, and you're never gonna be able to move through. So that's the problem, right? That's always the problem with any system. It's how do you prevent people from getting corrupted with power? And I think every government everywhere in the world, it always struggles with that fact.
Would you say that society necessitates hierarchy?
Sorry, what?
Would you say that society necessitates hierarchy?
If it necessitates?
Yeah. Does it necessitate hierarchy? Is there always going to be hierarchy?
Because you said that people can't come to a collective decision, that there has to be someone in charge to make that decision finally, or else it's all just going to be everybody constantly arguing over which idea that they think we should be pursuing. But it takes the leader to say, this is the one we're going to do, and I don't want to, that's it.
I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to be one person who steps in and says, I'm the one who's deciding. It can be a consensual decision of who is going to make that argument. For example, let's say we are a group of friends and we are going to go have dinner somewhere. There's always going to be a hierarchy on who is going to take the lead on where we're going to eat at the end of the day. To place it on a position of government, let's say we have a, healthcare people who's going to make decisions on something about healthcare. You know, there's going to be a lot of people in that department, a lot of people managing papers or stuff, you know, a lot of people involved in just that department. But there has to be some kind of consensus in the people inside on who is going to, or what people is going to take the final note, you know. Let's say we are all going to vote that this person has the best judgment for, I don't know, for when in terms of supply. This person has the best judgment in terms of procedures or stuff like that. You know what I mean? So it's if you have everyone on the same level or on the same position to decide, it's gonna be way more troublesome than having a smaller group of people deciding on something.
So you're saying basically that hierarchy is, if not beneficial, then it's just, you know, it's easier, or it's more.
It tends to have
efficient.
less issues when you want to get to resolution of any problem, you know, in that way. At least that's how I see it.
I mean, it seems to be pretty clear across most civilizations that hierarchy seems to sort of self-organize and arise in all of them.
This would be
most of the time.
Well, this would be a
That's
good point to bring on
right there.
Nyle. So, what do you think of what was just discussed as far as hierarchy goes?
Yeah, it's just Nile like a river in Egypt. But
Nile.
that's cool. Yeah. Wow. There's so much stuff in this conversation.
And can you tell us a little bit about yourself though before?
Yeah. My name's Nyle Elcom. I have a YouTube show, Nyle Elcom versus the World. I also have a co-hosted show, Political Hack and Slash, with Chris Richards, and then another with two co-hosts, which is The Annihilation Cage with Marcus J. Cage and Alyssa Vieira. I just do political stuff. I'm also an artist. But you know, lifelong curmudgeon and dissident. But yeah, do you want me to talk about hierarchy and whether
please.
it's necessary? Yes. Okay, so hierarchy. So I mean, we can think of the efficiency of hierarchy in that you don't need to consult other people to make a decision, right? So it's useful when you want to do something quickly. There's a cost to slowing down the process and taking in other people's input, right, on what you're going to do. And that's generally what democracy is going to kind of approximate, is kind of a group intelligence, right, that we're all, and preference, right? So that's going to take time. Sometimes it depends on the granularity of your role. Sometimes, like if I'm painting, do I go to this edge? Am I going to go to this level of specificity and cleanness, or am I going to do it a little rougher? Right, that might be my decision, right? Because having committee come in and decide exactly how that's going to be taped off and prepped, maybe that's just too inefficient. There's too high of a cost, right, to always be doing that. Sometimes the decision is large enough that it makes sense to involve everybody. So there's no, like, people always want to be reductive about this because they want some like formula, like it's the fucking Bible and the 10 Commandments of this is when hierarchy is okay and this is when it's not okay. What's not okay is unjustified hierarchy. So that's like inherited hierarchy. I have a powerful position in society because of who my parents were, right? That's bullshit, right? So your own and your ability to have merit from your childhood should not be so determined by who your family was, because that's a big waste of potential, right? So if your parents were a coal miner, you being destined to be a coal miner, just based on all of the factors around you, would be nonsense. But hierarchies do arise, and there are legitimate ones. If I want to learn how to do carpentry, the most experienced carpenter who's actually willing to teach it is probably going to be listened to and given deference, right? Because I'm going to, he knows what he's fucking doing. I'm going to listen to him. So he doesn't need any artificial outside mechanisms, either monetary or institutional, to tell us all to listen to him, right? He or she commands that respect just from what our knowledge of them is, right? So hierarchy happens naturally, but we have a lot of artificial hierarchy, and a lot of that doesn't justify itself and needs to go away. And a lot of that's economic. And I do want to, like, one thing that always bothers me is people always try to conflate that government in a capitalist system is like a socialist part of capitalism. It's not. Our government in our capitalist system is a capitalist government. It serves capitalism and it serves capitalists, right? So corporatism is, you got laissez-faire, corporatism, they're different business, they're different ways of enforcing power, right?
Sure. But it also serves its own existence, right? It wants to exist, and it's going to ensure anything possible for it to exist, like the teachers' union, for example.
Right. Well, but you have to think of it as an organ of a larger body. Government in our system is basically organized and kept in place by the financial backing and other backing of other non-government organizations, political action groups, think tanks, all kinds of things to keep the people in power. So it's organized by the people who have the most leverage to affect who's in power and the design of government, right? So the idea of the deep state kind of people or the deep government people that are like creating the shape of government, some of that, there's some like internal truth to that, but it's like that's the minor story. The major story is that rich people decide how our government is going to be defined and operated. And we know this from the Stanford study, right? We know this because the will of the people just doesn't fucking matter on any important issue. It's only what the top 10% or 1% want that happens. And so if you're upset at government, you should be upset at capitalists, right? There's no separation. Trying to divide them and criticize one. And if we got rid of government, by the way, rich people would just create their own government. If you think there weren't rules before there was like an organized institutional bureaucratic government, that's just not the fucking case. Okay, there are plenty of rules, and they brute squads to enforce those rules, and decision making came down to one person. Anyway, sorry. I don't know if I'm
that's a good take, and I think a lot of us would agree with what you had to say. My interest here lies more in exploring what are the possible alternatives here, and Arash mentioned one. I'd be curious what everybody thinks of that. So as far as I understand, it is not a system where there would be this big government, these commissars who would in charge of everything. In a way, it would be, Lenin talked about the dictatorship of the proletariat. Would you say that is close to what you want, or not exactly?
Okay, it's not. So yeah, the idea of the tyranny of democracy is just on its face laughable. It's Orwellian, right? So what you're saying is that the many ruling over the few, I guess, is invalid, but the few ruling over the many is valid. Like it's upside down. So
neither are valid.
Says,
I think it's also the wrong conception, the wrong framing of democracy, right? Because we were talking about earlier, if we think of democracy as being only those who are affected being the ones having a say, then the corollary is that if a decision doesn't affect you, you shouldn't have a say, right? If a decision only affects my family, nobody should have a right to come into our home and tell us what to do if it doesn't affect anybody else. And I think that extrapolates or should extrapolate to all of society. Only those who are affected by decisions should be the ones to have a say in those decisions.
But somebody in your case has to be a mediator who would say, this is how this decision affects this person, that person. Already, so you're creating a hierarchy where somebody's going to be responsible.
So we want societal institutions, right, that inherently embody, right? So let's start by saying that no ideal of decision making or justice or anything can ever be perfectly attained, right? Even in capitalism, right, we don't have, even though, like we said, wages are a function of bargaining power, that's sometimes there's gray areas to that. You know what I'm saying? There is no perfect anything and anything that has anything to do with society, right? The idea is that the closer we get to a society where those who are impacted by decisions are the ones who get to have a say in those decisions, the better. And the further away we get from that, the worse, right? I'm not saying it's ever going to be perfect.
The question would be, by what basis are you predicating that particular image of thought on democracy and democratic action? Why do you think that it's correlated to a moral good? Why do you think a massification of power in society is going to deliver you to more quote unquote just outcomes? And what moral framework do you picture that, because
thank you for that question.
And because the contention would be that when it comes to hierarchy, when you have sort of a more let's say metaphysical objectivist standpoint or traditionalist standpoint, you would say that if you have a justification of certain hierarchies embodied in higher principles and transvalued principles, then you would have to necessarily view the sort of decline from democracy into tyranny. This is like, classic Platonic metaphysics, right? You would have to necessarily view that massification as something producing outcomes that are antithetical to the value systems of a nation or a people. So this is always the problem with sort of when people view democracy or equality as an objective good. There isn't it's an image of thought that can't be questioned, or rather people don't take the time to really think of why just a base egalitarianism is always an ideal outcome.
I really love that question, and actually that's a huge part of the research that I'm doing in the book that I'm writing. Actually, I'm looking at human nature, right? So as an example, right, humans have consciousness. We have the ability to think, we have the ability to plan, we can conceptualize things in our minds, right, before we act upon them. We can weigh decisions, right? But here's the thing. Exercising our consciousness to affect our lives is a source of fulfillment. It brings pleasure. And when you take that away from people, right, in the example we talked about slavery, right? Why is slavery so oppressive? When you take away the ability for people to consciously exercise their thoughts into the things that affect them, you create alienation, you create oppression, right? So my view is a very humanist view. It's a view that I seek to maximize human fulfillment, right? So that people can live their lives freely, that they can have control over the decisions that affect them, and ultimately to be fulfilled and to minimize oppression. And that's my stance.
We have
that's the humanist.
Sounds like Gennady.
But that's a fundamental problem, I think. Like, that's, again, this is what I'm saying. There's a lot of literature that sort of pushes against that classical humanism, even not just from the right, of course, but also you could say various critical theory, like Michel Foucault, for example, his famous anti-humanism about pushing back against this idea of the subject being fulfilled, like what is there to be fulfilled. But we could talk about that. But sorry, okay, Lev, maybe what do you?
Well, I would love to get a comment from John, but also we have a comment from Buff saying black segregation was the many over the few. Well, I guess that's a question.
And it depends on what's that segregation in a black majority place or a black minority place. I mean, it would depend on the specific, but I think most people, unless there's something really wrong with you, can admit that segregation was wrong, right? So this is always the problem with capitalism. If you go back through capitalist history, every generation before the current generation, generally, everyone recognizes as having horrible institutional relations between racial groups and labor groups and the powerful, right? Because there's always a constant propaganda effort to maintain the idea that the current state of things is just and okay, or like just needs some tweaks, but it's not. It's always fucking horrible, right? Like between 2008 and now, black wealth has basically not moved at all. And this, and if we talk about, if we talk about it in a racial frame, like it's just fucking horrific, and we can see the problem. So either your conclusion from American history is that black people are inferior, or that capitalism means that the money you start out with as a group is going to determine your destiny as far as your future earnings. And this is what we see. We see that because black people are freed and given basically nothing, right? That poverty maintains itself, and people that had money have been able to increase that wealth.
Well, by the way, we're gonna have Hotep Sophia on shortly, and I would be very interested in her take on this.
Beast.
Yeah, she's got a lot to say about the subject. But also, I wanted to bring John Gonzalez. John, you want to make a point earlier? Oh, unmute.
Sorry. Yeah. So is this a point from what I think it's Mr. Arash? Did I say it correctly? Yeah. Okay. So part of the principle, the humanist principle, I would say the more the more humanist and more, I guess, left-leaning principle of humans, of everyone equal and everything like that. The problem is what comes with it, like what's behind it. It's not just the people. Let's say, what happens with the people who don't want to understand what they are going to have to vote to bring an example. Let's say, I think it's safe to say that most people don't research that much to vote on something, let's say government-wide. I think it's safe to say that most people is not gonna read every news that comes, and most people is not gonna read the hundreds of papers of policies and stuff that the politicians are making or proposing. So the problem with this thinking is, or with these ideas, is that how are you gonna take the position or the knowledge of a person who is constantly, or who just gave their lives in studying a specific subject, let's say economics. How would an economist vote be worth the same on economic policies as mine, who I'm not an economist? I do a lot of research, but there are a lot of things that I don't understand. So we are both affected the same, because we are under the same country, the same laws, the same whatever, and whatever policies will come out will be the same. But his point has more worth in a knowledge perspective than mine. How would you, Mr. Arash, handle that situation?
So the example that Nyle gave, I think, is a good one. The expert carpenter. I think there will be, of course, and there should be room for expertise in any good society. There should be room for people who study and who love and are passionate about certain topics. And we should welcome that and encourage that, and incentivize it, right? But that shouldn't give somebody power over other people. They can express, this is the right way to build this cabinet. And probably more people will listen to them if it's logical and reasonable. So they will have, great say, but not because they get a final sort of dictatorial say, right? I think, and it's interesting, John, that I think when you started, if I remember correctly, you talked about power corrupts, right? So part of that, right, part of the problem of giving people dictatorial power in that sense, even if it's, because somebody's an expert in economics, is that power will eventually corrupt that person. That's human nature, right? Power corrupts, as you said. So we want there to be experts. We want there to be, expertise, but we don't want dictatorships. We want those people to express their knowledge to others, and then for people to make the decisions for themselves.
I'm sorry, it's just to make a bit more clear the point I was trying to make. I just do the extremes on expertise, just to try to make it clear. But I'm mostly talking about people. Let's say people who just don't want to know, like people that I just don't care. I just don't care about economics, and I don't care about these things. I know it affects me, but I just don't care to even look at it, or to even study it or to understand how it goes. I'm just gonna vote, I don't know. I like this guy because he's funny. I'm not just gonna vote.
Oh wait. Could I bring another example, John? So in Venezuela, if I'm correct about this, there was a time when Chavez brought a lot of goods that were in the stores, just gave it away completely for free for people, regardless of what that happened to do afterwards. Is that correct? Am I getting that right or no?
Yeah.
So
goods, companies,
sure.
Jobs, money, everything.
So that to me personally is the biggest problem that I see in this whole idea, where sure, if we're talking about a good carpenter, we're still talking about like a building or a particular project. But as we keep having this be applied more and more to something like the state, then we have somebody like Chavez coming in, nationalizing everything, taking all the stuff, giving away for free.
Nationalize everything. He didn't nationalize everything. It's a capitalist country. he took oil revenue and he used it, that fund, to benefit the people of Venezuela. It's still a capitalist country. The people you see in the protests, the white protests, the very white protests, those are all the capitalists that are still in the country. The reason that they have such a collapse in the public programs is because it's all tied to the price of oil. So when the price of oil collapsed, they lost all their funding. I mean, it's like Alaska has that dividend they give out, right? Except on a larger scale. But it's not a country where everything's nationalized. Where oil was nationalized, and we're very upset about that because, I don't know if you know this, but America has kind of this thing about oil. But using Venezuela as an example, I think for any kind of socialist comparison, is really silly. They're less socialistic than like Norway or Denmark.
John, would you agree with that?
Not at all. How is Venezuela a capitalist country?
You have capitalism, you have markets, you have people that own stores, you have people hoarding resources. This is what's happened. How do you not know that?
By the way, John is from there. John is an expat.
I'm from Venezuela.
How do you not know that Venezuela? I know. I caught that. How do you not know that Venezuela is a capitalist country? Are there rich people in Venezuela? Do they own stores?
Government.
What?
Governments, drug dealers, stuff like that.
Government owns everything in Venezuela, or are there rich people?
Well, most of the country is owned by the government.
Most of the country is owned by the government.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true. I don't think.
Well, you're actually dealing with somebody who's from there.
Expat. He's an expat from Venezuela.
Most of the private companies, the big companies in Venezuela that were private market.
So the people supporting Juan Guaido are all working in the salt mines, and they're just coming out of the salt mines in their really nice three-piece suits, protesting for Juan Guaido. Because this is not what happens in Venezuela.
Yeah, but that's another subject. That's another subject. It
is a subject, because if we're going to use Venezuela as an example of we're gonna use Venezuela as a proxy for socialism to attack socialism, we have to establish whether Venezuela is actually a socialist country. It's a country with socialist programs.
Real socialism has never been tried.
Well, actually, it has, and
been
it's
on a
succeeded
small
quite
scale,
well. I'll get into that.
but it generally has gotten.
But I mean, what market are you talking about, Venezuela? Can you name one company besides Polar and one private company in Venezuela?
I'm not an expert on all the various companies in Venezuela. I can
because they are not basically big private market companies in Venezuela. There are basically none. Most of the companies left. Most of the American companies and international companies left from the country.
Okay, it's all right. I mean, you know.
Okay, so
I mean,
I have a question.
Give me an example.
I have a question
on the specific companies, but I don't.
Because this is obviously not going anywhere. Why are we saying that power corrupts necessarily? Why is that being thrown around like it's some sort of concrete truth? Because I don't think that's true. Why does power absolutely corrupt?
So I'll give my take.
Yeah, go ahead.
So humans inherently like to look in the mirror and see themselves in a positive light, right? It's rather difficult.
Quoting the talented Mr. Ripley right now?
I don't know. People generally like to look at themselves and not be disgusted by what they see, right? That's a very sort of painful
let's take it off on that
experience. Okay? So when we do things, right, let's say we do small acts that are unfair or unjust, humans tend to rationalize those actions, right? Oh, well, I kind of deserve this, or, well, I stole from this group of people, but, they don't really deserve it. So we rationalize our actions, right, because we inherently like to see ourselves not being, a total scumbag. This is a process that happens slowly, right? And eventually we rationalize and we rationalize and we rationalize. And, that's tends to be why the maxim power corrupts tends to be true. I mean, there might be some people who are so, benevolent that they don't get corrupted by power. But I would say the norm, right, at least historically speaking, is that the greater power you have, the more likely you are to be corrupted by it.
It sort of sounds like you're saying that rationalism corrupts, absolute rationality corrupts absolutely less than power. Because, I mean, you're just saying that by necessity, humans want to view themselves in a positive light. That doesn't really have any vector in terms of power, right? Like you're saying that, you know, ugly people want to like mentally gymnasize themselves into thinking that they're beautiful. That's just more lying to yourself. I mean, I don't think that means that just because you have power, you're going to do bad things and then rationalize it away. Like,
No,
maybe
it doesn't matter.
The point that a lot of people are coming to the conclusion of the reason that we talk about power corrupting is because generally those that are attracted to positions of power, there's a higher tendency to want to utilize that power in order to benefit the self. And you know, if we're speaking in an optimal perspective, if we're speaking from, you know, a total utopian type perspective, the preferable leaders would be the reluctant ones. But the fact of the matter is, all of these proposals that I'm hearing in opposition to capitalism, and which I agree definitely has its flaws and definitely has amendments that can be made in order to make it better, but like the reason that you can't come up with an example of a place where these places or a singular place or even multiple places where this has been effective is because it hasn't. It's not because the popular trope, oh, you know, it just hasn't been done correctly. No, that's not the case. We don't have a utopian existence. So how do we utilize what works and what doesn't, and how do we select individuals who have the best interest of, you know, what's going to have the greatest outcome? And I think that's impossible to tell because, at least on a personal level, people can mask their own desires and appear to be altruistic while being after power. So generally speaking, the level of optimism that the idea of, like, you know, socialism or social Marxism being effective is just totally outweighed by the fact that it doesn't exist, it hasn't existed, and there's no way to determine that, like, oh, if only we're a little different. But you see that in capitalism, because capitalism, we've neglected, you know, all the people who have become self-made millionaires, the people who didn't come from wealth, and that didn't come from socialism, it came from capitalism.
Let's for the moment assume that the person who seeks power is not inherently worse than other people and more abusive. I'm not
saying they're inherently worse, but I said it for a moment. People who tend to look for power are people who are tending to use that power for the benefit of primarily themselves. And that's
if you decide like what power corrupts absolutely or whatever, I guess that sort of is also based on your definition.
I want to explain why
that's a very primitive view of power.
Yeah, it is.
I'm sorry, Mr. Nyle. Could you give me a moment to give a final thought? Just I had to go, guys. I'm sorry. It's amazing, but I'm actually at work.
Sure.
And I need to go. I'm sorry for. But I was just like to give a thought in the idea of power corrupt. What I think about it's true about that thought is that at least in most cases, power has been shown to corrupt people, to change people in a way that they act in a certain way, which is mostly not a good way. But there are also a few cases of people in power who are actually somehow in some weird way, power changed them in a good way. I think one of the very few examples in history is Emperor Marcus Aurelius. He's a big example of a person who did not his own desires or his own ego go beyond the responsibility that he had as an emperor for its civilians, I guess. I think that would be one example that will show that there are certain instances that power will not corrupt people. It's not a 100% truth. It's been proven to be
right, but we don't.
Side, but there are more instances of power actually corrupting people.
But we're going to
Well,
talk
not
about
only
the
that,
general-
but power corrupts when there's no checks and balance in order to mitigate that power. So when you have like a hierarchy, it's important for even the person at the top of that hierarchy to have some sort of check in order to negate possible corruption. And
Yeah, I
the
agree.
question is how to do that.
Now, okay, so here's
I'm
the
sorry,
thing.
guys.
Wait.
I'm gonna.
All right, John.
I need to leave now.
Take care, John. Thank you
Okay.
so much for coming.
Thanks, John.
Thank you, guys.
So-
It's always
Thanks
great
for
talking to
stopping
you.
by.
You're amazing.
Subscribe
Come
and
back soon.
join Patreon.
So I
Visit.
gotta
Yeah,
I gotta
definitely.
run pretty soon myself, but the reason power corrupts,
See you
and it-
guys.
Call
you know,
I think it says more about the person. I don't.
Well,
think it's-
hold on, Helio. Let's let Nyle finish.
all right. So the reason power corrupts is not because of any inherent thing that's faulty about necessarily the person. It doesn't require that. In any system in which there's a competition between different actors and different power centers, if you use your power to give yourself more power, and right wingers love the evolution argument, by the way, so it doesn't favor them, by the way. If you have power and you use that power to give yourself more power, and other people are less corrupt and don't do that because they're not seeking power and they're not corruptible people, the people that don't abuse their power to get more power become less powerful over time, and the people that abuse their power to get more powerful over time. And so eventually evolution of the system it's just a fact of nature. It's like physics. The most corrupt people will wind up in power, which is one of the reasons capitalism is such a big fucking problem. The worst people are the ones who are going to get more and more and more power until they're the monopolists, oligopolists.
What are the checks and balances in socialism?
In the United States.
What are the checks and balances in socialism?
Okay, so in a real socialist system, you'd have actual democracy and transparency, right? And so the people would always have the power to take it away. Now, we don't have real democracy in the United States, and we don't have real transparency because the people
You're
that
talking
control
about Lord of the Flies?
and the corporations are all the rich people. So of course they're going to distort the view and interfere with democracy so that they're not interfered with.
Oh,
I mean, obviously you're coming at it like people are playing this game altruistically. Like, okay, so yeah, there's going to be guys that are going to be power hungry, but that doesn't mean that these other people who have, good designs, that doesn't mean that they should also just take it back seat. Whatever. They should also their own power and trying to, at least try to compete. If they just let these guys do it, then that's as much on them as it is on the guy that's actually seizing the reins of the share.
The only reason they're in power in the first place. The only reason they're in power in the first place is because civilization gives them the architecture to get to that point where they can.
If you let the weak men rule the world, it's gonna go to shit. If you actually get the system well,
but here's the thing.
And that we're born to be leaders, then maybe you wouldn't see so much power corruption. But no, you give it to these weak-spined, fucking limp dick men that want to, sort of exercise their will upon the world because they never had a chance to do it before. They're not. They don't understand.
No, but let me push back
in
a little
any
bit.
meaningful way. Then they get corrupted.
I think you're
because
describing Tucker Carlson is what you're describing.
What? I'm describing Tucker Carlson.
Here's the biggest problem I'm seeing is the way that we're talking about power to begin with. The way that it's usually framed as this quantifiable reality that you have to seize and to zero something. Power is much more productive. Power is just the law of nature itself. It is the thumos that drives history and reality and all, more of a will to power idea. But more fundamentally, power is expressed with an act because it's a network of power. It's not that people is a solely oppressive force. Power is productive in that it produces the subject, produces a society.
Power is always oppressive because power uses its leverage.
No. Let me Foucault kill you for a minute.
Which eventually oppresses people.
No, that's stupid.
No, that's not. No. I'm talking of power on a more fundamental level as being a productive force. This is what I mean, because to only view power as oppressive would be to ignore the framework that power exists within.
Power always exists. It depends on where it is. Is it in a few hands or is it in many hands?
No, but even within the many hands, it's always an act within.
So say power is in the hands of God. Is it necessarily oppressive? No.
No, exactly.
It depends on who's wielding the power. It doesn't matter on the power itself, right? It's like a force. It's like you're saying, Gio. It's a law of nature.
No, but
it's
more than that, it's more so that
polarized.
Yeah, exactly. It's within a relational grid. It's within what Foucault would call a dispositif. So, for example, the prisoner has just as much within that relation as the prison guard, in that
What?
they are a.
Think of power like a gun.
The prisoner
Right?
has as much power as the prison guard? Really?
Not as much power, but they exist within that framework of power. They're
Yeah, they're the oppressed
produced.
person in
Their
that framework of
subjectivity is
power.
informed and produced by that particular discourse of power, by that particular carceral regime. That's my point. But power, this is what I mean by power is productive. You're viewing it as simply this, like, whoa, it's oppressive and you have to get rid of it. You can't get rid of
No.
power. That's a ridiculous.
Democracy is all.
This is
all
why
talk
Charles
about
Taylor
how
was
we
wrong
divvy
about
up
Foucault.
power.
This is why, yeah.
And how power is used. I mean, that's what democracy is. It's talking about who has power.
So the only thing
and
that you can
divvying
use
up
to
and
sort
But
of
the point being
change
is
the
that the
polarity of
power of
power is
democracy
the
is still
amount of breaks
producing.
you have on it.
The
Like
the
amount
problem
of
is
checks you have on it.
unaccountable elite oligarchic power that controls systems and creates systems to oppress other people.
But
That's
you
the
don't think
problem.
that democracy produces a particular subject within a framework of power that is equally, if not more, oppressive and totalitarian than even the horrors of the
It's
20th
not
century?
oppressive and totalitarian.
People are always going to be
So you
trying
don't
to
believe,
gain
so you don't
power,
believe
right?
that power produces a certain subject within democracy
If you
that
have
is
one person in a
against
group of
their
10
own
that says
aims.
we're going to go have fried chicken, and the other 9 people say no, we want pizza, then okay. If the one person gets
but
his
I'm
way,
saying-
then that's oppressive. If the 9 people get their way, that's not oppressive. They just made a democratic decision.
No,
Yeah,
that's
but it
tyranny
seems
of
that
the
you're
majority.
critiquing
Yeah, but
capitalism
what if
while
here?
you're
Wait,
trying
wait,
to
wait,
grow
wait.
into-
Listen.
But you're
What
critiquing
if
capitalism
what
while
if
you're
it's
going into
this?
democracy. They
Okay.
almost go hand in hand, do they not?
Instead of this, the 9 people, out of 10 people, 9 people want to get chicken. But instead, let's go back 40 years. 40 years ago, they planted this seed in the minds of these other 9 people that instead of getting fried chicken, what they really wanted was Burger King. And they fostered this idea over a very long period of time until when the time to pop the question came, they no longer wanted the fried chicken anymore. They all, in unanimous agreement, said, we shall get Burger King.
Okay, so
You understand? Do you understand what I'm saying? We're using this stupid analogy, but do you understand what I'm saying?
But this is the thing about modern power. It produces a certain subjectivity within a democratic framework. It produces a certain mode of being that is because power is no longer this oppressive sort of overt totalitarianism that has a power over life and death. It is it's biopower. It's control over the predicates of the subject itself. And democracy and neoliberalism and capitalism happen to go hand in hand and produce a certain subject, like Helios was saying. It produces a certain discourse that you cannot deviate from. I would argue that subjectivity is even more restrictive within our own modern, quote unquote, liberal democracy than in any other time in human history.
I would say that it tethers very well to what Jules was attempting to say about the difference between capitalism and corporatism. It wasn't an attempt, but what he was trying to plant the seed of, which is if you have a system in which your series of choices are all actually linked to the exact same beneficiary of the spending of your capital, you don't really have freedom of capitalism. You have multiple systems that will all vie to benefit from what you see as the illusion of choice. The choice between Pepsi and Coca-Cola is not really a choice. Because when at the end of the day, both of those corporations will probably donate to the same politicians and the same political parties. When a mandate is had on the right, we don't want to be rude. When a mandate is had on the left, they want to flip the script. They want to start rotating massive social change. So they push, they squeak, and the wheel gets grease because people don't want to listen to it. They just want to sit at home and watch television. They don't want to see riots. They don't want to hear a lot of noise. And for the most part, everyone thinks things will, quote, go back to normal. Well, one side wants to completely upend what is considered normal. The other side says, oh, it'll change, it'll go back, it'll be okay. We just give the mouse a cookie, give the mouse another cookie, give it a glass of milk, we'll go to bed. No, the more you let the door open and open and open, the worse it's going to continue to get.
Right. I think this gets to the
way I see
this
tyranny
gets
of
to
the majority would be
heart.
bail reform in New York City.
Right.
Tyranny of the majority is allowing people to get released the same day they commit assaults.
I gotta get going.
Wait,
but I
Nyle,
wanna-
I'm sorry. Before you get going, I would love for you to address what Tim just said about that example of the tyranny of the majority. Aren't we seeing an example of it right
Okay,
now?
So I was going to mention, so this is at the heart of right-wing thinking. Right-wing thinking is that there are good people that are like the merit people that are like the 20%, and that there would be some nominal amount of more meritocratic people if you just had the boot on their neck a little more, right, through market forces or whatever the situation was. But that essentially the people that are shit upon and have a bad situation in society deserve it. And that we should have this kind of Darwinian selection of the great people. But their conception of who is good and who is bad and what authority is valid and what authority is invalid is completely, it's a fable. It's just made up bullshit, right?
How is it made up? How is it made up when you
Nyle, real quick
through an
before you
objective
go,
metaphysical
Nyle.
standard of who is right and who is wrong? This is the point. Is that this is like a very 80s fucking Ronald Reagan welfare queen version of the right. The modern right wing is totally not this like capitalist monster anymore. This is like retrograde John Stewart, like
no, it's all the same
Reagan
shit.
thinking.
No, it's not.
With that,
Nyle, I have a question for you.
I mean, unless you're doing like the
Nyle, I have a
Umberto
question
Eco,
for
like
you.
Well, they're not
fascism
lazy.
bullshit, but
Poor people do all the fucking work.
I mean, you've
okay?
never even
Nyle,
heard of
I have a question for you.
reparations, so I don't really know what
but this is the
It's not
point.
always
This is
true.
the
Let
point.
me
The
ask-
left
let me
has
ask Nyle my
abandoned this
question.
How many
consciousness
essential
of poor
jobs do you know
people.
are done by rich
Really,
people?
I mean,
All
come
right.
on now.
Okay, Helios, question, go.
Yeah, Nyle, what color are your eyes?
Oh, no!
Oh no.
Here we go.
What color are your eyes?
I could give a fuck, man.
But like, what color are your eyes? It's
So
just
what-
a question.
My eyes are brown.
Oh, there you go.
Thank you for answering. the
My eyes
question.
are brown too. I don't see what that has to.
Love, you're one of the
Okay.
good ones.
Is this like a racist fucking thing, a genetic thing? Oh, your eyes are brown. You're from a weaker stock.
Yeah, it's fucking.
No, it's
all,
I didn't say
all
that.
the greatest artists
You're
and
putting
philosophers.
words in his mouth.
Martha
because-
thing.
Okay. All the greatest artists and philosophers had brown eyes. Think of Rembrandt. Think of like.
No, they had light powdered blue and
So wait,
green.
can you
Guys
can
are
you elaborate on that question?
Here.
You guys are retarded.
Yeah, I don't see what this has to do with anything, honestly.
But if you want to sum up, this is always the thinking.
I've
No,
been
no,
silent.
honestly, like I don't
That
really
That
see what
elite
it has to do
power
with
is
anything at all.
justified because there's a
let's
small
let him
group of
answer
people that deserve that power, even though there's no basis in it. It's arbitrary distinctions, right? They're just like, well, they deserve it because they're better, they're stronger. And if we just follow the better, stronger people, I don't know how this works with evolution. We should just like allow.
Yeah, what about it? What about
Everything's gonna be
it?
great. They never had the justification to have the power in the first place. Justification to have power is an agreement between people. No representation with no taxation.
Yeah,
without
and you want to
representation.
hire the best and the most qualified to be in that position, and there's nothing
Hires.
wrong with
Look,
that.
so if
Well,
you
we're
want
talking about the
people in
force of human
power, you
history
want
that
people
existed
that
for
know
millions of years.
what to do with power, right? You want them to be able to exercise that power with
And
maximum
that's
effect,
power. Money is power.
right? You don't want people that have no idea what to do with power, because that's how you get people that corrupt them,
You're
that
just
get
making
corrupted
the
by it,
argument that
right?
the elite people
They
deserve
don't-
to be elite, and they're better people.
No, but we have degenerate.
That's the whole
elites.
fucking
We have
thing behind all
degenerate
your
elite.
I know,
fucking
see,
ideologies.
that-
Anyway, I gotta
The,
go.
Ties into what I was
people
saying.
the people that are in
I
control
gotta-
dictate
Wait,
the
Thank you so
nature
much for
of
coming.
society itself.
Nyle, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you
I
so
really
much for
appreciate it.
coming. I really love listening to you speak. I hope I get a chance to speak with you some more next time.
Your
I've been
brown eyes are
doing a lot of
beautiful,
things.
Nyle.
Stop with the
Okay.
Nyle. Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Hope to
All right,
talk
thanks for
again.
the invite.
Base T50.
Thank you.
I gotta drive.
Okay, wait. So before we move on, and maybe I'm just being socially retarded here, but can someone
Tell us
whoever
pronouns in the bio, by the way. Never mind. I'm not gonna ask shit. Pronouns in the bio.
so wait, can I forget who asked because I have my screen set up in a way where I'm not seeing who's coming up. But who asked the question about eyes, and can you please elaborate on that?
Yeah, what color are your eyes, Kimberly?
They're brown.
Okay. It's just, it's interesting to know what color someone's eyes are. It's a question that I like to ask people. I'll just like walk up to them on the street and be like, "Sir, what color are your eyes?" And then sometimes
But like, okay, so
they'll wonder
so
what
is
I'm
it like a
talking
troll?
Do
about.
not
Like,
Google this.
No, this is
It's
Kaliak internet
so
mogging. That's what it is. It's Kaliak
Okay.
internet mogging.
Stupid.
No, I'm not mogging. I'm just
No.
asking questions.
Lev,
Yes.
just
What's
like
the purpose
Lev, just like
behind
there are
the
people that
question?
think Super Saiyans are real. Like there are people that think you can levitate if you meditate long enough. There's people that think
But you can though.
meditate
You can,
and your
though.
hair
But you
will
can,
turn
though.
yellow. Okay, so this is a massive handicap that populism.
Jules, what color are your
has to
eyes?
contend with. I have green eyes with a yellow starburst in the middle.
And look at
okay?
you. You're like an assisted god. Why don't you show us your beautiful
So
face?
then why don't you
His
let
camera's
me
broke.
wrangle you knuckleheads in order. Stop talking about levitating and being Super Saiyan.
Hey, you can levitate. Look. Lev is literally going to be levitating. Lev is going to be levitating in 6 months.
Hold on, Helios. I have brown eyes. Hold on. I have brown eyes, and my Kundalini's awakened. So there.
Lev, you listen. The more you meditate and the higher you get, your eye color is going to change. It's
the bluer my eyes are going to become. I'm going to revert back.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, your eyes will turn blue.
My eyes lightened from meditation.
Your eyes will turn blue. It's true. No, it's not. We've seen it happen. We've seen it happen. We've seen it happen. It happens. Your eyes will change colors. People like to say their eyes change colors. Your eyes are the window to your soul.
This is a perfect example of why you don't want direct democracy, is because you'll have people like Helios, Logos, Aryan Cowboy, and Geo voting, and then suddenly
I don't
believe in voting.
This is why you don't want direct democracy, because you'll have these guys.
Okay, actually, hold on. Jules has
All
a very
in favor of repealing the 19th.
Okay, Jules has a very good. No, Jules has a very good point here, because number one, the kind of system that existed in Russia, let's say, like in Tsarist Russia, it was very hard for people of one caste to get into another one. But eventually, those who were able to make it out, who showed themselves to be, actual Russians, regardless of where they came from, going again back to Pushkin and even back to his grandfather Hannibal. I know I talk about this a lot, but this was again, very incredibly smart African dude who spoke several languages, did not have blue eyes, was brought to Russia as a slave to Peter the Great, and then he became his son in a way, and then he rose to the rank of general, yada, yada, yada. The point here is that there are so many examples of people, regardless of where they come from, what eye color they are, who are, thanks to the system that allows them to ascend higher than when they were before. I think that is a great system, and the problem is that under socialist, communist regimes that we've seen, the power was concentrated in a small group of people, and it was up to those people to decide who got promoted and who didn't get promoted, not based on merit, based on friendship, based on who their friends were. So that is the big problem that I personally want to avoid.
Right.
Lev, would you say that society is intrinsically hierarchical, and it will always organize itself into these hierarchies, and that people sort of self-organize into various stratas, right? I mean, if you're looking at America and capitalism in general, we kind of are able to see a stratification of hierarchy, almost like a class hierarchy, where people don't ever leave their classes, but if they do, it's usually people that, at least in America, there seems to be a little bit more lubrication between the different castes. If you're born Kshatriya, you will always be Kshatriya. Going
back to the point that I was talking about before, if we're talking about writers like Anton Chekhov, who was the son of a peasant and became a brilliant writer regardless of that, what I'm trying to get to here is that you're absolutely right. I think that there's always going to be a hierarchy. There's always going to be a metaphorical Tower of Babel that's behind me. But at the same time, the occupants of the higher floors and the lower floors is something that is subject to change. Like I believe we were talking with Definitely Legit about. Either we were, I think we were writing it on our Discord. By the way, guys, Discord link in the description. Be sure to sign up for our Break the Rules Discord. So the point that I'm getting to here, Helios, is that I believe that it is proven that people are able to ascend and descend from whatever positions in the hierarchy they happen to be, regardless of what lineage they happen to have. In fact, some lineages become tainted over time and they drop off, and I think that that's a great thing because other lineages end up ascending up. As long as we maintain a way for people to go up and for people who aren't worthy of holding whatever position they happen to hold of going down, that to me is as good as you can get.
That's exactly what I mentioned at the beginning of the stream with Sorry, go on, Tim.
I was going to say something that I think is important to address here when we're especially if we're discussing both hierarchy and culture and economics, is you have to remember that for everyone that has ambition to do better, for every person that has it in them to strive to want to be someone who can hand out paychecks instead of someone who waits to receive a cash payment at the end of the week, there are going to be people who do not want to participate in building anything, but want the exact opposite. And the more you let that culture build itself, the more you let insects like those ideologies breed. the more you're going to have a problem with tyranny of the majority would be one way to put it. But another way to put it would be you're going to have those who say, okay, I know people go to work and I know they get paid on Friday, so I'm going to go poppy hopping and I'm going to take their money on Friday with my friends, and we're going to beat them up and take it. And then we're going to go and maybe sell some weed, maybe work a couple hours at Foot Locker or McDonald's, maybe work at the mall, maybe go to wherever our parents work and bum money off them. And we're going to try to build a system that is basically ruthless capitalism outside of the system itself, where the money you're getting you haven't really earned, you're not building anything, and if suddenly you were put in a box, you've never earned skills beyond how to oppress someone else. Those ideologies, they build in every system. Gopniks in Europe, gangbangers in Trenton, white supremacist meth heads over in Alabama. You see these groups all over the place, and it's not unique to any individual culture beyond the culture of a lack of a care for the next generation. If you see yourself as where the buck stops, the buck will stop with you. If you see yourself as the shoulders for someone that's coming after you, either your children or the community's children, the take a village concept, I'm not going to get into the take a village to raise a child concept, that's pretty accurate. And if you're not in a culture, if you're not in a localized culture that sees earning money as earning your stay, earning your place, and being able to pass that to the next person as something that's important, then you're not going to really care about the fact that human beings are a battery that put out as much as they're asked. The world will always need ditch diggers, and the world will always have them. My brother buries fiber optic cable for Sprint. He's a smart guy. That's his aspiration. That's as far as he's ever gotten. I don't hold it against him, but the reality is he's not a good person. That's not his fault necessarily. It's just the way that he is. I don't think he should be given power, regardless of whether or not he could financially afford it. There are always going to be people who can levy a position in which they have authority, not earned authority, but authority that they will exercise on others. In prison, it was like that the same way. You're going to have someone who doesn't have a succinct ideology at all, but their fist can make you do something. So they're going to try to find someone to control with their fist. You're going to find people who have money and want to control people with their money through political donations, through building private walls in communities and societies, through redlining, through whatever you want to call it. And I think that to lump ideologies together as I don't want to backbite, but it was in response to what I was saying and to what Nyle was saying before he left, the idea that you can surmise the entire opinions of the right as, oh, it's this Reaganite corporatist. Well, we've already established that corporatism and capitalism, they're linked. Sure, they're linked like cancer and the human body are linked. That does not mean they require each other. It means one requires the other. And if you can start to stop feeding it the things that will grow the problem, you can decide to stop perpetuating the problem. But it comes down to each individual saying, am I going to be an example? Am I going to be light in the dark? Or am I going to say, fuck it, let me see what I can suck out of it while it's on the ground, and let me fill my belly now and fuck see in the morning. And unfortunately, there's a lot of people who are getting fed that ideology by corporations who don't want them to want more for themselves, who don't want them to want more for the next man, who want them to break it off with their hands, leave a rough cut edge, and look at it and go, that's punk, or that's gangster. Instead of saying that's a problem and that should be addressed immediately. Instead, we've got 52% of all Black pregnancies are aborted now. Do you think that's cultural or racial?
That's
Whichever
actually something we're going to be talking about with Hotep
addressed.
Sophia. Hotep Sophia, she is coming in a couple of minutes, and I would love to hear her response about this. But Arash.
Thank you. So I wanted to make a point about, we were talking about hierarchies earlier and how power corrupts. I personally think, I discussed how the reasons why I think power corrupts, and at least historically power has corrupted. And while there may be examples of, benevolent sort of dictators, I think, the tendency, or at least the norm, is for power to corrupt. But what I wanted to add is that regardless of whether you think power corrupts, exercising power over other people and the decisions that affect them, right, inherently is taking away their ability to make decisions for themselves, right? So inherently, right, the reason why a dictatorship is bad, right, is because it takes away people's ability to control their own lives and to make decisions for their own lives. Whether or not there is a mechanism where once this dictator dies, a new dictator will rise up, and everybody has now, let's say there's a society where everybody has equal chance of becoming the next dictator, right? That's still not a good society, in my opinion. Why? Because even though everybody has an equal chance to become that one dictator, the problem with dictatorships is that people have the ability to control and to have a say over the decisions that affect other people's lives, right? That don't affect them.
But don't
So
people have that power
when I was
in
talking,
democracy?
huh?
Don't people, like if you have, let's say, 51% of the people decide that they're going to abolish the private property of the 49?
Well, that's why I said from the beginning, right? I define democracy from the beginning by saying that those who are affected by the decisions are the ones who get to have a say in those decisions, ideally in proportion to the degree that they're affected, right? So there is no possibility of, totalitarianism of the majority, because only those who are affected, like if only 5% of the population is affected by a decision, only those people should have a say in that decision.
But who's this?
How does that work in a practical sense?
Yeah,
though?
who's the magical arbiter that can decide this?
That's okay. So that's where it comes down to, right? Societal institutions. Do they inherently embody, right? Are there characteristics such that the net effect is at least close to that approximation? If we agree that that's a good ideal, that people should have control over the decisions of their lives, then the next question is, okay, so how do we move our society in that direction, right? How do we engage people to take direct control, right? I believe in things like participatory democracy, where neighborhoods can decide for themselves decisions that just affect their neighborhood, right? Why should, I live in LA. Why should somebody, a board member of a corporation in New York have the decision to do something that affects my neighborhood when I have no say whatsoever in that decision, right? To me, that's wrong. So the problem with dictatorships, the problem with slavery, the problem with all of these hierarchies is that they take away people's inherent need, right? And I truly believe it's a need, right? Because like I said, humans have consciousness. We have the ability to think and to conceptualize and to weigh decisions. And that is a source of human fulfillment. And when you take away that ability to make decisions for ourselves, when you take that away from people, it creates alienation, it creates oppression, and people feel like shit, right? People, when they feel like they have no say in the government, which is in the US, the vast majority of people feel like they don't have a say. They feel alienated from the process, right? People feel that way, culturally, economically, whatever, right? So when you bring power back to those who are affected by whatever the decision may be, that's when you have democracy, and that's when you actually have power over your own life, because you have if a decision only affects you, only you get a say, right? If it affects me and my neighbor, only us two get that say. So that's when you have the correct proportion of say over every single decision that affects your life. And I believe that in order to move our society in a better direction, right, rather than have a society where we have a dictator and we have this sort of, race or whatever mechanism, once the dictator dies, that everybody now has an equal chance to be the next dictator, that's still not good, right? The idea is to give people control, right, and power over the decisions of their own lives.
And there's a lot of merit to that, and I can understand it. The problem that I would then want to legitimately ask is what happens in a place like New York City, where the majority of people getting arrested decided to have their family members and themselves and their constituents say, yeah, if we get arrested, even for violent crime, even for sexual assault, we need to be released the same day because paying bail is somehow unfair. That's tyranny of the majority, in my opinion. I don't
really feel comfortable with you, though, talking about New York, because you don't live here. And every time I've heard you speak about New York and the conditions of New York, you've sounded a lot like someone who
that is still a valid question, though, is it not? I would be interested.
I can have Kim talk about it. We were just there last night. I mean, I walked past more homeless people in the East 50s than I've ever seen before in my life. That's
unprecedented time.
Well, Jules, hold on. I'd be interested in Arash's response to that. I'd be interested in Arash's response to that very statement.
I believe in any society, right, there's going to be a political element, right? So there may be, for example, laws, which you're talking about, right? There's probably in any society, there's going to be some sort of conflict resolution to how to resolve things like, that you mentioned, like crime, okay? If having democracy doesn't always mean you get what you want, right? It just means you have the right amount of say at the right time. So, for example, if as a society we decide that it's wrong to kill people, right? That's a decision that we made, and that's a law that was created democratically by the people, right? And I think any society would think killing innocent people is wrong, right? So, and there would be, you know, consequences. But
well, the Russian government, the people there, I mean, not that they had that much voting, but still, if you would have asked the majority of the ethnic Russian peasants at that time, would you vote in favor for exterminating the Jews? A lot of them would say absolutely.
Right, but who's the most affected by that decision? The Jews. So who would have the most say? The Jews. And the same thing with like, you know, you look at things like imperialism, right? So if we actually embody people having control over the decisions that affect their lives, like nobody's gonna decide to have bombs rain over their homes.
But
right?
you're basically giving like a, okay, for example, there is a Persian term. I don't know if
but is everybody capable of ruling their own lives? That's the predicate, right?
I don't know. I don't know if you're.
When we look at it, I hate to say
the reason why I'm asking this is there was a Persian term called far. I don't know. Are you Iranian, by the way?
I am.
So you're familiar with far. The idea, from what I understand, is sort of like a mandate of heaven. My problem with your proposition is that you'd be giving a lot of this decision-making power to people and would rely specific people, and you would rely on those people making these best arbitrary decisions. Where I personally find that most people who are going to get that power, they're going to use it to help their friends and kick their enemy's ass. Let's say you have yeah, you know what I'm getting
I would say, okay, so democratic decision-making, right, or if you want to just call it people having control over the decisions that affect their lives, is one, I'd say, you know, value or ideal of society, right? But it's not the only one, right? Of course, we should also want a fair and just society as well, right? So doing like rewarding people or punishing people for things they have no control over, which is what you're talking about, right? Like, you know, like nepotism or, you know, giving somebody an advantage because of the family that they're born into, right? That's inherently unjust. So while decision-making power is one ideal, I'd say another ideal for a good society would be having fairness, you know, and justice and equity.
Those are all great ideas, but the problem is that when it comes to the actual real-life people making these decisions, look at California, for example. I just want to make one quick point. California, a lot of businesses going away from California. Taxation is too high, and what do you have in California? You have all these, you know, we are for the people, you know, we have all these politicians who are always talking about how much they love the people and how much they care for the people. And this is a mask that's been worn off too often, and it's become like an old joke now. We see it way too often, and that is for people who have Hey, Helio. So for people who have
I had to regenerate some brain cells.
No problem. For people who have a kind heart, and I think that Arash, you have a very kind heart, and you want the best for everybody. Again, my concern is that when it comes to a much more like I look at things in a much more Machiavellian way, where I think people are going to use the heart as a shield, and they're going to get people interested in whatever great ideas they have, and then they're going to stab them in the back. And the people who are, you know, like the little people, for lack of a better word, a lot of them are unfortunately going to fall for it. And I wish people would be better educated. I wish they, you know, they'd have much more guidance and mentorship growing up. But unfortunately, they're going to go for someone who's going to offer them the moon. And in the end, they're going to become another permanent underclass, just like we see in South America. In South America, you have people who are in the upper class who don't get a business job. They get a job working for the government. And we're also going to be talking about this with Hotep Sophia, who we actually have right here. Finally, we have Hotep Sophia with us. How are you, Hotep Sophia? Thank you so much for joining us.
Hey, everybody.
So we were actually just talking about so we were actually just talking about people who are, let's say, in the higher caste going into government positions. And could you talk,
that's my specialty.
Yes, could you talk a little bit about that? What goes on there in Washington, D.C.?
Okay, so a lot of people are just unfamiliar with how D.C. works, and so I love talking.
Everybody,
that's like the rest of the country. In this, everybody here, you're pretty much groomed to go into government. So you don't just like it's just like a way of life. So basically what happens is from
Grooming is a
elementary
way of life.
school, it's a terrible way of life for me, for people who are independent thinkers. But if you're a person who follows the rules well, then basically you have a pretty easy life, because you know that, once you finish high school, you go to like a B level college, and then basically you're right into the workforce, and you never have a problem, as long as you're one of these people who's good at being, following directions and being obedient. And this was never one of my things, even though I was in the talented and gifted program. We talk about that a lot sometimes in Caliac, because a lot of people were in that program. But in this area, that program is kind of like a pipeline. So in my high school, the person who was valedictorian, had a 4.5 GPA. I squeezed in the roll of honor at the top 10% of my class with like a 3.9. Literally, this is how competitive this area is. And also, especially Prince George's County is hugely competitive for sports. We have like all of the elite people are sort of like groomed here. And so, once you go into the government, it's just a different way of thinking. Nobody works. Like right now, I mean, this is the most traffic I've seen. I was just stuck in traffic. There's never traffic because the government's been shut down since what, March, when the school shut down here, which was the last week in March. The government shut down. And so nobody's been to work. Everybody's been working from home. Nobody's missed a check. Not these people. The government workers, they haven't missed a check. They haven't missed anything. So it's a very like easy life until one day you wake up and say, I wonder, what is this hydroxychloroquine? Like, as long as you never think about it, it's not a problem. But as soon as
Sophia,
like, wait, yes.
Would you say that with the systems that are in place, it's not designed to actually reward people who have big ideas and want to make things better? It rewards people who think inside the box and want to keep things the way that they already are. That these reward systems, that even in the way that you grade people in school, with you get, like you said, with the GPA score, the people that are getting good grades in that are just the ones that excel in the specific system that has been laid out. That doesn't mean that the system, is successful and that these people with their high GPA scores are the best of the best. They're just the best in operating within this specific system that has been created.
I think you have two sides, because you have one side of people who are really good at operating within the system. But I think in order for America as a country to expand, you have to have some creative thinkers. Otherwise, we'd be just like China. I mean, they don't have creative thinkers in China. So you want the people who are natural geniuses, but you just want to have this layer of programming installed into them so that, a lot of people want to build their ideas up and then sell them. Or there's a lot of people want to do venture capital, all things where basically you're selling your ideas. You're getting into a system where they're going to take your genius ideas, which the government is not creative. So there's no creative aspect in that. They need creative people. And so they breed you. If you're creative, you're also bred, but you're bred to be manageable. So
right. So they don't want to let your raw creative potential loose on the world. They want to be able to, bring you out like a specialized weapon and use you for what they want explicitly, and then put them back in the safe, lock them back up. Okay, we're done.
That's what they do with people all the time. I mean, if you look at any of the creators, the people who have done really, really sort of genius things, they just buy them out. I mean, not the real creators, not the front men, like the people who are actually creating stuff. They just, parade their ideas out like, oh, they had this great idea and somehow magically came overnight, where you have the real person who basically sold their ideas to that person. You never hear about them, but they give them enough. A lot of people are motivated enough by money that if you give them enough money, they'll keep perpetuating. Like they'll keep, creating. They'll keep having these ideas and innovating. But
a good example is like the music industry, where you've got the majority of people that write the songs and stuff. They're not the ones that are in that limelight. They're just feeding the machine. Okay, I wrote a song for this star and this guy and that guy and that guy, and they never actually get any of that fame that the people that are singing their songs are getting.
Well, sometimes they do. So then you have this sort of the internet has been a huge problem for these people, because even though they weaponized it, they can't control it. So that is actually true, except for if you look at people like, there's a girl whose album just came out. Her name is Flo Milli, and she got big from something she did on TikTok. And I don't usually listen to music older than 1969 right now, but I was like, let me listen to her because I can't figure out who she's affiliated with. So I was like, went and listened to her album. She has an entire album with no features. That's unbelievable. Like, it just doesn't happen like that. You don't do a whole album with no features, and they can't control her. So it'll be interesting to see how that works. So the internet, or like a Soulja Boy, they can't control him either. It's like, it's sometimes they lose control over the messaging that they're trying to get out. And it's always interesting to see how they use people to sort of bring it back. Yeah, to self-correct, because they can't just have these people successful and out here happy, or like Cardi B having a baby and getting married. They can't have, that's terrible for the Black women's image. You can't have a Black woman happy. Are you kidding me? That's unacceptable. So
I don't understand.
And this is the point I was trying to make.
Wait. I don't understand those last points.
What do you mean, Jules? What don't you understand?
She was saying who can't have happy people?
Okay, so
the government.
This is perfect. I can explain this extremely easily. Ever since slavery, there has been a war on Black people, because Black people are extremely uncontrollable because of our native ancestry and whatever African you throw in there. We're just uncontrollable. So they're always looking for ways to control us. And so what they've done with the music industry, particularly with rap, is they have used that to downgrade the Black man and raise up the Black woman. So the Black woman feels like she's more empowered, like the whole Beyonce, independent woman, all that type of stuff. It just raises Black women up, because you need a woman and a man to have a family. You can't have a woman and have a child. It's physically impossible. So that is their primary attack method on the Black family. They use it as an attack on the Black family.
Would you say, Sophia, that with these rappers, the male rappers, right? They portray this very interesting image. It's almost effeminate in some ways. Think of like.
Oh, now it is.
Yeah.
It used to be in the 90s. It was totally different.
Oh, in the 90s, gangster rappers, they actually did a lot of the stuff they were rapping about. Like, look at the way Big L died, for example. He actually legitimately died in a drive-by shooting. And his lyricism, like, for example, in Street Struck, I mean, he was warning against the problems of that sort of lifestyle.
But rap now is like totally, owned and policed by the government as like a form of propaganda. So you see rappers like Lil Yachty, Lil Pump, all these guys that are portraying they're non-threatening.
No, it's the hypersexualization of the Black man. So they want to. So it's a multifaceted approach. They want to.
Will you tell us about Black men in dresses?
I'm about to explain that to you. So here's the thing.
Oh boy.
They want to.
This is too much to handle. This is too woke. Too woke.
It is a little too woke. I'll try to. Let me.
No, it's okay. Me and Sophia, we can double team this whole stream. It's all good.
So they want to take the Black woman and basically masculinate the Black woman so that the woman thinks she's the man. Then at the same time, they want to take the Black man and turn the man into the woman, which is a whole thing with the dress. They want to emasculate the Black man. So what you end up with is a hypersexualized Black man. Because remember, the redacted, I always call them, they love Black people. So they want a Black woman, but they don't want the risk of pregnancy from a Black woman. So when you emasculate the Black man and feminize him, then you don't have, like King Amaya or whatever, you don't have a problem with birthing mixed race babies because men can't have babies. So you're hypersexualizing them in order to remove that hurdle of not being able to have sex with them without having babies.
Would you say that Serena Williams is a good example of a masculinized black woman?
I would say she's a good example. I would also think Oprah is a good example. She doesn't have a husband. You know, she doesn't have any.
So for you, it's more based around the fact of whether or not they're having children and starting families. Like that's what the pivotal decider is.
I guess so. I mean, I don't think you necessarily have to have children, but I think it's, if you're a person who doesn't have children, then you probably shouldn't be telling me how to raise my children. So it's fine.
So you think there's a push for them to like create mixed race couples? You think that that's a push? Is that what you're saying as well? That they want to?
Where did you come up with that?
Bleach.
It's really not a reach because I actually do.
No, not reach. It's bleach.
Because
Jeez.
I think it's a thing because if you remember, the whole point of this is that Black people are uncontrollable. So if you water down the Black, but that's all people are uncontrollable, right? Especially people who know their history. So if you water your history down far enough, then you are able to better control them. And I think my problem with mulattoes in general is that it seemed to have a problem, like a Jussie Smollett, like a Bubba. They have problems. Like the way they behave is not normal behavior. And Dave Chappelle said it just right. He said, we supported Jussie with our silence because we knew this man was insane. Like there's nobody who acts like this. This is just not a normal thing. I know lots of gay people. I have no problem with gay people. They don't act like Jussie. I never seen anything like orchestrating this whole, what kind of drama do you have to be in? So I'm just myself starting to notice there's a pattern with these mixed race people that it seems like something kind of funny is going on. Like, you know, like a problem within the community, but also as a Black woman, when you pair a Black man with a white woman, then you're lessening my ability to be able to choose a Black man as far as a mate to continue on my own bloodline. So that's sort of, it's like a double, you know, they try and
right. They want to elevate the relationship of white girl with Black man. That is very much pushed for sure.
Well, but here's the thing.
They show that all the time.
Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt, but I actually need to head out.
Sure. Arash, no problem.
Thank you, Arash.
Thank you.
I tried to chat. I tried to tell you on chat, but I guess you weren't checking it.
Oh, Arash, I really appreciate you being here with us.
I didn't get any of those messages.
So I just want to thank you so much, Arash, for being here. There is one last thing, though, that I was very interested in getting your input on, which was something that I wanted to ask Sophia, having to do with the government playing the role that it does today with people, let's say, in the underclass, keeping them in a certain position. So if it is in any way possible, Arash, for you to stick around, I would be very interested in what Sophia, if you would like to touch on that. Because what we were going about before was the idea of having more democracy, and my concern is that there are people who would misuse democracy as far as pretending to be something that they're not, and getting attention from people, and then using that attention to make more money and to have more power and keep those people as a permanent underclass. So I was very interested if you could talk about that just a little bit.
Concise.
Yes. Well, I'm curious if Sophia has anything to say on this first. Before you go,
Arash said he had to go.
Okay.
Yeah, well, I mean, if it's like 2-3 minutes.
Arash has to go regenerate brain cells. We all got to do it.
All right.
I'm super late too.
These are long. Hey guys, these are long streams.
Yes.
Like, I don't think it would be terrible to have 3-hour streams. You might even be able to bring people back more.
I'd
you
love
want people
that.
to leave with a positive experience,
Yeah,
right? You
true.
don't want to drain them out to the point when, you know.
It's okay, Jules. I'm undrainable. You can't drain
me.
We try.
Yeah.
No, definitely.
Right.
I would love to continue this conversation. Arash, this was amazing that you were able to come here and talk with us about all this stuff. I'm very interested in this, and I really hope that you can come back and that we can look into more detail of all the things that we were talking about.
Awesome. Thanks for having me. Bye,
Thank
everyone.
you. Bye-bye.
Thanks.
Good night.
Two real quick things I'd like to add to what Sophia was saying. A guy named Max Martin in Sweden, he wrote Bang Bang by Nicki Minaj. He also wrote I Want It That Way by the Backstreet Boys, countless other songs by Britney Spears. Now, the reason that these songs are produced in this manner, I don't think it just has to do with the emasculization of Black men and the emasculization of Black women. I think it has to do with a separation of how genders are supposed to see themselves. And then I think you're definitely spot on of what you were saying about mixed race men having a problem with their ability to differentiate who they're supposed to be. Because they'll, on one hand, they're being told, stand up for the fact that you're a Black man in America. And at the same time, they're being told, stand up for the fact that you have white parents who love you and they never saw you as less. So they're at one hand, they want to bite the hand that feeds them is one way to put it. But another hand is to say, I don't want to be fed. But they know the only way they can be fed is to dance to a tune that's being given to them. So their agency has been removed in the same way that in America, I'm seeing a lot of like guys in my demographic, a lot of guys that came from lower income families, broken homes, white as hell, and they're being told that they can't express themselves without first checking what they have to say with people who don't want to hear what they have to say anyway. So it's like, if we can actually break, because some of the best friends I had growing up were very, very not white. And I don't mean just Black or Spanish or what have you. Even the white guys I hung out with didn't see themselves as. They were all, oh, I'm Slavic, I'm Irish, I'm this, I'm that. And those abilities to separate mean that there's no reason for people like Sophia and I to talk, according to them. There's no reason for us to ever interact. We're supposed to be in completely different channels. So instead, when you start to develop the ability to have a cohesive conversation where you can say, yeah, I see what you're saying. You're pretty spot on. I might have something you don't have. You might have something I don't have. But we're trying to write the same book. Like we're trying to paint it together as if we are being told to segment, told to stay apart. And it comes down to, for me, the imagery that has been the most powerful in the past few months isn't the riots. It's not the protests turned violent. It's Black Lives Matter on a banner outside Citibank with a homeless Black man sleeping underneath it. And it's like, well, what exactly are you talking about? What are you trying to tell me? Because it doesn't seem like I'm being told anything but don't raid my bank, which then means who are you telling not to destroy your property when 1 in 6 BLM advocates is Black? 1 in 6. So like, I don't understand. And just like you pointed out when Chappelle was saying like, you know, we supported him with our silence. I think like Terry Crews is one of the first people that comes to example who's saying, hold on, he supporting with silence, being quiet when you know what's happening is taking things in a direction that's only going to boomerang back and break your face. Like we got to be able to put a damper on everyone, because the emotional satisfaction of screaming and breaking something, everybody understands that. I understand that. But right afterwards, you have to apologize to your girlfriend. You have to apologize to the dog. You have to apologize to the neighbor. You got to hope you don't lose your place in wherever you're living. Putting a hole in the drywall means spackle work. It means bandaging your fist back up. We need to stop allowing people to be shoved into powder kegs where their only reaction is to explode. We need to start putting boulders in front of that energy, because the only difference between a bomb and a gun is whether or not you're pushing something or just exploding. And I think if we pointed this aggression at the same people, if we started pointing this at a system, not to destroy it, but to say, we see what you're doing and we don't want to participate with our money, and we don't want to participate with our time. Not in the sense that reject all capitalism. It's not in the sense of rebuild Black Wall Street and separate it from White Wall Street. It's in the idea that if we can actually start to say, what do we want to invest in our local communities? We don't want more fast food. We don't want more liquor stores. We don't want more porn shops. We want people to be able to grow their own food. We want them to be able to look outside and not smell gunpowder and cordite on the wind. We want our kids to be able to, like I grew up in Trenton, New Jersey. I wasn't allowed to go outside because there was gunshots every day. I used to step over dead Crips. We were the only Crip street in the whole fucking city. Like, I remember stepping over dead bodies to go to the bus stop. I wasn't allowed to go outside. We had a Labrador Retriever mix, huge, 90 pounds. We couldn't walk Ginger unless it was 7 in the morning, specifically between 7, because at 4 to 6, the corner boys were hopping to get guys going to construction work. Like, we had to, living that way makes you a certain kind of person. And you want to say, I respect it. And if at any point I say something that becomes inflammatory or whatever, bark right back at me. It's fine. But the idea that Blacks can't be controlled, I'm a Viking. Like the idea that I'm supposed to be controlled, knowing you're right, knowing your history, knowing how I'm supposed to respond to any sort of a threatening situation, it negates my agency as a human being. I'm supposed to be able to decide not to be violent. I'm supposed to be able to decide to stand in line and not stretch my arms out, and not suck my teeth at people and spit on the floor in frustration. But that attitude, they have been defining that as a racial behavior when it's all about whatever cultural software your hardware is running. Some people are just stupid. all mixed bag, skittle bag of colors. Some people are just stupid, bad people. Some people are stupid because they don't know. They're just ignorant. They haven't been taught. But
I think that is so ignorant to say. I really do. I think it's fundamentally
fine. No,
wrong.
there's
don't agree on everything.
Sophia, I have a question.
Wait, if I may comment on what Sophia was saying.
Wait, too many people.
Though.
Okay, Jules, then
Not
Geo,
say
then
much.
Helios'
I'm not
question.
gonna say much.
Sophia.
The only reason I spoke up is I think that manifests like what you're talking about perpetuates a cycle without, I mean, you were earlier talking about thinking outside the box, and I just hear closed loop thinking. Because if you don't think people are like, if you don't think people have the potential for redemption, because redemption is not just a good and evil sin thing, but it's also like the ability for individuals to improve. And if to call someone stupid,
well, just because you're stupid doesn't mean
the
that
crime there
it's bad.
would be if you affected their internal narrative. Because this is why astrology I love, and why I love tarot cards, because they're tools for intuitive they're tools for self-narrative intuition. Okay, these are traditional systems that are tools for self-narrative intuition.
But Jules, can you say that
you actually know you're better off with astrology than you are with pop psychology, right? Because you actually know the kinds of people you'll get when you have someone read one of these psychology textbooks. You can incept mental illness in people's brain. You can program people to be mentally ill. You can stunt people. You can literally give them brain damage with psychic violence, right? And so to just say some people are stupid is just a lazy way to feel good and not strive for a better, more sensible explanation of what you're trying to say.
But Jules, fundamentally, do you agree that not everybody has the equal level of intelligence?
I think that the brain is plastic, and that people don't understand.
No, but I think
that
even
they're
smart
not
people
dealt
have
a
IQ
fixed
dumbasses as well. So
this is a
one at a
tragedy.
time.
People don't understand. I'm sorry.
Okay.
People don't understand. They are not dealt a fixed hand, right? Your genes are not your destiny. Okay? The brain is plastic. Okay?
But they said parameters.
IQ, to use a medieval term, can go up and down and up again and down again. It's
when
not
I was smoking weed
just
every single day,
fixed.
I was stupid. But now that I've stopped doing that, I've been able to exercise my brain through reading and writing every day. And now I'm vastly more intelligent, not only because of age, but because of the fact that I don't do a depressant that literally affects my cognitive ability. So yes, people have the ability to sway between different levels of IQ, and acknowledging that some people are smarter than others and some people are stupider than others doesn't negate the fact that that stupid person can become more intelligent. But the fact of the matter is, at any given point, I am going to be smarter than somebody who's been smoking crack and eating McDonald's for the last 30 years. And if they decide to turn their life around, maybe they can surpass my intelligence. But acknowledging that there is a scale when it comes to intelligence, just like there's a scale when it comes to pretty much every other skill that is measurable, doesn't mean that there's something wrong with acknowledging that someone is lower and someone is higher, because it exists across the board, whether we like it or not.
I want to throw.
I said this earlier. My brother's a ditch digger professionally. My brother digs holes in the earth for money, and he's bright. He's not a genius. He's bright. I've known him my whole life on the planet.
You're shaping him that way. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying
okay. That way. Oh, hold on. My brother. Hold on. My brother has multiple degrees.
That's
he went to school on Pell Grants. He educated himself just fine. The problem is he chose a life that didn't involve intellectual pursuit. He didn't want to think anymore. He used to write music, used to play music. He brought me into community college, and I had to leave because I couldn't afford it. The Pell Grant ran out. I had to pay rent. That was my problem. It doesn't make me more.
You're talking as if you have like 50 years.
Yeah, but Jules, even
Sophia.
He's talking as if he has
high IQ convince themselves of profoundly stupid ideas. That's the thing.
I just want to.
Sophia, I have a question for Sophia.
Wait.
Hold on. I just want to say,
Sophia, go first.
if you, I'm just saying, if you've ever birthed a child, you can pretty much tell once that child comes out after a couple years at the most, if they're going to be a smarter child and you do less, or they're not going to be a smarter child. and you have to do a little bit more, that's a natural thing that you notice in the childbirth process, and it could be any number of things. But to say, people are stupid, I mean, pretty much what's going to happen. Like, if you're going to have a kid that's going to be with you for the rest of your life, that's what's going to happen. You're just prepared for that. I mean, I don't think that it's, you don't have to limit them. Like, I have a family I do vocal lessons for, and all 3 of the children have autism. And the mother and the father know the kids are never going to leave the house. Like, all of them just can't.
And there's nothing wrong with that.
She is going to, but I'm just saying in general, like, the oldest one is not really going to leave. She's going to get him a pod or something. And then the youngest one, they taught him football. So he's going to go to school and play football, but they're going to be right there with him. But after a certain amount of time, if your kid is going to be one that can function in the world by themselves, or ones that are going to need a little extra help. And I don't think that is, you really, as a parent, you need to be aware of that, because a lot of parents try and push their kids into stuff that they can't actually do. And it's much better from a parental point of view to just be aware that that's a possibility. You need to always be assessing your child, because you don't want to put them in situations where they have to figure out how to do stuff that they were never capable of doing. This doesn't mean that they can't become capable, but you're going to have to probably spend a little bit more time with that, especially if, you drink tap water when you're, pregnant, or you got an epidural, or any number of things can happen during the childbirth process itself that can cause these type of problems, where you're going to have to put in some extra effort to get your child prepared for a functioning life. So I think I would just say that is definitely something people should be aware of going into I have 2 kids. You're going into the process, some of them are going to be okay. Some of them are not. You got to just be ready for whichever one you get, because you don't know what's going to happen once they come out. You're like, ooh, that one's going to need a little bit of help. Let me just start saving my money now. I'm going to have to pay for this one to do this and do that. That's just from a parental point of view.
You don't know what soul is coming down the pipe.
Exactly.
They choose you. You don't choose them.
Right.
So you don't. I mean, maybe they are going towards you because they understand that you have what they are going to need, or that what they need is going to bring out something in you that you didn't know that you had. So I have a question for you, though, Sophia, about Black Lives Matter and all these riots and stuff. Would you say that this is being used as a tool to sort of like bring out the worst in the way that people perceive this movement, and also in the way that, corporations are using it to sort of profit and virtue signal? Would you say it's like sort of being used as a propaganda tool, is what I mean? That this is exemplifying a certain type of behavior that isn't necessarily across the board, that they're just trying to paint this image that isn't true to reality itself?
So my opinion on Black Lives Matter is, number one, it's not really an organization that's for Black people, and it's not advocating for Black issues. It's actually a Black Trans Lives Matter. And that's because as soon as Black Lives Matter came out, next thing you know, you have Black Trans Lives. So it's really not to support Black lives in general. It's a support a particular agenda. And I think everything about Black Lives Matter is agenda driven. And they have multiple agendas depending on who you're dealing with. And what people don't understand is that where your funding comes from, how your funding comes, that is who really controls your agenda. So if you have people who are getting money from, the Soros corporations and all those different things, they're running the agenda. And the agenda is chaos Marxism, to cause as much chaos and to create as many problems for as
just
many
like Occupy
different
Wall
segments.
Street.
Right, exactly. And people don't remember Occupy Wall Street, but I was in DC, and at the time, I remember where they were set up was horrifying. I just never went to DC for anything. It was, a lot of people
certainly
don't remember anything. Yeah. It was awful. It's just crazy stuff. And so, yeah, like.
So do you think that people are trying to use Black Lives Matter to make Black people look bad?
They don't need Black Lives Matter to make Black people look bad. Look at freaking Chicago. You look at DC, nobody really understands it, but they have mass shootings in DC all the time. It's big gang wars going on in the city, especially in the South Side. So I don't think
In
you
New York
need
too,
an
yeah.
organization to make Black people look bad.
Well,
I
this
mean,
was-
I think that.
Oh,
go ahead. Sorry.
Well, this was going to the point that I was mentioning earlier, where I'm very curious about this relationship that a lot of the, I mean, I'm sure that some Republican cities too, I don't know, but like I've noticed that a lot of cities run by Democratic leaders, like a lot of these leaders, they portray themselves as of the people, and they're all about the people, while at the same time they're always using the people, and they want the people to be this permanent underclass that is constantly dependent on them. That's what I've
Love,
been,
do you
Yeah,
know
San
that it's
Francisco is a
this
really
city?
good
I can't remember which one it is, but it's like overrun by rats. It has this horrible rat problem.
DC.
Is it DC? No,
Yeah,
there's this
DC
other one.
has
I mean, New York's
Where
got
it's
its
like
fair
there's
share, but
New York
overrun by
I
rats.
think DC is
In New
the
York,
worst.
the rats give people hepatitis C for some
yes,
reason.
and they've also become cannibalistic during the.
Let me figure out which one it is so I can talk about it.
That
DC is like
sounds
rat
interesting.
capital. Baltimore is bed bug capital, so Maryland pretty much sucks.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think that the idea of them creating a permanent underclass, I think it misses the fact that, you know, everything is a photo op. So everything from the civil rights movement, even before, just looking at history objectively and applying some sort of critical thinking, you start to think, okay, did this event have happened the way that they said it happened? Like, what am I missing? And so I think that the Democrats have just done a very, very good job at optics, and you have Republicans to do a terrible job at optics. And for people who you've instilled the programming into that optics are everything, like Black people with the looks and all of this, it's very easy to run that program of, does it look like this person is doing? For example, DC had a mayor, Marion Barry, which people are very familiar with, his whole crack thing. But people if you go to Ward 7 and Ward 8 right now, people are like, oh, he's the mayor for life, the mayor for life. Ignore all the other stuff. I mean, even more stuff that I just know from my own knowledge. Just ignore all of that. But what did he do? He got the kids jobs in the summer, get the turkey giveaway. I mean, this is what they love the optics. And so when you have a group of people who you've addicted to optics and to looking good, then it's kind of like one of those things where, you know, you don't really have to, you know, make somebody look bad or create a permanent underclass. You just have to be able to run this programming of optics successfully. And I think that's really what you see is just the optics games is wow. But
So what I was talking about is Chicago, Illinois. It's like has the most rats of any city in the world. The mayor is Lori Lightfoot, which I'm not sure if y'all are familiar, but she's been on Twitter kind of circulating this picture of her. She doesn't look very good. She looks sick. There's something.
God, not the meme. Where,
yes, that's her. That's her.
That's probably some kind of thyroidic condition.
She literally ignores the fact that Chicago has so many rats. She like pretends like it doesn't exist. And this is a Democratic. This is a Democratic like mayor. This is a Democratic city, and it has so many fucking rats. Like they're eating through power lines all the time, and it's such a problem. And she's doing absolutely nothing to address it. And yet the Democrats are supposed to be, you know, all about empowering the people and helping, you know, the citizens. But
they just voted her in. I mean,
yeah, exactly.
They just voted her in. Like it wasn't like she's been in office all this time. They knew she was going to do this, and yet they still voted her in. It makes no sense.
Well, then you had, you know, Scott Pressler come in with his cleanup crew. I believe that was the first place that they held the cleanup, and they had, you know, counter protesters to cleaning up the city because, gosh darn, these white supremacists, and they have negative intentions. And it's like,
gentrification.
I think they came to Baltimore first. Which was even worse.
Yeah, it was so bad. Well, and San Francisco was one of the other stops, and it's just you know, I lived in the Tenderloin for a couple years on a street known as Tranny Hooker Corner, and it was literally
boy.
Well, that was one of the nicer areas because that's where all the ladyboy prostitutes hung out, but it was just tense everywhere. People just openly shooting dope on the street. You know, they literally, San Francisco started the human poop
The real San Francisco treat.
And it's just a giant brown stain over the city of San Francisco. And it's just one of the most appalling things ever. And so when you have people with actual altruistic intention coming in and saying, we're actually going to do something, these democratic leaders aren't doing cleanups. They aren't addressing people in these parts of the cities, asking them what will make them safer, what will make them feel safer. They demonize people like Scott Pressler for coming in and trying to do the job that they refuse to do themselves.
And
we saw a report not too long ago out of Chicago where people were trying to blame white supremacists in blackface and black wetsuits for the gun violence. Because the problem here,
God.
And I wish I was making this up. I wish this was Breitbart, or I wish this was Babylon Bee. But the big problem that I see is people are so unwilling to say that there are cultural elements that need to be fixed from within. And instead they continue to buy this line that, oh, the problem is an external group. It's nothing you can do to help yourselves. There's nothing you can do to help your own communities. You have to focus all of your attention on fill in the blank. And they're going to use it politically. They're going to use it racially. They're going to use it religiously. And they're going to consistently try to push for positions in which they can get everyone distracted by the political theater, by the kabuki theater out front. And in the back, it's the same corruption scam. It's like a great analogy for it that I've heard somewhere is that the restaurant from Goodfellas, where it got sold over and now he was getting cases of liquor brought in at full price and it was getting sold by the gangsters out at half price before it ever touched the showroom floor. And like,
it's all just money. It doesn't matter.
Like these cities are like that. And instead of the restaurant manager being elected in to fix the corruption problem, they're putting on stage throws and cabarets, and people are coming and they're watching that while the restaurant around them is getting sold. The tables are getting sold right off the floor, and they don't pay attention because they keep getting told to stare at the stage, to keep getting their 2 minutes of hate, to yell at Oscar Goldman. The whole thing is just so backwards, and they keep tying it to racial and cultural identity to say that, well, it's infringing upon your culture for us to put more police so you don't get shot. It's infringing upon your culture for us to say that schools should have higher standards so that your kids can graduate at a higher level cognitively. It's infringing upon your racial identity for us to, and the whole thing is just so backwards because you see people get emotionally invested. The best proxy warrior believes in his fight. He doesn't realize he's a pawn. And that's the problem. It's like people are getting told, well, it's you, like if you don't stand up, it's going to be the end of fill in the blank. And in reality, it's like if you choose to actively stand up instead of turn around to the person trying to give you directions, it's going to be the same way or worse in 10 years.
Well, anyways, wow, there's like so much things to talk about. Just to add to,
I'll just briefly say,
God damn it, Jules! Okay, what?
And we just got a baby on the stream too. But I'll stay in the mode. Human supremacists oppose government supremacists like Yuval Noah Harari, right? As in Yuval Noah Harari says in his book *Sapiens*, which reads like
Jules, no, not that book.
Please,
no, that's the most Reddit book.
Reddit moment from Jules yet again.
Reddit moment.
I don't even know what that means. All right. Settle down, boys. Settle down. Okay. So
Reddit moment.
Even though Harari, his book reads like a smoking gun. Okay, and his fingerprint is on the cover, *Sapiens*, right? And in it, he says human beings do not have human rights. He says human rights do not exist.
Well,
this
I
is
agree
Bill
with that.
Gates' favorite historian. Okay, now he says the government gives you your rights, so that the fact that the Constitution says that our rights come from our creator, or God, right? I prefer they come from nature, they come from our creator. But basically, he says that God doesn't exist and it's all an illusion, but it's basically our rights are given to us by government. And this is a trap.
Oh no!
I think that people need to realize that the government gets its power from the people. Right? And that our human rights are immutable and absolutely exist. And why would you allow a narrative to make you a permanent underclass? like these vampires from Castlevania would want to put all under one roof in this kind of utopian one world government, right? As in, and if you have everyone fighting and inept at communicating, you'll just wait for it to break down and then you implement it, right? That's why you got Lev over here with the Tower of Babel behind him, right? Like what happened, well, we know what happened there.
It's an inaccurate
Tower of
depiction
Babel
of
is
the Tower of
not
Babel
what we want to
anyway.
replicate here.
The Tower of Babel was a spaceship. It was going to Mars.
It was Indra's spaceship.
This is why I like how a lot of anime and a lot of anime-based video games portray the Tower of Babel as actually being a spaceship. I think a lot of them are onto something, like Xenogears, for example. You know, there's a lot of interesting things there.
The tower that reaches them to heaven.
Exactly. But I also wanted to throw something in here before I forget, which is, I think that the question we were talking about before of, like, intelligence, I agree with Hotep Sophia in that I think that it is something that you are able to see in children from a young age, and then you could help them get to the highest level they could possibly get to and be there for them and care for them. And I don't think having intelligence is, you know, I don't think that's the end-all be-all. There are so many other ways that people contribute to this world we're in. But besides that, when we talk about things like genetics, to me, I look at it kind of like Buddha looked at the arrow that was in the dude's. I don't remember the story exactly how it goes, but the point is that he didn't care about how the arrow got there. He just cared about getting the arrow out. So I don't care about how people got to whatever point they happen to be, but I would just take people as they are, because I don't think it's that hard. Like, I don't think you need some kind of a, some kind of a genius arbiter to determine that. I think we make these decisions every day based on
you mean
how we
receive
converse
people,
with
not take them, right? You don't mean
Yes.
take people as they are.
You know what I'm talking
about.
You know what I'm. Yes, you know what I'm
Dude,
talking about.
It's fucking.
But I don't know,
magic we're
Jules.
talking about.
Love, I don't know if you can really separate the arrow from the one who shot it, just like you can't put the bullet back in the gun after it's been fired. Everything is
Sure,
connected, and
absolutely.
to ignore that is also ignorant.
No, absolutely everything is connected, but when it comes to making that kind of decision, I don't really care about what the genetics of the people are. I could see how they are in relation to me, how they talk with me, what kind of ideas they have. That's the thing that I most care about. And if it just so happens to match up with whatever's going on behind the scenes, so be it. But to me, that's not really a factor if I can determine all these things just by talking with them.
If people would just accept people for who they are instead of trying to make them into some image that, they have no control over, it'd be much better. But there's a lot. I mean, that's one of the problems with the government in general. They just, I always go back to Du Bois and this talented tenth. They just think there's a certain number of people, a fixed number that are, savable, and the rest of the people are just, they don't add any value. And so I've always just treated people the way that they are. I don't try and put people into a box that they're not in. But if you don't have that program run in your brain early enough, you can really just go down the role of saying, oh, well, you don't have this, you don't have that, you didn't go to this school, you didn't go to that school, and put you in a box where you basically can't get out of that box. And that's what I see happening a lot, especially in this area.
Absolutely, but I would also apply it to something like if you did have like a paper which had all your genetic information on it. Like, I don't think any of us would need to look at that paper to know what we think about all of us here in this conversation. I think even though it would be better for all of us to be physically present, that would definitely add another layer to it. I think that this is already a pretty good metric.
Yeah, I think that ideology is incredibly important. And I don't just mean the one that you've been taught to replicate. I mean the one that is evidenced by your actions, what you choose to do or choose not to do. And I don't mean to, and I can understand why Jules would take offense to the idea that and I do agree to some point, that if you tell a person, well, you're stupid, so you're never going to be able to achieve X and Y and Z, you're telling a battery that has infinite potential that it doesn't have to charge a large machine. And to some degree, if you tell someone they're capable of more, they'll give you more. People are very amazing in that capacity. We manifest our ideas physically. There's no other creature other than divine beings that is in any way similar to that. Somebody thought of this. They thought of this, and now I'm holding it in my hand. It came from their mind, and now I'm holding it, and it works. That is an amazing, amazing concept. And if you tell a person instead, all you're going to be is a voting block, like the Hispanic identity, all you're going to be is a voting block. And next to the voting block, you're going to have to behave and agree to certain concepts and hate other concepts. You're not giving them a lot of options. You're winding them up like a wind-up toy. You're packing them into a barrel. And they know what that's going to do after studying humanity for long enough and after looking at it from an eagle's eye perspective like they do, which could be considered eugenic to a degree when they demand like blind auditions now at Juilliard. They're saying that they don't like the color mix of the orchestra, so they're going to stop taking blind auditions based on how well you play, and they're going to select players based upon their color. What does that tell? Hold on. My question for that is, what does that tell any black musician who now gets accepted at Juilliard, other than, well, you might not have been good enough, but you're the right color, which is the same exact form of racism.
We talked about this before.
Self-doubt. They're creating self-doubt also in any white person who doesn't get in, because you might now, instead of thinking, am I good enough? Can I try harder? They're going to implant the thought, well, doesn't matter. You're not the right person. You're not the right kind of person. So you're not allowed, or so you are allowed. It creates
if a blind audition isn't successful.
I think the West was built on the proposition that we were capable of achieving whatever we're capable of achieving, and your reach should exceed your grasp. Instead, we have people who don't even want their reach to exceed their grasp locally. We don't have people that say, I want a big garden. We don't have people that say, I want 10 kids. We have people that say, well, what am I going to eat for dinner tonight?
Hotep's been said that, but that might just be us.
We got to get Hotep Jesus and Uncle Hotep on the show.
Oh, Lord.
So, Lev, when you said earlier something about like the mix of people that you had on here, what was that again? What'd you say?
So what I said is I think all of us can pretty quickly tell where people are by talking with them. It would be better to be physically present, but I think even behind an avatar, even behind, as Jules put it, a clip art, I think even behind clip art, it's pretty noticeable where people are, and talking with them, like, sure, I'd like to bring the best of them out, but at the same time, it's like, we're not going to be able to take care of everybody. I'd prefer to hang out with people who I can vibe with, like everybody here. Like, I really enjoy talking with all of you, and I wish the same for everybody else too. Like, that people would get together, not based on anything other than whether they're able to vibe with each other or not. I think that's very recognizable.
Something that I thought was amazing about prison was that I saw, I would see people taking these opportunities to not divide their hood and representative by number, but because when you go in, I'm an ultra minority immediately, and B, I don't like the idea that I have to succumb to something because of my race. So like I was put into a really weird predicament. And I watched people.
You gotta put in work for your people.
Yeah, dude. There's this concept, right? I'll break it down very quickly. It's called Nieta, and it was a Spanish gang that also involved the UBN, the United Blood Nation. And when you went in, you could fall under Nieta, but Nieta didn't exist on the street. So you had people who on the street shot each other. I watched a conversation of a dude like, yeah, you got me. He had this big, disgusting bullet scar on his shoulder. Playing cards with a guy, no animosity, because it was over turf and territory and money, had nothing to do with the people individually. And he's joking like, LOL, yeah, you got me that one time. And it's like, the reason they're having this conversation now is because they're being told the software they can run is, oh, now we're not fighting. So now we have no reason to fight each other. So it's fine. And I know for a fact that one of the kids that got out when I was still in county jail got shot and killed by the relative of someone else in. And even back when the news came back in, there was no beef in cross-section. There was, all right, well, if we see each other out, it might be a different story, but like, we're still hooking up together. We're still breaking down. It still doesn't matter. That concept I saw in the lowest, the most soulless and depraved environment you can possibly imagine, in which like I was hanging out mostly with murderers. That's just what there was to hang out with. And these people, if you pay attention to how you're supposed to run your software, there should be no redeeming qualities. There should be no humanity, no compassion. And instead, you realize that when you have everything else stripped away, you have two choices. You can say, I'm going to run off program and I'm going to die running program, or I'm going to alter the way I think because perhaps the way I thought before got me here in the first place. And that's where going to like the church groups were great for that concept, because you'd see people who had literally dismembered other people talking about how, yeah, well, I had a wild past and I know not to behave that way again. And it means more coming from them than it does from someone who curses at you at a party and then shakes your hand afterwards. Oh, I lost my temper. Like, no, you're going to do it again. You haven't really changed any aspect of your behavior. Like, you have to actually have things stripped away from you. You have to be bare before you can decide to build pieces back on. Some people are very fortunate. They're born into families that raise them correctly. Some people are not. That doesn't damn you to a future, because by all rights and extension, and I say things like, commies against the wall and all this stuff. And to some degree, the rhetoric is fun. But at the end of the day, like, I was one of those people that now, if the me I am now met the me I was then, there would be a fight. And I don't know who would walk away from it, but only one person would. Because ideologically, I'm still not over the hill to the degree that I can look at another person and say, 100%, no matter what comes out of your mouth, I can look at you as the same thing that I am. I still fundamentally, I'm not there, because in my experience, when you're running certain programming, it changes how you're going to interact with the world in a really positive or really negative way. And there are some people who celebrate their ability to deconstruct good, just like there are people that celebrate their ability to build positive connection. Like, and I don't just mean in gang violence or criminality. I mean, there are people who spit on the ground and drop trash and don't put their carts away and take a drink of something and put it back on the shelf. And they don't think, not only do they not think there's anything wrong with it, but they think they're doing harm to something that's against them by behaving this way. They think the idea of burning down the Christmas tree is just good because fuck Christmas, because not for any reason, not because there's any individual that has done wrong to you that you can name. It's, let me take myself and position myself in a way that I am against fill in the blank, the whole world, everything that isn't me, revenge for my birth. That ideology is really present in this country the same way it's present across the globe. And until I was willing to say, hey, I'm the problem. I'm the reason I'm here. Until I was able to accept that, I was every sort of racist, sexist, bigot, like homophobe. I didn't care. I wanted to find a reason to dislike you, whatever it was. If you're going to give me an excuse up front, that's even better for me, because I hated myself. And very little.
That's the same thing with Black people, though. A lot of Black people run the same program of just, looking for anything wrong. That's what the whole Jonan thing is about. Like, what can I find that's wrong with you to identify, a reason why I am superior as another person over you, as a person who looks like me. That's exactly what, to me, my interpretation of the W is. It's just, how can I, make you feel bad and make me feel better?
Definitely.
Exactly. And one of the biggest problems I see fundamentally there is, like, the ideology of a chip on your shoulder, boot on my neck, the way, I think that was Malcolm X who said that. I don't have a chip on my shoulder, I have a boot against my neck. And that in itself, he grew out of that later on. If you ever read anything he's written, he was a very angry young man. And the older he got, the more he took his anger and said, well, I've been pointing it at color first, and then I pointed it at religion, and then I pointed it at, I'm the people, they're the government. And then he was like, wait a minute. In the government, as soon as I walked across the line, there are people that agree and people that disagree. And then on the next level, there are people that agree and disagree and segment. And the way they have the system built is that floor 1 never talks to floor 5 unless they're shitting down. And floor 7 never talks to floor 5. And floor 14 never talks to floor 7. And at the end of the day, when they all walk out of the building on their own, the homeless dude on the corner looks over and goes, all these fucking politicians. And it's like, dude, like, to see it that way is for me to look at a grocery store and be like, yeah, all these fucking rednecks and all these fucking, like, fill in the blank. And that
That's
attitude,
what Black people do all the time.
Yeah, exactly. That attitude only gets you as far as you want it to. And it's both a leash and a noose. It's a leash against your own capabilities moving forward, and it's a noose against whatever ideology is pinning you there. So the farther you get away from your comfort zone of hatred, it's like the farther a dopehead gets from his corner board. It's the same exact concept, because you're going to feel less and less comfortable knowing you don't have that immediate release. You don't have the immediate escape. And it sucks that we get stuck this way, because people, fundamentally, we're still cavemen. We want to flee discomfort. We want to be comfortable as fast as possible. That comes with food, that comes with sex, that comes with violence, comes with temperature. I mean, and people make the argument that we don't belong on Earth because we don't like anything about the natural environment. We need clothes and air conditioning and cheeseburgers and everything else. Well, I just think the argument could be better made. And, like, we don't like the idea that it's our responsibility to be uncomfortable. It's my responsibility to take on more weight. If I can carry it, I need to do it. And if someone is in a wheelchair and only has the operational use of 2 fingers, I bet you they can think of something to contribute. And the problem is where you start saying, you don't have to contribute as much because. You don't have to do as much because. Whatever. That's where you start getting into the eugenic conversation that's almost worth having, where you're not breeding a race, you're breeding inferiority. You're not breeding an idea, you're breeding the lack of the ability to have an idea. You're training people to think themselves into holes, and then you're laughing at them while they're in the hole until they freak out and cover themselves with dirt. And you act like you're not doing it. Like,
it's giving them the excuse to not have to think. Like they can just coast by, and there's not going to actually be at any point in time where they're going to have to, exercise their autonomy. They can just function within the box you've built for them, and they don't want you to have to actually think outside that box. They're happier for you to operate within the parameters that they set. In fact, that's what they want. They want you to just obey and not do too much. So they're gonna get people into Harvard just because they wrote Black Lives Matter 50 times on a piece of paper, and it's not about whether or not they were good or bad or anything. It doesn't matter.
It's just so hard to.
I was going to say that's the same thing with the upper middle class too. There's no reward again for creativity. It's just, can you run this program? Can you show up to school on time? And can you do the work that the teacher told you to do? And when you go to campus, can you join a sorority or a fraternity and then run that program that they give you? It's the same thing. It's just, I don't think people will see it, because when you see it on a lower class than what you're at, it doesn't look the same as at the class that you're on. But if you're aware, you can see it run on every single level, because if you're talking to a GS2 and you're talking to a GS17 in the government, you're talking to the same type of person. They respond to stuff in the same way. They just happen to have different jobs. And so it's like they don't see themselves as the same. But as a person outside the government, you're like, well, you have to show up to work on time. You can't take these days off. You got to do what this person says. You don't even know who your boss is. Y'all seem to be running the same program to me. And so when you start to question that, that's when people get extremely angry, because now, they're sort of saying, well, wait a minute, I make more money than this GS, because a GS17 may make $130,000, $140,000 a year. You have a GS2 or 3, they may make $15 an hour, but they're essentially doing the same thing, running the same program, for sure.
Yeah, and it's incredibly frustrating, because one of the problems that I keep seeing pop up over and over when you try to discuss these concepts with people is it's not just being put into a box or being shown how to think, but they weaponize ideas.
Gio's got to
against
go.
each other.
I just wanted to say quick bye-bye to Gio. Gio, you are the best. And guys, don't forget, if you go to patreon.com/11joules, you're going to get one of Gio's amazing, if you become a $20 patron, one of Gio's amazing prints. So go to
How many prints of Gio's have you given out?
Okay, so we got the prints, they are on the way, and we have, I believe, 3 people who have signed up to Patreon. One of them actually signed up first as a $5 member, and then they became a $20 member as soon as they found out that Gio's doing this. So Gio, like I said before, I don't know what he's doing on this planet. He should be on like a higher tier loca, closer to the Milky Way center. Like he is something else. He is an amazing dude. I love Gio.
He's a good guy. Just to finish off my thought before we move on to the next, whatever we're going to end up talking about, like what I see is people weaponize ideas against people by giving them convenient scapegoats and straw men. So something that I hear us talk about a lot, we brought it up a few times, and I just want to pass this off as a thought. The idea of nepotism is immediately dismissed by anyone who's watched it happen on the negative side. But if you imagine, if you built a business in whatever community you live in, whatever color, whatever religion you are, you built a business. You started small, you bought the storefront, you ended up buying a bigger storefront, you've ran it for 50 years, you've got it for 50 years. Now you're ready to retire, and your child, you want your child to take it over for you because you put your name on the outside, and you know that your kid worked there from high school, and now your child's son or daughter is working somewhere else in an industry that's similar, but they're never going to own wherever they're working. They're working for a chain, maybe they're corporate in HR somewhere, and you're like, why don't you just come back and run the store? You know how everything works, just run the store. That is nepotism. But at the same time, why can't you have your family business stay your family business? The problem is we look at that happening on a grand scale from people that are billionaires, and we go, well, that's terrible. That's the reason that nothing ever changes. It stays getting handed from hand to hand, and it's the reason that people on the bottom keep getting crapped on. It's the separation between capitalism and corporatism. If you get to the point where you're operating in 9 states and you're getting over $1 billion in revenue liquid a month profit, there's a difference between you passing that business to your kid that's a business functioning in 7 countries, regardless of who's worked under you for X amount of years. There's a difference between that when you're supposed to have a board of executives, you're supposed to have a publicly traded operational space, and the CEO still becomes Bob Iger's son or what have you. That's a bit more of a problem, in my opinion, than trying to correlate business ownership between the actual overlords and the individual people trying to get their plant up out of the dirt. And I think that we utilize big ideas that are sometimes pointed in the right direction, but instead of keeping a cannon, we reduce it to a pistol and we start arguing with each other when we're fighting over scraps. And we end up fighting over scraps and setting precedent for, well, this is what I dislike. These are the ideas I don't approve of. And at the same time, you take 2 steps away, or you take 2 steps closer sometimes, and you realize you're advocating for something that not only doesn't make sense, but it damages people that are just like you. And it's why, like we were talking about abortion earlier, and I'm glad actually Sophia's here to talk about it now. 52% of African-American pregnancies end in abortion now in the United States. And people talk about how Planned Parenthood is a eugenic program, and they tether it to IBM, and they look at all these ideas that have happened across the globe, and then they started delivering themselves into the United States. And you can say that it was certainly used to control demographic. You could argue that. You could also say that personal accountability and responsibility to dedicate yourself to promoting your own community and your own family structure is being dismantled by the fact that if you have 4 children and no father, you're paid more by the state than if you have 4 children and a father in the home. Like the deconstruction of the family is like...
Sophia.
Let me add a few things to that. First, stereotypes are pro-nepotism. So a lot of people aren't, but we are definitely pro keep it in the community, keep it in the family, train your successor, that type of thing. Definitely pro that. Second of all, the problem with looking at Planned Parenthood from the perspective where any perspective where it's a benefit to the woman not to have more children, you miss the factor that, number one, if there was proper reproductive education in this country, you wouldn't need Planned Parenthood, meaning there's only 6 days per month you can get pregnant, literally. And so if they were teaching reproduction health the way that they're supposed to, where you're able to monitor your cycles and stuff like that, you'd have no need for Planned Parenthood. So they're actually encouraging people to be reckless in their behavior. And then at the same time, they're providing a solution. So it's really an industry that creates itself. And a lot of people say, you have more money if for some reason you have all these kids and no father in the household. And I think that delegitimizes the importance, the role of a father, because you may have more money, like the government may give you more money, but the actual contributions of a father in the household is worth more than money. And so
father state and mother state, they're like want to be the second parent when the one other parent steps out, whether it's the father or the mother. The state steps in as that phantom parent, and it's not good.
It's not okay.
They want you to marry the state. They want you to be complete. The idea of any citizen being able to support themselves, the state doesn't like. If you cryptocurrency is a great example. If you spend your time with crypto, you can mine crypto. You can mine Bitcoin. Requires some intellect, requires some time, requires the machinery and the knowledge of basic coda. But if you can find a way to make money for yourself, if we all had gold mines under our houses, and if we just decided to tie up the hair and get down there and do it, you could come up with money. The government would hate that because automatically you're not giving them the majority of the gratitude and the focus for providing for you. You'd be able to provide for yourself. It's why they stopped letting people buy seeds in New Hampshire and Vermont as soon as the pandemic hit. And
that was so bullshit. I was saying, I literally saw these pictures of them taping up the seed, like the little wheels. I'm like, bro, just steal it. Just fucking cram your pockets full of seeds and run. There's there's no point. Just steal it. Just fucking steal it. They won't let you buy it. Just fucking steal it. It's fine. They're not going to be able to tell.
Maryland, because Maryland's an agricultural state. They know that would have been an instant revolt. So
no, but Tim, there was this guy.
Garden centers. Yeah.
They're doing experiments. All 50 states, Vault Tech. It's like Vault Tech. You know what I mean? From the Fallout series, the original couple Fallout games, 1 and 2, and Tactics. Every vault was a different experimental zone where they could mess with different qualities of people's lives.
That's literally what America is.
Right. That's federalism. That's exactly what federalism is. Like what works.
America is like a giant experiment. That's what it is. We're like we are the rats in, rat utopia right now. They're experimenting on us, testing out different modes of social control. But Tim, there was this guy, and I think that it's amazing. You're saying Bitcoin, right? He found a way to innovate. He learned that not only could he mine Bitcoin and make money for himself, but he also didn't need to heat his house in the winter anymore. It's crazy, killing two birds with one stone.
From the computers.
He actually posted a picture on Twitter. It got so hot that his computer melted through this plastic shelf that he had. It just fucking went straight through it.
Ridiculous, but to carry on to the federalism concept of America being experimentation bowl. What I think is so frustrating about that is we know about Project Paperclip, we know about Project Rusty, we know that after World War II we took over as many scientists from Europe as we possibly could. Same with China and Japan. We smuggled them all in and we utilized them in Werner von Braun to come up with propulsion and NASA. NASA's been caught multiple times offloading massive amounts of child porn through its telescopes. Because it'll beam up instead of a satellite, they were beaming it to other points on Earth, right around the curve. So we know that they're up to some shenanigans, and we've only been to the moon. If we'd been to the moon, we've only been there a few times. It was many decades ago.
Big if.
So yeah.
No, we went to the moon.
The idea that I find so frustrating here is we know that eugenic experimentation and eugenic concepts don't require gene and genealogy.
Hail the cat.
You can do it by forcing people to live a certain way by controlling their stimuli. So the big problem that I have with that is if we know this is happening, right, we are still allowing ourselves to participate in a system as if we don't understand what's behind the curtain. And we do. We see the shoes. The Dr. Oz or the Wizard of Oz.
But Tim, does everybody understand what's behind the curtain, or is it just us, right? I think
it's not everybody, but this is what I
wanted to definitely not everybody, though. It's like a very small minority of people.
There's a funny thing that's going on right now, though, with the whole QAnon thing, where you have so many boomers that all of a sudden, Tim Dillon made a good point about this. You don't just overdose somebody on red pills overnight, where at a certain point, they don't really know what's real and what's fake, and all of a sudden, imagine you were barbecuing the whole time, and then the next day you find out that there's all these pedophile vampires, who are controlling the world. Just to make the jump from A to B for an individual human being, you got to think about that for a second. They haven't all been reading all the different things that we've been reading throughout the years. This is just
Lev, what you're saying is basically making the statement that none of the 80s action movies could ever actually work in the framework which they're presented. That people can't come to conclusions that, actually, the entire world is run by aliens. I mean, They Live is an exception to that, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, that was a good movie.
I've been dropping red pills on my family and friends in college. No, I mean, just my thing is when I first got to college, I was like, look, what is in this water that we're drinking? What is this water? What is this stuff? And I started, doing research on the water that comes out of the fountain. And I'm like, oh my gosh, are we drinking this stuff? So I would just tell people, look, you got to switch your water out. You need to get some better water. People looked at me like I was crazy. So I learned a long
that fluoride stare
to just slow drip everything. So then it's like, what about this salt? What is in this salt that's on the table? Why am I using this salt? Is there other kinds of salt? Then I found out there's other kinds of salt. Then I'm like, okay, so what else don't I know? So by the time I came out of college, I had literally changed the way that I operate just from changing my diet and changing how I looked at how food was procured and stuff like that. It was basically going back to my farmer heritage and stuff like that. But I didn't try to, dump that on everybody overnight. I just changed myself first. And that's kind of many problems with the whole Q thing, is that you could start pulling on a thread, and then the next thing you know, you end up in a position where you can't even understand what you're looking at. You can look at something and be like, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I don't even understand this. Whereas I think it's much more helpful to just give people what this goes back to the intelligence thing. Give people what they can handle at the current time, and don't go completely overboard so that people are just like zombies. You know what I mean? Have you ever seen a person who's just like, I've seen too much? That's exactly some of these Q-tards. They just look like they've seen too much, and it's not really a lot you can you can do it.
They don't understand the barrier between reality and fantasy anymore at that point. They've already like presupposed this sort of they've gone like too far beyond, right? That's what you're saying. They've seen too much. They don't know how to differentiate, so they kind of like assume that everything is basically some secret plot. It's like schizophrenia.
But it is. I mean, I think that normies have the same problem too. You know, they just see
But it's in the
everything,
reverse.
everything at face
Yeah,
value,
it's
so
all
like-
fine.
But I
It's
think
all
everything
okay.
is fake. You know what I mean? But you have to understand that even in the fakeness, there's reality, and I think that's the balance. Like you can see it as fake, but you can look through the fakeness and see, like, for example, the civil rights movement. If you look at that video where the guy who just died, I can't remember, John Lewis, where the video where they're coming across the bridge, you know, you can see the video and you can be like, oh wow, that's crazy. The police were there and they started fighting the people, and that's kind of crazy. But then you say, well, why were they lined up? Because they're all just lined up on the bridge, and then all of a sudden somebody does something and then the police start attacking them. That doesn't make any sense. So you start to see the staging in these types of events, and then you're like, wait a minute, so this is an event that really happened. I saw the event happen. They have it on film, which is a whole nother set of things. Why did they even have it on film? Who's recording it? Like, once you start to ask,
Yeah, who recorded 9/11, right?
Right, exactly. Why were the cameras pointed just perfectly where the things were gonna crash? How does that happen? Or even like here where the Pentagon was, it's like, wait a minute, the Pentagon and the airport are not even close. Where the plane hit, there's no way it could have missed the airport. That doesn't even make sense. So then you can see a thing really happen, you know, the event really happened, but you can say, wait a minute, there's more to this event that meets the eye. And I think that that's the people who take too many red pills at once. They can't say this thing happened. They just go straight to, oh, it was fake, or it was staged, or it was this, or was that. No, the thing
Without
really
understanding
happened.
why or how. Yeah.
Right. Or being
So
able to
I wonder if Lev will have a comment on this, but what you were saying with, like, you know, understanding that everything is fake, but there is reality within. So if you go to the point where you understand that reality that we are perceiving right now is fake, like everything is a sort of phantasmagoric representation of its true form, where things can't really be perceived as they truly are in this state that we're in right now. It's merely what we are allowed to see through our biology, what our eyes can actually pick up, like what rays of light our brain can parse, and understand that we aren't really seeing reality clearly, that we are, like Paul said, seeing things in a mirror dimly, but soon we shall see face to face. You have to understand that that is used by these people to their advantage. They manipulate the reality that we perceive. They manipulate it to, you know, portray them in a good light, or to control us, or whatever they use it to do. Some people use it for good, some people don't, right? That's why I don't like the idea that all power corrupts. But it's these people that understand power and understand our reality. They are gonna do with that information what we will, and it's gonna work on us until we get to the point where we understand that they're actually doing it, that they are manipulating things to have us perceive them in a certain way. And it's up to us to sort of peer behind the veil and look at the way that things really are, and then understand sort of from that vantage point, oh wow, yeah, I can see how things can be both fake and real at the same time. I can see how these events, you know, seem so baffling, but when you realize that it's like a stage play being put on and then filmed and then shown to us and then told that it's real and that this is all it is, right? Then you can sort of understand how we are like a deracinated people that has no true understanding of the way that reality really works. And we just sort of operate within this stage play because we've been tricked into thinking that this stage play is life itself.
That was well said. My take on it is that we are like a dog that's looking out at a highway, not really knowing that it's a highway, and there are all kinds of layers of the same relationship depending on what it is that is actually a highway and to you is something completely different. You get what I'm saying, right? Like, there are things that we would call by certain names because that's what's been passed down to us, and the more that we start breaking the veil, the more we're able to see what it actually is. But at the same time, I think that hubris is very important not to forget, because you don't want to get to the point where you think that you know it all, and then all of a sudden you're making certain conclusions and getting people to believe those conclusions, even if you haven't really thought it out that well yourself. So in that sense, I'm always going to be as skeptical as I possibly can be, even with the kind of phenomenon that I would lean on existing much more, and which is why that's what I encourage for everybody, to be able to look at whatever gaps of knowledge they may perhaps have. Maybe they have a conversation with someone who points this out, and then they're going to do research, or they're going to have some new books that they're going to read, whatever. The point is that you get new information and you try to improve upon what you know, even with this limited biology that we have. The other point that I wanted to bring up quickly was that I do think that we right now in the Kali Yuga, if this is the Kali Yuga, we are in a fallen state in the sense that the people are too weak to be able to resist a lot of the much more evil, devious people. And at the same time, though, I think that people who are able to manifest a lot of strength within themselves are in such a position that they could actually do a lot of very impressive things, given time and resources and just spreading of their information out there. Because I think that the evil people, whatever, like the people who are causing a lot of problems in the world, I think that they're also weak in a certain way. I just think it's generally an age of weakness, because we are outsourcing a lot of things to, whether you're talking about like the Alex Jones interdimensional demon, or if you're talking about just computers in general, or your smartphone, we're always outsourcing things away from our willpower into
What
these
if I told
external
you
things.
the two are one and the same?
Well, that is something that I remember reading in many different instances, so I could definitely see that those two things are related. And by the way, while I have you here, I do want to ask you about the moon thing. So you were talking about how some of us are from Venus, and I do agree with you on the idea that, I don't know if this is necessarily your idea or not, but I believe that human beings as this form is something that's spread all across existence. It's just a very good form to be in and interact with the world in. So what I'm curious about the Venus question is, you were mentioning something about the moon being engineered and being brought here. Well, I'm kind of curious about how that works. I know it's like completely random, but I've always wanted to ask you this because I remember you were doing a thing about it.
Okay, so it's important to understand that, and this just kind of ties into what I was saying a minute ago. We perceive things in three-dimensional reality. The third density, right? That's our understanding. So we see the moon, we see the sun, we extrapolate what the earth is like. There are all these spheres, and now a sphere is the maximum amount of matter that you can fit into three axes. It maxes out your potential for matter, right? So the things that we perceive here are not necessarily that's their true form. That's just the way that it appears to us in the third density. So the moon itself being created, right? I think that could be taken to be understood as the moon is a spaceship, or the moon is artificial. But if you understand it from the perspective that, these beings on Venus and what Venus is, understanding that Venus is not just a planet. Venus is like this, what we refer to as Venus. Yes, it's a planet, but also the people that were on Venus and that, came from Venus to Earth, they weren't necessarily just from that planet. They were also people that were from a higher mode of existence that entered through Venus as a sort of portal into the material reality. Just in the same way that the Polarians are understood to be like this liminal race of beings that were both spirit and matter, but mainly spirit. And then as these races, continue, they become more material and more material with this sort of
like a Rudolf Steiner was talking about.
Yeah. So they become less and less ethereal and more material. That with the moon and the way that it is, I mean, the moon is extremely powerful and it exerts almost a mystical force on the earth itself that's still not entirely understood, because people will behave strangely under a full moon. I've witnessed it so many times. I mean, sometimes I'll just be like, what the fuck is going on? And then I look up in the sky and it's just a full moon beating down. And you're like, oh, I understand the strange energy in the air. It's from that thing right there. And when we sort of take reality and segment it into a divide in our mind, we divide it into, okay, this is matter, this is spirit, or you're like trying to separate the two from each other where they are inextricably joined, right? You cannot separate them. So you can't just look at things as purely material or purely spiritual. They are one and the same. So it's like two sides of that coin. So yeah, humans are made of matter, and so is the moon, but there's also spirit within that, right? So the moon itself is like a living organism, but it exists in its state now. We view it as like, this rock that orbits the earth. So it also like controls the tides on earth, and it gives, strange energies to women. It tends to align with their menstrual cycles. It also is understood to be sort of a portal for reincarnation, right? And so when you're talking about people from Venus who are incarnating in this reality as, people that are of flesh and of spirit, and not only just of spirit, they're entering from the moon as like a portal of reincarnation, and then they come down to earth as beings of flesh, kind of like, say, Jesus, right? You've got these avatars that embody these spirits of God, and like you've got bodhisattvas, and all of these things are said to come from the moon as like a gateway, or that it's tied to this cycle of life and death and rebirth, and living and dying and being reborn. And that comes through the moon, just like it regulates like the seasons, and the people based their calendars on the different, the waning and the waxing of the moon. So it's something that has such symbolic importance. It's almost like the sun. It's the antipode of the sun, but it is, in a way, it's more mysterious, because the sun is just really bright and really hot and very powerful, but the moon is more subtle in that feminine energy, the way that it rules nature, and it sort of gives us a very easy to identify passage of time itself, right? You can look at the moon and you can see how each night a little bit more of its face is revealed, or a little bit more of its face is obscured.
Not only that, but also, correct me if I'm wrong, but the moon and the sun, they look the same size during the eclipse when they cover each other. They cover each other pretty...
a little bit. Sometimes the moon is a little bit closer, a little bit farther away.
Well, that's what I always wonder about, like...
You study anthroposophy, then.
Ariosophy?
No, anthroposophy. You study anthroposophy?
Well, this
is
like Rudolf Steiner, like theosophy.
Yes,
like divine
definitely.
Trinity, divine feminine. That's what I had asked you
right
2 weeks ago. Okay, yeah, the divine feminine. Are you into the divine feminine trinity specifically, or just sort of divine feminine in general?
It's more that there is divinity to masculinity and femininity, and I feel like there is an agenda to remove that from the picture altogether, to sort of like, because people try to say that men and women aren't different, we're exactly the same, and there is no difference. And it's just, like I've seen t-shirts that say raise girls the same way as boys, and I think that's just stupid. It's
who would say that? Have they ever been?
It's there.
Girls? Oh,
yeah, no, I know. It's not right, and I think it's unfair to boys and girls to say that they're the same. I think it would be more beneficial to revel in the differences and understand the eccentricities and the things that make girls special and the things that make boys special, rather than saying you're all just the same. It doesn't matter.
At the same time, though, if let's say a girl gets certain interests in activities that boys would do, like as a father, I wouldn't prevent her from doing those things.
Yeah, but that's different.
Yeah,
that's different. Activities aren't gender coded, right? But there is certain things that are feminine. A man will never have a baby.
Yeah.
Right? It's just
well now that'll get you
biologically possible.
Now that's gonna get you kicked off of Twitter saying things like that. As far as I understand, like that's the level.
Are we on Twitter?
We're not on Twitter right now, but I'm just saying that's the level. That's the clown world level we're currently at right now, and that's the most concerning thing for me, because when people come in and talk about just very run-of-the-mill things, this is the reaction that they get from a lot of this vocal minority. And as far as what a lot of this vocal minority represents, like if you look at the styles, the trends, like the short blue hair, it's like my wish is for people to develop their inner aura so that when they shine blue, it's their aura that shines, not the hair color that they have. It's just like they're looking for a shortcut in that way, like they're dyeing their hair a certain color. It's like developing.
No, I don't think that they're looking for a shortcut for auras. That's actually signaling danger, like a poison dart frog.
Yes, the dart frog. But I think that they still have a romanticism. I don't think that you can kill off that romanticism fully. I still think that they long for some,
they're long for their father's attention, but he was never there, so they have to project it in forms of outward attention grabbing. I mean, it's that sort of stuff to me. I think it's pretty rudimentary. I don't think that like, it doesn't bother me that much, right? I see a girl with bright colored hair, and I'm just like, okay, right? That's how she's processing whatever it is she's going through. I don't think that that's necessarily bad, but I think that some girls, they just get lost in this sort of attention seeking dopamine feedback loop where they enjoy it, and even negative attention, right? Some people can become addicted to negative attention. They'll do things that will make people angry at them because they enjoy being yelled at, because it nurtures some sort of toxic impulse that they have inside them, right? They want to be beat up, they want to be ridiculed, they want to be yelled at, because maybe it harkens back to some sort of dysfunction in their own life where the only contact they ever had with one of their parents was them yelling at them, and that in some twisted way reminds them of how things used to be before whatever, right? It harkens back to home in a very sad way. So yeah, I think that kind of stuff with the dyed hair, or even where you're talking about like girls wanting to do, in quotes, traditionally masculine activities. I mean, it could be a number of things. Sometimes it's totally innocuous. Sometimes I wonder if people at school are like, trying to push this sort of blurred line between masculine and feminine roles where, like, I mean, name one girl that's going to want to go be a trash collector, and that's going to be like her dream, right? Or name a woman that's going to want to work in some sort of mundane role that men fulfill in society, like cleaning sewers. I don't think that that's anyone's dream, right? But the guys are going to be the ones that are going to do it because they realize at some point that, well, I got to make the fucking money somehow, right? So we're just going to do what works.
Let me put it this way. I remember there was this girl who was tripping on LSD, and she was talking so brightly about how the future is going to be, like there's not going to be a gender anymore. It's just like she was painting this utopia in her head of all of these brightly colored hair pixie people. Like that was the future that she was kind of like Steven Universe in a way. Like it was that kind of, this is why I'm saying that it's...
I can view that in two different ways, right? You can view it in a sort of like twisted, liberal, gross way where it's like gender is a enemy to be conquered, right? They view it like that. But I think that they are touching on something in a way that they don't even realize they're brushing with. They're brushing with the nature of divinity, but they don't even understand what it is as it like sand slips through their fingers.
Exactly.
Because God, itself is not necessarily male or female. He is both. It's this androgynous
Zervan.
Yeah, right. So like I was talking about in that stream before, where the creation of Adam was created not male nor female but both, and God had to separate him into Adam and Eve, and he had to become, it's the two halves of this whole, right? So the divine form is, even in alchemy, portrayed as, a two-headed creature with one half being male and the other half being female, the balanced energies of the sun and moon. It is this unity, this divine unity, where you meld them into one. And I would say a transgender person is like a profane version of Regis, which is what that is called in alchemy. It's like a Frankensteinian experiment to try to, right, they're trying to mechanically or medically create divinity, but it's impossible, and it can never be achieved through these material means. It can only be achieved through spiritual means, right? Like that's what it is. They're striving at it, and they don't know even what it is that they are chasing after and grasping for, but it is this transcendence of this human form and this human mode of thinking, that we transcend this flesh. And yeah, we are no longer male nor female, slave nor free, Jew nor Greek, right? We become something further beyond this that we can even imagine right now. That's what they talk about in the Bible. That's what they talk about in all these different religions. It's this transcendence of the human form as what we truly are, that we sort of lose sight of when we're in this dense three-dimensional reality.
Definitely. Well, like Aleister Crowley said, regardless of what you may think of him,
don't you
that
dare fucking quote Crowley after I said.
He said everybody's a star.
Get thee behind me, Satan.
We are a star in a way. Like if you position the body the right way, we're like a 5-pointed star, which is also.
Okay, I understand you're trying to be nice, but
it's also something that you see. No, I get you. Which is also, we got to do an episode on Crowley.
He can be right about some things, but wrong about everything else. It's fine.
What do you think of his tarot deck?
I have it. It's awesome.
See, there we go.
Stupid bastard, fucker.
Now the interesting thing about what you see in meditation, the spiritual eye, as they call it, is that it is a literal 5-pointed star that you see, the exact shape that you're thinking of right now. That is literally what you see. And people, I don't know if this is common for everybody. This is something I've experienced in a very smaller way, like it wasn't that high powered yet, but the point here is that these are things that we are able to experience through these processes of meditation. And I think that people have lost a lot of faith today of regular religion. I don't know if it's enough for people anymore, and when people reject a lot of this old school stuff that their generations upon generations were taught, then they're left without anything except for social justice. I don't think just standard run-of-the-mill liberalism is enough for most people to grab onto and base their identity around.
Well, I'm reading this book right now called How Not to Be a Millennial, and it talks about how with the absence of spiritualism and religion, politics becomes religion, and it's a political religion in that you, even down to the individual that you will be with romantically, people will not date outside of their political spectrum because it's seen as this religious type group where
science can fill that same role.
Yeah,
people won't associate with people if they're anti-vax or if they don't believe in certain quote-unquote scientific principles. It's in-group, out-group preference.
Well, it, like I said, it's largely, in my opinion, and in certain points in the book that I've read so far, which admittedly is not that far into it, but the idea that the absence of an actual spirituality and actual religion is being replaced with things such as, the science and politics.
I mean, it totally works. And if you look at the way that people approach this kind of stuff, they're approaching it with what you could only really call religious fervor, where they absolutely go insane over these issues, like their life, their soul, their it depends on it. Like if they believed that
Well, the fate of the world around them too.
Black Lives Matter hard enough, you would be able to go into Wakanda heaven, then this is how they would be acting, right? Like that. It's literally with that same sort of mode of operation. They're like, this is what gets me social acceptance or something like that, and that's what they pursue as their sort of higher goal.
It's further than
debasement
social
of
acceptance. It's fear of
religion.
social ostracization.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, in the same way that religion pushes hell as a something to be afraid of so that you behave well, right? Hell is the ultimate social ostracization. You're literally, all your friends get to watch you burn forever. I mean,
I think it's a
worse
really good
than
pivot
that?
point to what we were talking about before. The idea of America as an experiment. The way that I see it is, well, every experiment with rats in a cage, one side gets you cheese, the other side gets you a shock. Look at what this experiment uses as shocks. Social ostracization is a way to start, but for example, I've been banned, and it's cursory, it's nonsensical, of no significant import, but I've been banned from most major social media publications. I can't utilize Twitter or Facebook. I can't create YouTube channels.
Tim, I can get you into Twitter. I can get you in.
Well,
Do you
we
want
can
back-
talk about it after the fact. Being away from it is actually kind of better in some ways. But that oligarchical sense of control that they're utilizing, it goes deeper. Things like PayPal, Uber, things like Airbnb. It's not just myself that's banned from these platforms, but it's other people who all they've really done is express a dedicated interest in attacking the narrative and asserting what is not bigotry, but is an opinion of truth, a version of truth built entirely on a solid foundation. It's not floating in free-floating ideals that are built in fantasy. I can understand why you might want to ban someone who says, well, every time you turn on the tap, demons enter your house. I can get why you might not want that guy to have 6 million people listening to him. I can understand it, maybe theoretically, but I don't know if I can actually get behind banning people for asking questions or banning people for presenting information that is not provably malicious and false. Instead, information that would make people think in a different way. That's legitimately dangerous to the experiment. Because if the mouse realizes he's just in a maze, and if he refuses to eat, the lab tech will feed him anyway out of sympathy, then there's no purpose in running the experiment. You have to get new mice. They can't get new people. They're trying pretty hard. They're trying pretty hard to break down national identity, to break down cultural identity, to actively pursue replacement with voting blocks that will support globalist control, support a government that will take more away from them and have them be grateful to have things removed. I mean, the idea of the infodemic that's starting, it's been started already. They're going to start talking about it more and more, I'm sure, within the next few months. Remember the term infodemic. They're going to say it's a pandemic of misinformation. We need to shut down some of these channels that are discussing concepts that are dangerous to the narrative.
That was happening recently with the doctors, right? There was a video.
Yeah.
There was a video with these doctors who were talking about hydrochloroquine, and the whole website ended up getting shut down. And the Twitter accounts of these doctors, these are verified Twitter accounts. They were like, "What's going on? Why did Squarespace shut this website down?" And that's
fucking Squarespace.
That's a very bad precedent that's being set. But I still wonder, how far are we going to be pushed until there is going to be some kind of a... Because honestly, whatever ends up being done always ends up getting people painted in the worst ways possible by, just by people who run the narrative. And that's a real big shame, because there's so much nuance that I think we have in this conversation, regardless of whatever things we happen to not agree on mutually. Even though I think we agree on a lot of things, there are certain things we definitely do not agree upon, I think. But the reason why I mention this is we're actually able to have a civil discussion over here, which is something that I encourage a lot. And the fact that people are painting, as has been, it's such an old hat, as you guys know. It's been going on for such a long time. People have been painting any discussion that is out of this particular realm of acceptability as being something that should be looked down upon and something that people should be scared of. And this is what I want to change with this stream, where I want to bring in people who are very much on the NPR, New Yorker, very much on that side, while at the same time giving them a chance to see that there are other ways of looking at things. And a lot of these ways, they're not that horrible. They're actually very interesting and things that can be discussed and gotten to the root of. And I think this involves me personally also hearing things that I am not a big fan of and challenge, as you guys saw, I was challenging certain things that were brought up here today. And I think that that is a very important thing to do and keep doing.
I absolutely agree. I think one of the most dangerous things, and I'll be quiet right after this, just that something that I think is really important that people need to remember is the only way to know that you need to know something is to first understand that you don't know shit. And if you know that you don't know, but you do want to find out, you're going to find people that are the same exact way. And if you tell yourself instead, well, I know I can't talk to these people because fill in the blank, you're cutting yourself off from the opportunity that could be life-changing or life-saving in some cases. If we want to talk about the fervor of this new anti-religion, this new neo-statist religion that's popping up, in which you have to agree with those who are telling you what to think, and you have to agree with the masses, or you are the problem. Well, that ideology can only really be rooted out by having a frank conversation with someone who can say, well, hold on, I'm incredibly right-wing. I've been called authoritarian right. I don't even mind being called like an American nationalist or an American fascist at this point. I think there are certain ideas that are worthy of promotion, and there are certain ideas that are worthy of demonization. But at the same time, I'm not saying that people need to face the wall. I'm saying that we need to have succinct conversations. And if we're going to talk about what's good for the whole, if we're going to talk about what's good for people moving forward, we have to have frank conversations about what we're talking about. Who are the people? In what communities? How are they different? How is it different geographically? Does the same thing work? Does it not? What do we need to remove? What elements are cancerous? Which are promoting something positive? If we can't have frank conversations because we're worried about how it's going to be received, so you don't even say what you mean, then you haven't really communicated at all. You've just kicked stones around with your shoes. You haven't talked. And if you don't find out your ideas are bad by being put in your place by someone who knows what they're talking about, you'll keep running bad ideas. You'll think 2 + 2 does equal 7. You'll keep thinking that. And you're never going to get to the next step. You're never going to start learning the next step if you don't get told you're wrong, or told you're right, or told you're partially correct or incorrect. That's why a lot of the hyperbolic conversations you can have about hypotheticals or straw men conversations, it's why they're so meaningless anymore. It's why they're laughable. It's why it's complete honk honk clown world. Because it's like I can talk to someone and have them tell me what I think without ever asking what I think, and they'll double down. They'll triple down. They'll say, no, I already know everything you're about, man. It's like, well, dude, how do you bother? Why do you bother getting out of bed in the morning if you know you're going to end up in the bed again? Like, that's so stupid. And that's my 2 cents on it.
Those are good 2 cents.
Well, you have to have good faith actors. It's no good to have a conversation with people who are coming to the table in bad faith. And I think that's sort of a huge problem, because there's a lot of people who aren't coming to the table to have a discussion in good faith. And you really don't know that until they start talking. And you say, oh, wait a minute, you're not actually trying to find a solution. You're not trying to come to common ground. So I think we have to also encourage, people we see to just, well, you might not agree with me, but will you at least agree with this point? Can we find this point to agree with? And that's the problem on the left and the right. It's just there's a very few people who are operating in good faith.
Definitely. I want to hear what Definitely Legit has to say. You've been quiet this whole time.
Yeah, legit.
Yeah.
Are you there?
We gotta let the dog bark.
If he's there. Oh, he's
yes,
there.
yes. I was eating pepperettes.
What are those?
They're like dried sausages.
Legit, you were going to talk about how like socialism was tried and worked ages ago. Did you ever talk about that?
Yeah, I zoned out a bit. In regards to that. So yeah, people who say that socialism has never been tried have not studied the Bronze Age.
To be fair, I was joking when I said that.
No, I know you were joking, but I still thought it'd be a good segue. So a lot of the time, people like to harp on it, but they don't realize that for socialism to work properly, it needs very specific circumstances, and these are circumstances that were offered during the Bronze Age. Small local populations, which were ethnically homogeneous. And when I say ethnically homogeneous, I mean it in the sense of them being family and distant and like distantly related to each other.
How many people were there in total, you'd say, give or take?
The old Europe complex had a lot of tills that were between 600 people and like 300 people, give or take. So these small communities, but the thing is, what they practiced is very much socialism. They had a local granary for their village. They all worked according to how much they could for the benefit of the tribe.
It's an interesting thing. I think, don't the Amish have a similar system? I believe the Amish, they can legally not have to pay Social Security because they have their own way of doing that.
Yeah, the Amish have their own special system, which
so I
which
guess
it's only allowed because the Amish are so they're not an active participant in sort of the elites' designs. They don't. Their ability to influence is very limited.
And has that door been closed? Because imagine this. Imagine, like, I've always considered that if we do utilize certain aspects of technology, like the internet. I mean, I like the fact that I'm able to talk with people from far away and get certain information I otherwise wouldn't have. I think that's a beautiful thing. But at the same time, like, if we were to combine that with certain farming practices and create a kind of society where people could just, like, have their piece of land, grow food on it, have a nice, friendly local community, and just live like that, and live in such a way that they don't really need that much and that they don't need to depend on these systems, and then just get out of the system, get out of the economy. It's like, bye-bye, you guys do your own
thing. The majority
thing.
of people, that's what they want. They just want their little plot of land, and they just want to live their little life. They don't want the hustle and bustle that the system puts on them. And that forces them into a very uncomfortable position.
So is it a matter of people not really thinking about this that thoroughly? Because there are people out there like Joel Salatin, for example. I still got to hear his Joe Rogan Experience podcast episode, but I heard good things about that. So, like, I imagine something like that as being a great reality for people to live in, where we don't need all these giant factory farms to produce all this goop for us to consume.
I mean, before the Industrial Revolution, that's how everybody did it. There was no mass production. There was no, like, supply chains that go from, South Asia to the United States and back. I saw this tweet earlier, maybe 1 or 2 days ago, where it was like showing like a little plastic dole package of probably peaches or something like that, right? And it said grown in Thailand, packaged in Honduras, sold in the United States, right?
I remember that.
So, like, yeah, so it's just like this needless, it's completely unnecessary, and it only exists to sort of pad the capitalist pockets, right? I mean,
of course.
Before the Industrial Revolution, people produced what they needed to survive, right? So they had a cow, they had an orchard, they had either a friend that had, a farm, or they had a farm, right? And they functioned within their communities quite fine. I mean, they didn't have to go 500,000 miles to get the thing that they needed because they functioned within that community. I mean, like, think about it. Like, the village had each component that was necessary to make a functioning village, right? You had the village blacksmith, you had the village physician, you had the village whatever, and they did okay. They were all right. I don't think that as a society we benefit from mass production in any meaningful way. I think that in every possible conceivable way it's detrimental, except for in convenience, right? It's convenient. You can go to Walmart and buy probably anything that you could ever want, but I don't think that's even good. I think that that's bad. I think that almost gives the human too much freedom, and it's the freedom of, like, inundation. Like, I don't think that people, even though they have all this freedom, I don't think they go to Walmart and they buy different things every time, and they're really putting not a strain, but they're not really maxing out the potential that Walmart provides. They're just getting whatever random stuff that they usually get, and they're maintaining those routines that they could probably fulfill themselves if they were required or tasked or had to do it, right? If Walmart disappeared, if tomorrow every Walmart went off the face of the earth, people would find a way to continue to live. We all wouldn't just lay down and die because Walmart wasn't there anymore, right? You would figure out some way of getting food, or I'd hope you would.
Sure, but
I hope we wouldn't all just give up, right? So the idea that mass production, I mean, I think that brings in all these harmful things. Like you've got preservatives to maximize shelf life, and then you have pesticides to maximize production, so that a smaller amount of farms can create a larger amount of product, because it's all about that minimum maximum, minimum amount of farms, maximum amount of profit, minimum amount of money, maximum amount of profit. Like they're min-maxing the whole world like it's some sort of fucking RPG, and all they're looking at is that green line go up, right?
Well, this feels like an RPG right now. Just doing these podcasts, it really does feel like Suikoden. I don't know how many people are familiar with that game, but it's like one where you get all these different people together and like form a crew, and then you go out and, you know what I mean? Like it really does feel like I'm playing an RPG right now. But I wanted to touch on a comment that Hustler of Culture 3 had here. You're talking about something that leads us back to feudalism. The people can overwhelm the something system. If you escape, you leave it to expand and eventually take your farm. Individual farms is not a collectivist idea. And then somebody wrote, not if your agrarian commune has automated turrets. So, I know, it's an interesting concept. I mean, as far as if we are all going to have our own little farms, there is going to be a power gap, and somebody's going to go and rule over a group of smaller farms. They're just going to take them
no
for
one's ever
themselves.
done like alone farming away from everyone. It's always been small communities.
I don't think that anybody's just going to
whatever.
Fully support themselves by themselves.
I think this relates back to the conversation I was trying to have before, or the thing I was talking about before, which is one of the biggest problems that I see with humanity right now is we are not willing to individually decide that what we want is to be selfless and to be the foundation for the next generation that's going to come after us. Instead, we are being convinced that we're all going to be, and you can do quotes from Chuck Palahniuk books. They're relevant now too. Like we're being raised to chase the dream of all becoming millionaire rock stars and sports athletes and
from
stars,
Fight Club.
and we're not going to be. And when people find out about this, they get very upset when they realize that wanting to have a big fat ass your whole teenage years so everyone looked at you when you walked doesn't benefit you when you're 30. And wanting to be the big juiced head dude with an awesome muscle car that lays a different girl every night of the week doesn't get you a good reputation unless you leave town. And unfortunately, a lot of times people come to face with the illusion of themselves, and they hate what they're looking at, and they have no one to blame but themselves, because ultimately, if you're going to blame the entire system, you're then going to have to burn the whole system down, which is now what you see people doing in Black Bloc. They go, wow, I'm not masculine, I'm not feminine, I'm not pretty, I'm not smart, I'm not enough. Whatever it is, I'm not enough. So my response has to be to blame the system instead of realizing that I had personal responsibility the whole time I ignored. And I think that we could have small farm systems in which someone raises livestock if the chicken farmer wasn't being told that his profit line comes from how little feed and how fat the chicken. And if that's the matrix he has to use, you're not going to end up with healthy birds. You're going to end up with 60 birds a day getting tossed out of a kennel so that no health inspector finds dead chickens getting pecked by live ones. And we're going to keep encountering problems with corn everything. Everything on your plate at McDonald's is corn. It's corn starch, high fructose corn syrup, corn in the bread, corn-fed beef. It's corn oil on the fries. It's corn batter on all of it. And when we realize that the insulin levels are through the roof, because even in Asia has more people with diabetes than America, because there used to be agrarian feudalism. They used to work all day and eat rice. Now they sit all day and eat rice, and their bodies cannot handle it. And they're not obese because they're still genetically capable of consuming it for the most part, without having it go directly into making them larger. But
they're not metabolizing it the same way.
It's destroying their organs. The insulin rush also makes them pass out constantly. It's why their offices mandate physical exercise several times throughout the day. Because if they don't get them to stand up and move, you're going to fall asleep.
But humans are supposed to be active. They're not designed to be sedentary. I mean, Lev knows you're not supposed to sit down for extended periods.
That's why I have a standing desk. That's why I have a standing desk.
Like our bodies aren't designed to be cramped into this fucking coffin they try to shove us in. To
Shout
operate in the
out,
mode
shout out to
of
Peter
life.
Coffin. Shout out to Peter Coffin.
I missed him. I wasn't on the stream when he was here.
Yeah,
I was gonna ask him why he had me blocked.
Oh yeah, well he'll be back. I'm pretty sure he will, and I would love for him to be back. And I think that this is about the time where we're going to end it. But before we do, like always, final thoughts. So I just want to say my final thought real quick, which is thank you guys so much for being here, and please subscribe if you have not done so already. I'm sure all of you have, and if you have not, I see 3 new people and 34 people now watching. Guys, we got to build this thing. We got to grow this. This was an amazing conversation that we had today. I've been learning a lot these past weeks and months and whatever. Like, we surpassed 1,000 subscribers. Now we're surpassing 1,100, going to 1,200 pretty soon. And it feels amazing to be able to build this with all of you, with all your support. Join our Discord. We have the Break the Rules Discord in the description of this video. And I think we're going to have very interesting things coming up. Like I said before, like I'm looking at this entire life over here as an opportunity to, when the next level comes and they ask you, like, you had the opportunity to be born as a human being, what did you do with it? Well, this is what I want to do with it right now. I want to unite all of these people together and have them talk, and not have it just be like talking heads back and forth, but actually have some substance in it and get some ideas as far as what we could actually do on a personal level. Like, I want to learn more about farming. I want to learn more about how to, you know, be more self-reliant, and also all of this much more occult stuff that I kept learning for a long time, as far as meditation, going beyond this particular reality that I'm in right now, going into the astral plane, all this very interesting stuff. Like, I think that one more thing I'm going to add, I think that the reason why people have grown so disenchanted with a lot of organized religion is because the veil has been closed for a very long time, and most people end up, I mean, not most, but a lot of people end up going into the realm of, you know, just pure scientific, or scientism, materialism, and it loses a lot of the romance of what exactly this whole thing is about. So I want to reinvigorate that back within culture in my own way, and I think this stream is one definite way of doing this. So I just want to thank everybody again. Don't forget to subscribe, click the bell, leave a like, and now let's go to Hotep Sophia. Final thoughts.
Okay, so my final thoughts are, I'm glad to, of course, to be here with everyone, and I think that everyone should just try to treat the normies with kindness. It's very difficult finding out that everything you've ever known is a lie, and everything your parents have ever known is a lie, and everything your grandparents have ever known is a lie. So you have to be kind to people as they come into the realization that you know, the world does not exist as they have always thought. So I always just ask, show the normies kindness. It goes a long way, especially in these days when there are lots of people who are not kind. So let's try and show the normies kindness.
I love that. That's really well said. Tim Napier.
Yeah, I agree with that. Don't be mean to the muggles, all right? They don't know what's going on. But I guess final thoughts. Yeah, there's a depiction of the world going around right now, mostly online, but it's happening in people's hearts too, in which you can either be the boot, the one being crushed, or the bootlicker. That seems to be one depiction of reality that is being promoted. And I'm not going to sit here and pretend that I would actually like to be... Oh, sorry. I had a milk mustache. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that that's not a paradigm that's unfortunately a bit realistic, because if you knock out a warlord, someone else takes his place, especially without something better to replace that system. So if you're nervous at all, or you're noticing a rise in temperature of the water and you don't want to be a boiled frog, something you can try to do is actively put time and energy into thinking, what sort of a system would accurately replace the one we're currently running? What software additions can you make in your personal life that give you not just a way to vent, but a way to open yourself to new ideas that you won't meet with hostility? Because I myself have problems between assertion and aggression. And if I encounter things I don't understand, sometimes I get frustrated. My frustration usually leads to anger, trying to work on it. If you find yourself upset, if you find yourself angry with a concept that a normie is promoting, or a concept if you want to keep with a Muggle analogy that a Death Eater is actively promoting, and you can tell that this is a sinister ideology, instead of trying to just meet it and combat it, try to understand it. Try to chase it down to the root, and then if you ever see that seed somewhere again, or you see one of the leaves, you know what kind of fruit it produces. You know how to avoid it. You know how to point it out. That's that.
That was all said. Let's go to Kim. Oh, you gotta... Your volume is closed.
I'm
There we go.
unmuted now. There we go. First, I want to thank you guys for hosting these. Lev and Jules Break the Rules. You guys should subscribe. You guys also made the shirt for gun-owning Americans.
Do you have one? Do you have one here?
Oh my god, I do. It will literally take 2 seconds.
These are really good shirts. So let's see. While Kim is looking for the shirts, let's go to Helios, and then we're going to go back to Kim.
Awesome.
Final thoughts. Let's see. Well, I'm disappointed that I wasn't able to pop the the caste system question on more people, but it's okay. I thought we could get into a meaningful discussion about self-organizing caste systems and how capitalism is one, but I understand they're just not ready for that conversation yet. But yeah, no, it's interesting. I mean, there's always going to be a discussion about why society is the way it is and why it's broken or why it's perfect, because everybody's always going to have a different opinion on it depending upon their experience. And I just think it's important to understand why we are in the state we are right now, understand the variables that brought us here, and to understand the truth of what's actually going on, and not just to sort of take things at face value the way that they are presented to you, because that's what they want you to do. And you need to definitely think for yourself. I think that's the most important thing, is to come up with your own ideas about the way things are. And I don't think that listening to anything that anybody says and believing it wholeheartedly without actually putting time and research in is ever a good idea. You should always decide for yourself if you think that that's correct, or if it seems kind of fishy. Dig into it and figure out why it strikes you wrong, or what about it you think may seem fabricated or false. Like capitalism itself and the way that it works so well, like why, or who's actually running the capitalist system and who benefits from it. That's a good question to ask, is who benefits from this system. And you just sort of look into who's making the most money, and then you see who has the most to gain and also who stands the most to lose if capitalism doesn't pan out the way they wanted it to.
Definitely. And one more thing that I wanted to add quickly to that is, at the moment, me and my let's say my family and other people that we know, we don't stand that much to gain from capitalism as it currently is. Obviously, the more that we work and the more that we are educated, we are able to get ahead in life. But as far as the people who you're talking about, the elites, whatever, they are so beyond whatever my grandma, who was just living in a fucking farm somewhere in Russia, would have ever gotten to. And I definitely want to differentiate.
I didn't say anything about Jews, Lev.
Yes. No, I know. It
No.
always... No, it's fine, because it always goes back to it. It's always the elephant in the room. And this is a subject that, look, as far as any movements that have gone on, like the Rothschilds, yada, 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 I want to research all of it incredibly thoroughly, because I am interested in finding out where a lot of these things come from. But at the same time, I also think it's very important to differentiate people, like I was saying before, who are Jewish, who wanted to be the best Germans or the best Russians they could be. Another interesting thing about Russia that I did not mention is that once you got Christianized in Russia, like in imperialist Russia, you actually became not a Jew anymore, but you just became a regular Russian, and nobody would have ever thought of you as a Jew from that point, if we're just historically talking about what happened in Russian society back then, regardless of all the problems it had with its own particular caste system. Like, they had the kind of caste system where, like, the lowest of the low class, like the serfs, they were treated like cattle and they lived like cattle, but that's like a whole different story. The reason why...
Right, what I was more meaning was, like, massive corporations, like, you know, the people that are in control of them, they are the ones that are able to hold power even over the governments themselves. Like, the people that are controlling the banks, the people that are controlling companies like Amazon and, you know, Bill Gates, people like that.
Definitely.
That sort of do what they want to with impunity and are almost on the level of, like, untouchable, that we can't really have any sort of meaningful effect on them. They're the ones that stand to gain the most, right? If somehow it's like uncrashable. Like, I don't think you could crash Amazon. I mean, it's possible, but Amazon has sort of made themselves anti-fragile, just like Walmart, where they will go in and undercut all of their competitors because they can, because they just have so much capital at their disposal that they can just run everybody else out of town and then turn around and sell the exact same product that they were selling before, but they'll mark it up because now they're the only ones that have it. And you see that a lot, like with Walmart running out smaller grocery chains, or basically making Walmart your obvious choice because you want your dollar to go as far as it can. And when you go buy something at Walmart, it's cheaper than it can be anywhere else because they have that power of being able to make it the cheapest, because their overhead cost, you know, it doesn't compare to what these other businesses have to deal with. They are, you know, global, like, they're national. I mean, the company that owns Walmart is global, but you know what I'm saying, right? They can they can mark down their prices so low no one else can compete with them without fear of going out of business because they're not making enough money to keep the lights on. Like, anywhere else, they're gonna have they can't compete with Walmart, so they just go out of business. They literally, Walmart comes to town and all the small businesses shut down. That's just how it goes.
Definitely, we have a lot of problems there with Walmarts and other companies. I always, because I was born in the Soviet Union, I always look at the things that are still possible in terms of a worse outcome than we currently have today. So that's why I can't really just say, like, oh, this is a horrible, horrible system. It's like, compared to what? Compared to what's going on in Russia right now, it's much better for now. That's the only thing that I have to work with here. So as far as creating a better system goes, I want to think on it. I want to think, like, how exactly can we do it in such a way that's going to minimize damage, and that people who are, let's say, you know, just innocent people that want to go about life, I just want to grill, for God's sakes, you know, like those people, that they're going to be fine, that they're not going to be involved in some kind of a cataclysmic event. But then again, life goes on, and whatever happens next in the cycle, all we can do is take care of the people who we want to take care of and we want to give love to. I want to give love to as many people as possible. But in terms of just the people who I know today, I really want to be here for the long run with everybody here. You know, with you, Hotep Sophia, Kimberly, Tim, Helios, definitely legit. Jules, who's not here right now. I'm not sure why he's not here. But anyway, I want to be in the long run with you guys and help each other grow, because this is right now the new Bronze Age community in a way. Even though it's very far away from those kind of communities, I think that the kind of conversations that we have, it does form a bond over time, and we learn from each other. And this is all that I could hope for in having these kind of online discussions. That something higher ends up coming out of it, no matter what ends up happening to the world as a whole. So with that, before I bring it over to Kimberly,
one interesting thing to think about in reference to the Bronze Age, if you look at the dispersion of copper that was mined in the Bronze Age, it all came from a mine that is in Michigan in the United States. So you've got copper that was in Michigan that is found all across the ancient world, from everywhere from South America to Japan to Europe to Africa to Asia. So if you look into that and who the Michigan copper miners were, I think it will pose more questions than it really does answers, but it's something important to look at when, especially on the topic of America itself and its history.
Is this connected to like Graham Hancock's book America Before? I haven't read that one, but that one talks about like the pre-Clovis cultures.
Right.
There.
These are like what are commonly known as the mound builders, the people that made Serpent Mound, where the titular Serpent Mound gets his name from. These
shout out to Serpent Mound.
Can't really explain in any way how they were able to be created because of the way that Serpent Mound is viewed. You only can fully understand its shape and what it is when you view it from above. So this society that was there before, we might think of it as primitive, right? Just in the way that I'm sure that if they looked at us in the way that we scramble around in Walmart for our food, they would see us as quite primitive, I believe.
Well, whoever, and I don't know if it's the same people, I haven't dug that far, but look, whoever is able to use the power of sound to mold stone into these very particular shapes, my hat's off to you, if that's exactly what ended up happening. Or we could later on, I mean, me, this is nothing new for you, that I'm very fascinated by all this stuff, like the gardens, as you said, of South America, like that the Amazon jungle is a garden. I'm very interested in finding out all these very interesting possibilities that could have gone on there and talk about it. But I wanted to bring it to Kimberly, but before that, I wanted to do quick shout-outs. I have not done any shout-outs today. So, Randy Ozeta, De Facto, Large Cancer, let's see, Michael Ray, Rick L, Info Warlock, he's a regular here, Giselle A. Goder. I'm not going to go to the whole thing, just like some of the people I see here. AIC, Temujin, great to have you back. Buff, great to have you back. Okay, those are all the shout-outs for now. Let's go to Kimberly Coulter.
Okay, so the shirt's designed, it's our logo, the Motivated Armed Gun-Running Americans, but the shirt design is all Love and Jules, and I'm going to flip the camera. We've got these
look at that.
Beautiful shirts with the tag on the inside.
Yeah, we made sure to make it really fancy like that, no generic tag here.
So I bring this up to say that we are having our monthly live stream on the 31st this month because I was at a family reunion, and we would love to have anyone on this stream available. We are going to be doing giveaways for these shirts. That's going to be announced at the MAGOA on Instagram. But I'm very happy to announce our feature is going to be Roger Stone. Wow. And he finally has his gag order lifted. We primarily talk about Second Amendment and anything from self-defense to laws. We have politicians, people running for Congress, but it's generally a good discussion. It goes on for 12 hours. The time will be 11 a.m. to 11 p.m. and it sometimes goes much later. So you should come check it out and hopefully catch Love and Jules. You guys are always really good guests, and anybody else who wants can send me a DM if you're interested in talking pro or anti-gun or something that relates, or if you just want to know when to catch Roger Stone.
Sweet. All right, let's go to Definitely Legit for the final thought of the day. Let the dog bark. Here we go.
Well, since I'm the final thought, I'm gonna make it 4.
Go for it.
So the first thought would be just like as a reminder for everyone that blood is everything. All these systems, all these ideologies, they don't matter at the end of the day. It's the human that matters. And to keep that in mind and to make this your driving imperative, not supporting some system, but to supporting man. Then the next statement is kind of contradictory to what I just said. Capitalism is great because it's the retarded mad horse the unbridled just insanity that we can ride into the end of days. And because I am an accelerationist, so. And then also in terms of biology, caste, and class, I wrote a thread about that just now. So if you guys want to take a look, more than welcome to, without having loud Marxists talk over me. And the final statement is the most important, bark, bark.
Beautiful. That was a great final statement. Thank you guys so much
bark.
for bark, bark.
Bark, bark.
Thank you guys so much for being here. I'm going to end the stream right now. Subscribe and click the bell and subscribe.
Patreon.
Как говорил великий Ленин, учиться, учиться и учиться. Subscribe.
Нет, картошка.
Take care.